Mic check. Mic check. Mic.
We can hear you, Mr. Ballard. If you can go ahead and mute your line, that would be great.
Good evening. It's 7 o'clock. Welcome to the July 16th Planning Commission meeting. Let the record reflect that Chairperson Roberts is absent. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Council Administrative Policy, Meeting Rules and Procedures, Section 5.2, comments by members of the public are generally limited to 5 minutes or less if a larger number of speakers is anticipated or if approved by the chair. Speakers desiring answers to questions should direct them to the Planning Commission, and if relevant, they may direct them to the appropriate staff member. Speakers can also follow up directly with the staff during regular city business hours. Please file a speaker card with the administrative secretary on the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. During this portion of the meeting, those present in the city or council chambers are permitted to speak on items that are listed under items not on the agenda during this portion of the meeting. Public comments for scheduled agenda items should wait until that time. Zoom participation during this general public comment period will not be permitted. Please note that the commission's actions are final unless an appeal is filed with the city clerk within 10 calendar days.
Through the chair, we have several speaker cards. We'll start with Dirk Ziegler.
Is this for an item not on the agenda?
Sorry, I just want to get to the business items. Let me double check. We have no general public comment.
Yeah, we do.
Mr. Dorman, next time make sure you list it on your card. Mr. Dorman?
Under open comment.
Mr. Dorman, would you like to come to the podium?
Yes, well, no, but I'll come anyway. Okay. The only thing worse than the Lakers drafting Bronny was what occurred at the last meeting. I'll get to the punchline and then work my way back. I recommend every parent of that school, and everyone knows what school I'm talking about, every resident that lives in that area, to take that man to small claims court. The meeting last week, Commissioner Floor, you almost hit a person, and you said so. Commissioner Brand, Commissioner Johnson, you asked specific questions that you never got an answer to. Cool. First came in and asked to extend the extra, I think it was 80 kids or something like that. Traffic was fine based upon what was said. Fast forward to now, where you're going to triple the amount of driving in that area, and no significant changes. You were poo-pooed about that little lighted crossing. Oh no, that's not going to be necessary. That area was a hazard when the school expanded. There wasn't anything going on with Shea Homes. I don't even know if it was on the horizon. But there was nothing going on, let alone that first one, the first time they came to Shea, or Shea came to you, it was this big. No problem with driving. Then they double. Still no problem with driving? Are you kidding me? So, you guys did what you had to do because, and I had that aha moment when Commissioner Sparling said, I'm paraphrasing, we can only vote on what we know. And what you knew came from this guy. Even though what you knew to be wrong, you couldn't challenge him. Why? I don't know. Okay, well, actually, you guys did try to challenge him, but, to no avail. So, and I mean, dude, he was up here talking to Shea, trying to get some answers. Go to the tape. You'll see it. Maybe you'll see it. I think they were focused on you. So, since you guys can't do anything, since the council can't do anything, since the $250,000 man won't do anything, you know what? Take him to small claims court. Because I swear to God, if I lived there, I would. And I wouldn't even go for the max. I'd go for like $4,000 or 10-year resignation. I'd be cool with either one of those. Because he'll come here tonight and he'll rationalize some madness. And it's ridiculous. Again, when that school first asked to be expanded, traffic was a problem. Then here comes Shade the first time. Half of what they asked for. No problem. Oh, by the way, we'll talk to the residents. Oh, that didn't happen. And then they doubled. And this guy still comes back. And then that guy who was online, neither one of them could answer the question. And it was simple math. 85% of something. If the variable moves and the percentage is the same, that has to move too. It can't remain the same. And yet, you were cornered. Even though you almost hit somebody, you two didn't get your questions answered, and he danced around you like it was Dancing with the Stars. He'll do it again tonight. I'm going to sit there and watch because he does it every time. So, residents, kids of parents or parents of kids, small claims court, look me up. I'll show you how to do it. Thank you.
At this time, we have no other speaker cards for those in person.
Thank you, April. Our next item is the consent calendar. There's one set of minutes for the regular meeting of July 2nd, 2024. Is there any discussion or do I have a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Thank you. All right, we're going to open the public hearing. Tonight, we'll consider the Bridal Gate project, including a revised EIR, vesting tentative map, and design review. Planning Manager Eric Nolthenius will start us off. Eric?
Good evening, Vice Chair Sparling, members of the commission. My part's going to be very brief to start. I just wanted to introduce the city's consultant who's prepared the EIR, as well as assisted just on a general planning level, and that's Rainey Planning and Management. They're represented tonight by Cindy Ganos. So I'm going to turn the bulk of the presentation over to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Members of the commission, before you tonight is the Bridal Gate project, which includes 272 single-family units, 2 parks, 25 acres of open space, and a 36.82 acre remainder parcel north of the Sand Creek Road extension. The necessary entitlements include certification of the EIR, a vesting tentative subdivision map, and design review. The project is located to the west of the Sand Creek Road and State Route 4 interchange. The general plan designates the site residential low density, 1.1 to 5 units per gross acre, park, and permanent open space. The general commercial designation is the designated remainder portion of the site and is not proposed for development at this time. A little bit of background on the project because it's been around for a while. In 2006, the city received the first version of the Bridal Gate project. The map was approved, however, it was never recorded and therefore has expired. The applicant submitted a revised project in 2020, however, that project was denied. In October 2021, the applicant submitted an SB 330 application, which included a vesting tentative subdivision map and design review. That application, which is before you tonight, included the preparation of a revised EIR. A public hearing before the Planning Commission happened in September of 23, and the Planning Commission continued it to a future meeting to look at options for traffic in the vicinity of San Jose and St. Regis Avenue. In a little more detail, the current project includes 135.31 acres, of which 36.82 acres are the designated remainder to the north with no development proposed. Let's go to the map. Residential development is proposed on 67.96 acres located south of Sand Creek Road extension. The map includes 272 single-family lots with a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet, which results in a density of 4 units per acre. The map includes 2 parks totaling 8.49 acres with 4.35 usable acres that are less than 3% slope. 25 acres are set aside for permanent open space. And the project is utilizing sub-area C development standards of PD 36. This table outlines the project's compliance with the sub-area C development standards, noting where staff has added conditions to ensure compliance, such as the 30-foot and 2-story maximum height. And here we show that we've added conditions to ensure it complies with fencing standards in the PD. The city-initiated capital improvement project includes 2 lanes of Sand Creek Road and is currently under construction with an estimated completion date in September. A draft condition of approval requires the applicant to construct a traffic signal at the Sand Creek Road and Bridal Gate Drive intersection, sidewalk, frontage, median island landscaping and irrigation, and a second eastbound travel lane along the Sand Creek Road project frontage. At the September meeting, the Planning Commission directed staff to work with the applicant on options to address concerns regarding traffic at the St. Regis and San Jose intersection. So in consultation with staff, the applicant prepared a memo evaluating 5 options. All options include a 4-way stop at the intersection, Option 1 would prohibit eastbound right turns from San Jose Avenue Extension onto St. Regis. The option would also prohibit southbound through traffic from Chestnut Oak Drive to St. Regis Avenue. Option 2 is like option 1, prohibiting eastbound right turns from San Jose Extension onto St. Regis, as well as prohibiting a southbound through from Chestnut Oak Drive onto St. Regis. The difference with this one is that the option also prohibits southbound left turns from Chestnut Oak to eastbound San Jose Avenue. Option 3 would restrict a one-block section of the San Jose Avenue extension to a one-way westbound traffic flow and prohibit southbound left turns from Chestnut Oak to eastbound San Jose. Option 4 doesn't have an exhibit, so I'm going to go here so you can at least picture it in your mind. Option 4 includes a full or partial street closure of Chestnut Oak Drive. A partial closure would involve closing only the southbound direction of Chestnut Oak at San Jose. A full closure would involve closing both directions of Chestnut at San Jose. This option would not be consistent with the general plan. And option 5 is adding an additional access to Sand Creek Road for the project. This would create a new right-in, right-out only access point on Sand Creek Road between Bridal Gate and the intersection with State Route 4, eastbound ramps. Option 5, however, wouldn't reduce traffic going to the south. It just provides another access to the site. Staff has reviewed the options and continues to recommend approval of the project as proposed with full access. This is consistent with the general plan and enhances circulation for the entire area. Should the Planning Commission decide to approve an alternative to full access, staff would recommend option 2. It slightly reduces traffic from the project traveling south while still allowing residents from the south to travel north. It maintains bicycle and pedestrian connections and is consistent with the general plan. I also just want to point out that the project would be required to annex into the current Emergency Medical and Fire Protection Service Funding Community Facilities District. And in addition, the project is required to pay the impact fees to the school districts, and pursuant to state law, payment of impact fees is considered full and complete mitigation. The affordable housing ordinance that was in effect at the time the application was deemed complete was Ordinance 1014, which required 10% of the total units to be affordable to various income categories. It shows you on the slide what those are. We've added a draft condition of approval that requires compliance with this ordinance, and that's enforced through an affordable housing agreement to be reviewed by the City Council. The applicant has submitted a master plotting plan along with the design review application. The plan shows one 3-story plan type on 2 of the lots in the subdivision that I've circled in red. I just wanted to point out that there's a condition of approval that they eliminate a 3-story plan because it exceeds the development standards, but it's only 2 lots shown here today. We've also added a condition of approval. Plan 10 and 11 are 2 and 6 inches higher than the 30-foot height limit. So we've added a draft condition that says they need to reduce those by a few inches. The architecture includes 4 elevation styles: Tuscan, French cottage, craftsman, and Bay Area modern. So with 13 plans and 4 different architectural styles, there's variety for the subdivision. The proposed landscape plan shows the location of street trees as well as the design of the masonry walls. Sound walls are required along the Sand Creek Road extension as well as along State Route 4. The walls range from 8 to 12 feet high depending on the specific noise levels of the area. The walls are specifically called out in the map condition of approval number 5, and the condition also requires a minimum STC rating for the windows of 34 for those facing the roadways. As noted previously, a revised EIR was prepared for the proposed project, and it's worth noting that a revised EIR is not a CEQA term. The city called it a revised EIR merely to distinguish the current EIR from the 2020 EIR. This revised EIR is a full EIR standalone for the proposed project. It's not tied to any previous EIR. All impacts were reduced to less than significant in the EIR with implementation of mitigation measures. In terms of the process, the city released a notice of preparation for public review from December 29th to January 30th, 2023, and held a scoping meeting on January 17th, 2023. The draft revised EIR was available for public review and comment from May 26th to July 10th, 2023, and a final revised EIR was prepared responding to comments and addressing changes to the project, which was available for public review beginning on August 25th of 2023. Based on all that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 23032 certifying the revised EIR, adopt resolution 23-033 approving the vesting tentative map, and adopt resolution 23034 approving the design review. And that completes my presentation, and I'll turn it back to Eric.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Just a couple of logistical notes before the commission asks any clarifying questions. One is we do have some extra staff here tonight as opposed to a typical meeting, so I want to make sure the commission was aware of who's in the audience and as well as via Zoom. So next to Cindy, we have Alexis Morris, who's Director of Community Development, then Alan Bacular, City Engineer, Aaron Wanden, our Parks Manager, and then behind them is Captain Schroer from the Police Department. We also have Janice Ellis, Park Planner, and Steve Kursavan, Traffic Engineer, in the actual audience. And then by Zoom, we have Rod Stinson, who is with Rainey, works with Cindy, and was the lead in terms of preparing the EIR for the city. We have Paul Bollard with Bollard Acoustical Consultants, in case, also with the city, and in case there's technical questions related to noise questions. And then finally, we have Karen Murphy, who is outside counsel and has worked through the city attorney's office, assisting the city over the years with this project. Two other things real quick. One, the applicant late this afternoon provided me with a conceptual plan for where the affordable units within the project would be located. I gave the Planning Commission 11 by 17 color copies of that printout. There's also a few extra copies in the back of the chamber in the event the public would like to grab one and take a look, as that question may come up during the meeting. And then last but not least, we're fully expecting the commission to have a host of questions on this project tonight. As we get into those questions, if you could direct them to me initially, I will then try and either answer them myself or direct them to the appropriate staff or consultant. And I will do my best. No guarantee I'm going to get it right 100% of the time, but so bear with me on that. With that, I'll turn it back to the vice chair for continuance of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Commission, are there any clarifying questions and clarifying questions only for Cindy? Commissioner Flohr?
Sure. I think the traffic calming was kind of my impetus. So as I recall from the meeting in September, we discussed the possibility of using EVAs for the back entrance. And the question I have is, I don't see that as one of the 5 options to restrict these entrances to just be for emergency vehicle access. And I was wondering why that was left out.
Thank you, Commissioner Floor. And for that, I'll direct it to Alan, City Engineer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Flory. With regards to the EVA question, as noted, it was looked at further and it was determined that it would be not consistent with the general plan with San Jose Avenue shown as a collector street. Also considering the general plan's direction to ensure the efficient movement of people and goods throughout the city. It's an EVA only access there. It just was not consistent, so therefore staff could not move forward with that. And
I see. And what is a collector street?
collector streets, they vary. So in this case, it's a residential collector street. So they serve as not quite an arterial, but in a way of you have your residential streets, which is where you have your single family homes typically fronting on, and they would feed into what we call collector streets. Trying to think of a few examples, but that's kind of the intent is you have you have your residential streets that have homes fronting onto them, and they would feed into what we call collector streets. Drivers would make their way from their homes to the collector streets and then to our arterial system, if that makes sense.
And what arterial system does San Jose connect to?
San Jose, it connects to the actually Bridal Gate Drive, which then connects with Sand Creek Road. But per the general plan, the Sand Creek Road or San Jose Avenue shows continuing west towards Hillcrest, I believe, ultimately. But that's the direction. San Jose continues easterly all the way throughout the city as well. And it connects with Fairview and other streets.
Sure. And what do you think the probability is that San Jose will ever connect to Hillcrest?
That's a wait and see. I know there was a previous proposal under Measure L for that, where San Jose would have been extended. But the likelihood of that happening, I'm not sure I'm able to speculate on that.
I'm pretty familiar with Measure L, and I didn't see a San Jose extension on it. And Hillcrest was not being brought down to Balfour concurrent with the actual circulation plan, which was one reason why Measure L was hotly contested. So right now, San Jose isn't really much of a collector. I mean, I guess you could go to Rayleigh's, but at any rate, and all right, I think I have enough questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Floor. Any other clarifying questions?
Just one question I wish I had thought of to ask it earlier. Option 5 on that's provided, there's no diagram. Is that like a house is going to be removed or 2 homes are going to be removed in the subdivision to provide that new entrance? Is that what it is? Is it like, how far is it? Do you know? Do you have an idea?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Actually, I believe in the Abrams memo, there is one exhibit that sort of shows the connection where it could possibly go.
Right.
It's
That would
not,
be like where a home is right now, right?
yes, correct. I'm not sure if that would affect removing 1 or 2 homes, but there is in that figure in the Abrams memo that shows a possible location.
Okay. And then I don't know if this is a question for you. Probably I need to turn back to Eric on that new. Do we need to ask these questions about the new affordable? Or do I save
So
that?
we're in clarifying questions
Okay.
in the presentation. We're going to get into all
Okay.
this.
All right.
Commissioner Brown? I don't have any clarifying questions. Okay. Then we will move into public comment. Before we do that, I just want to acknowledge members of the public who sent emails in. I know we typically just capture the number, but I want to acknowledge the folks who have sent in emails. I may have missed a few, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce anyone's name. So Antonio Xavier, Rodney Griffin, Ian Cohen, Ken Irvin, Valia Bondar, Sue Harper, Linda Nakaji. And unfortunately, this one cut off, so I can only give an email from ZZ Novablast. And then I also want to recognize that for the September meeting, there was a petition turned in by Cinziana Teodor that had 430 signatures opposing the Bridlegate application at that time. So I don't think I've missed anybody with that. But we did also receive this afternoon 2 letters from Discovery Home Builders that I will ask Katie for further comment on.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, as you indicated, the city received letters from counsel for Albert Sino III. These letters came from the office of Jeffrey Knowles at Copeland's Patch, as well as from Lee Prince at Fox Rothschild. The letters purport to represent the perspective of West Coast home builders as represented by Alcino III. Alcino Jr. has been recognized by the city as the applicant who will be working on behalf of West Coast home builders, but we did want to acknowledge the receipt of these letters. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll open to public comment. Does the applicant will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Doug Chen, I'm the corporate engineer for West Coast Home Builders, WCHB Development. We're the applicant. And I want to save most of my time for questions, to answer your questions. But I do want to go over a few things real quickly. Cindy did a great job in presenting the project, but I want to highlight that this project is consistent with the general plan. The general plan for this site is 1 to 5 dwelling units per acre. We're proposing 272 units, which is about four units per acre. We could have gone to the maximum density, which is 5. That would put us at 340 units per acre, total. And we're not applying any density bonus units to this. Had we applied density bonus units, that would put us up to 408 units. So we have gone to the path that we want to have good-sized lots. So we kept the density, the dwelling units at 272, which we think will give us a good, solid project, decent-sized lots, good-sized homes, and still providing for affordable units that meets the city's affordable housing requirements.
Thank you. Commissioners, we did 2 weeks ago, when we did our meeting, we waited to ask the applicant questions until after the public comment. Do we want to do that again? Yes? Okay. April? Doug, we'll ask you to come back up later.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We have 7 in-person speakers. Our first speaker is Dirk Ziegler.
Yeah, make this work. Good evening, Chair Sparling and Commissioners. My name is Dirk Ziegler, and I've lived in Brentwood with my family since 2000. I actually served on the Planning Commission for over 8 years, and I'm a licensed insurance broker in the state of California. I want to address you tonight concerning public safety, traffic, and the insurability of homes within the Bridal Gate project. The increased traffic will result in this project posing a significant public safety concern. The current infrastructure may not support the additional volume, potentially leading to more accidents and emergency response delays. Securing the affordable home insurance in California is becoming increasingly difficult due to wildfires, the necessity of defensible space, and the insurance companies exiting the state. Proposition 103, which was intended to regulate insurance rates and ensure fair practices, has inadvertently created challenges for insurance providers. The restrictions and bureaucratic hurdles have led to increased costs and operational difficulties for the insurers. And as a result, the issues arising from Prop 103 remain unsolved. And we are not anticipating any relief in the home insurance market for at least another 18 to 24 months. We are witnessing firsthand rate increases between 20 and 40% and non-renewals of many of the largest insurance companies right here in Brentwood, including areas like Shadow Lakes, Deer Ridge, and Trilogy. To my knowledge, the city has not changed its landscape requirements on new home developments, inadvertently creating a situation of non-defensible space. This in turn makes brand new homes uninsurable for many consumers. The west side of Brentwood is now considered a high fire area. Prospective homeowners will face significant challenges in obtaining new insurance. Often, insurance must be secured through non-admitted insurance companies or the California Fair Plan, which can cost 3 to 4 times the average cost of insurance. I would urge the Planning Commission to condition this project to work with city staff to create the defensible space surrounding the homes to allow homeowners the ability to secure affordable insurance. While I'm not a fan of this project, I understand that the alternate options that the builder has would be far worse. Please make sure to consider all aspects of this project before any potential approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Danny Dorman.
Actually, I didn't know this was Bridlegate. I saw this. It was, Stonebrook Master Potting Plan. I was, wait a minute. I thought we were talking about Bridlegate. Well, son of a gun, we are talking about Bridlegate. So, there's a couple of realizations. One day, we're going to have to build there. It's inevitable. Is this the best plan? I don't know. I am definitely not a fan of Bridlegate. Actually, I'm not a fan of a lot of these build-outs lately, as you may or may not know. What's interesting on here, for those who may not know, I had to make sure that parcel area that's right here, that's where that big monster oil well cap is. And that's a pretty big oil cap well, but it just seems like, and I don't know, maybe that's the park space that they're referring to, because I don't see any other park space. So maybe that oil well area is the park space. Yeah, put some slides next to the capped oil well. Don't even get me started on traffic. I can't wait to hear the justifications of what it was that staff wants to approve, and then that option 2. Commissioner Floor, came forward and just straight up asked. This isn't a new question. This question's been asked before. And to get maybes and I don't knows, come on. To get this at the last minute, I chuckled. I'm surprised it came in that early. What was it, 3 o'clock? I'm surprised you guys didn't get this at 5:45, 6 o'clock, because I think that's what happened last time. But that's just Sino being Sino. I apologize for rambling on. But I am interested, as the former commissioner stated, this design as built is a hazard. It's a street hazard, which I can't wait to hear the justification for that. A fire hazard. But there's also the realization that one day Sino's going to be able to build something there. You can't change the zone. And this has been 18 years and counting. You have the same people who's been working on this since 2006. So I doubt if that mindset's going to change, because staff has approved every variation of Bridlegate, which has gotten bad, worse. I'm directing it to you, Commissioner, because I know you're the new kid on the block. And I think if you Google Bridlegate, you'll see the synonym of hell in Brentwood, because that's what this thing's been. I urge you to drill deep into this. If there are any questions, particularly as it relates to infrastructure, particularly driving access, because I don't know if maybes count. I don't know what's the best option because 4 and 5 didn't have pictures. So I had to use my imagination, and my imagination sucks. So hopefully you guys have better imaginations for 4 and 5. And hopefully, if you don't get the answers to the questions you ask, keep asking. Keep asking. And it doesn't matter if it's from the engineer, if it's from the man whose name I won't mention, if it's from Katie. If there are questions, you got to get the answers, because you guys you represent us. You give that stamp of approval, just like Shay. Council's going to get it, and it's going to get the impression of, oh, yeah, you guys love this project because you all approved. You know, they kind of miss the little bylines of the conditions, whether it's that one or this one. So if there are questions, don't acquiesce until you get the answer. Think of the kids.
Our next speaker is Bobby Georgich.
Good evening, commissioners and chairperson. Good evening, city staff. So I'm here tonight talking about Bridlegate, and I'm a realist. I know that homes are going to be built in that area, and I know that's going to have some impacts to the surrounding community. With that said, I hope we can figure out the best solution. I know homes are going to be built there, so my concern really is, regarding traffic and parks, and it just, the traffic study from 2017 is 7 years old now, and the city's changed quite a bit since then. There's a lot of new developments, a lot more traffic, specifically around peak travel times, going to school, picking up kids, dropping off. Cray, Adams, and Heritage are all there, and those routes have not gotten any better. So to let all that traffic flow from this development through Shadow Lakes down St. Regis and San Jose, through West Country Club and East Country Club, it's going to be terrible for the residents of that community and the surrounding traffic. I don't know what the mitigation strategy, the best one is, but I think, you guys really use your position to figure that out tonight, because it's going to be a cluster. And there's another piece of land, if I understand, that could be developed at some point further on. We've got other, developments in the area as well. Regarding the parks, last night, my wife and I took our dog, and we started at the shops at Shadow Lake there, and we walked through Balfour Guthrie Park, and it was full, right? The basketball courts had kids playing, the soccer fields had, youth sports going on, baseball was being played, the tennis courts were being used. We walked through Shadow Lakes and, made our way around the development there, and traveling through the pocket parks, there wasn't a person there. So these smaller parks, aren't really usable. They don't get the, traffic and enjoyment factors that the larger parks do with more usable space. So I definitely want to push for larger, bigger parks and, more activities within those parks for our youth and for everyone to enjoy. The thing about Brentwood is we have a great quality of life here. We have great parks. We have, lots of activities, very vibrant, community. So these new developments should enhance and build upon that and not, tarnish it. Because if they don't build a larger park and have more activities in there, that's just going to add more crowding to our existing parks. So whatever we can do to increase that footprint and add more, opportunities for people to get out and exercise and enjoy this community, that's a win for the community. So right now, I'm not seeing that currently in this plan, so I hope you guys can really drill into it and figure out a way to make that possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Vreeland.
Well, here we are again. I stood up here for the rezone. I've stood up here for no 1L. I haven't dug so much into Bridlegate because I thought it was a dead issue. My insurance, so everybody knows, I live on West Country Club Drive. We know what happened a couple weeks ago, right? 60 feet from behind my house is where the fire stopped. This past June, my insurance doubled, $1,100 to $2,200 for my homeowner's insurance for the year. I'm afraid that I'm not going to have homeowner's insurance next June because we are now considered a fire hazard. You want to pack 100 or 272 homes, and sir, you're saying we're thankful that you don't do 400?
Sir, please address,
I'm sorry, but
address
this
your
is,
comments to the commission, please.
So the gentleman behind me says, lucky we didn't do 400. What was the original plan? Does anybody recall? 160 what? 167 homes. And we're lucky we don't get 400. We have overcrowding on our streets. Waterville Drive is a residential. West Country Club is a residential, except if you try to get to and from anywhere out of that neighborhood during school hours. And we want to pack more homes on an already busy street with already problematic intersections. And we're going to fix it by one lane, one direction, don't make a left at 3 o'clock. Really? How about we go back to 160 something homes? How about we open up the park space? How about we dig down into what these traffic studies, what these EIRs are actually saying, and not put any lipstick on a pig, honestly, because that's what this is again. I dug into the no on L. I dug into, hey, yeah, this is going to go through. That's going to look great until when you really look at it, emergency vehicle access only. One way in, one way out, 2,400 homes. We get 272 homes plus another how many acres to build in the future? How many more homes on top of that? Packed into a very dense area that is a low-lying area. I've spent 32 years in the piping industry. I noticed that there's a sewer station for that area. We all know it floods during heavy rains, but yet the area for the retention basin is way smaller than the area that floods. How do we get that water out? Because that's tucked up tight against the bypass. That's the lowest spot. So what's the mitigations? Do we put pumps in there too? How's this going to work? We know this is a problematic issue, the building in Brentwood, the not looking ahead. We know Costco's coming. We know Hydorn Ranch is coming down to Sand Creek. We know Sand Creek's going to go all the way through eventually one day. We have to look ahead. You have to look further than what's going to happen in 6, 8, 10 months. I've been in that house that I'm in on Waterville Drive for 14 years. I missed the no on F because I didn't understand the politics of Brentwood. I didn't understand how the builders had such sway in this arena. And I look now, though, how much sway the homeowners have. And we're saying no. I get it. I get it. We're going to build. It's going to build one day. There is progress. That's how Brentwood came about. That's how I got my house, right? 22 years ago it was built. Original owner bought it. I bought it from them, and here we are, modern day. Brentwood used to be a little tiny town. Not so much. We've got, I moved here, we had 2 Safeways. Everybody kept saying, oh, you go to the new Safeway. Well, I had no idea. But I'm seeing the same issues that people told me about when I moved here, about the lack of planning, the lack of foresight. So I'm standing up here today as a concerned resident. I'm concerned for my fellow residents in my neighborhood. I'm concerned for the people that are going to try to get across town to get to Heritage High after 272 homes are built. And people are trying to get out from there to Cray, to there, to here, to there. What are we creating? What are the problems we're creating? Because San Jose is not a residential. I don't care if any houses face it, don't face it. It's becoming an artery. It's not a collector street. It's gonna be a main road to get out of Brentwood. It's gonna be a main road to get to Sand Creek. It's gonna be a main road one day to get over to Deer Valley. We know that. We could see it coming. But we're going to stick our head in the sand here and now and say, no, it's not that. It's not going to be that. It'll never turn into that. When we already see what the rest of Brentwood's already turned into. Come on. Let's be smart. Let's be smart about the growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cynthiana Tudor.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Your task is very simple tonight. Deny the project. Previous councils and planning commissions denied this project in the exact version that's presented to you today. Here are some of the reasons why previously this project was denied. Brentwood needs one big park, as previous speakers mentioned, to maximize usability. Current drawings still show two small parks when a judge clearly ruled on case MSN-21-0980 that, I'm quoting, there is substantial evidence in the record to support the city's finding that the proposed change to allow two smaller parks in different locations was not in the public interest. When we look at zoning, in 2005, CINO specifically asked for 166 homes for this area. Now we are asked to approve 272. Why the change? We don't have clarity on zoning, and we are still waiting for a judge to rule on case number N22-1738. The hearing for this case was scheduled for later this year. Why are we even discussing this project before the ruling? Is the applicant afraid the judge will rule in our favor once again? As commissioners, please don't make such an important decision without having clear and complete information. And Katie, let me remind you, your job is to work for the city of Brentwood, comprised of people of Brentwood who pay for your salary. And congratulations on your promotion, by the way. So if you try to bring arguments like you did in the past, favoring the developer, or use your favorite phrase, agree to disagree, when you don't have plausible arguments, please don't. Just please don't. Stop insulting our intelligence. Significant traffic, another reason for denial was significant traffic impact throughout Brentwood Hills, Shadow Lakes, and San Jose. Adding more homes will not solve traffic issues. We know that very well. It will just make it worse, regardless of any mitigation or circulation plans that are being proposed. You ask for traffic solutions, all of them require enforcement. But can we trust the rules will be enforced? I don't, personally, and a lot of residents don't. You also ask for an updated traffic count study. The explanation provided by the consulting company is not acceptable and frankly borderlines insulting our intelligence. From 2017, Brentwood population grew from 63,374 to 65,927 people, and that is 2,553 people, and potentially that many more cars on Brentwood roads. Also, just down the road on Sand Creek, 2 new developments totaling 200 dwellings are being built, and 300-unit apartment complex just opened not even 1 mile away on Sand Creek Road, and let's not mention Amber Lane. Most of children from aforementioned developments go to Heritage and Adams. I'm quoting from the staff report where it says the traffic data generated from traffic counts collected in 2017 continues to represent typical conditions for the area because has not been any new development in the TIS study area since 2017. Since the 2017 counts were conducted. As a result, there have not been new sources of traffic introduced into the area that would appreciably change the traffic counts collected in 2017. That's simply insulting. We drive on these roads every single day, and we can see it with our own eyes. The EIR report, that's another sticky point that I want you to reflect on. All categories from biological resources, energy, greenhouse gas emission hazards, hazardous material, noise, transportation, and mandatory items of significance are marked as potentially significant impact. Your main duty as public officials is to ensure the health and safety of residents. With EIR ratings such as the ones for this project, please consider rejecting this application. Thank you for your time.
Sue Harper.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sue Harper, and I do live in Shadow Lakes. And I gave similar comments at the September meeting, and it was kind of clear at that meeting that the Planning Commission wasn't aware of the effects, the impacts of the traffic for this development on Shadow Lakes and Brentwood Hills. We came away from that. I was kind of hopeful because they were, wow, we didn't realize that. And also they said, well, we'll ask for a new traffic study. Well, the traffic study never happened. And as we have heard tonight, the main issue with the traffic is that the EIR and the presentation of the development talks about everything, and it skips over the whole bottom line issue I think, for traffic. There is too much traffic between Bridal Gate and the schools. It's already a disaster. It takes hours to get to the schools. There's 2,700 students in that school. Do the math. 2 trips a day, that's 54 car trips a day to go to those 2 schools, or just even Heritage has the 2,700. And there's only 788 houses in Shadow Lakes. So when they say there's been they targeted the attendance area for the schools, that map that I gave you, you have a map there in front of you called Heritage Attendance Area, and the paper copy has a little square on it. That is where this intersection that's in question from Bridal Gate is. The whole rest of that page, the pink, is the attendance area for Heritage. There's been development all over that area, and all of those kids go to Heritage. So, to claim that there's been they didn't need to do another traffic study because there hasn't been any significant development. How about looking at the map? If you just, if you're only looking at Shadow Lakes, maybe that's true. On this map, Heritage, you can see across the bottom is Balfour, and the bottom of that is where the schools are. And a little bit below the little square is where Shadow Lakes and Brentwood Hills is. So even in Shadow Lakes, forget Bridal Gate, before Bridal Gate was even born, Shadow Lakes has been asking for some kind of mitigation for traffic it's a cut through for all of that traffic from San Jose and St. Regis up. It's a cut through. People come from above Sand Creek, over by Fairview, those attendance areas over there. What do? They come down, they come across San Jose, cut through Shadow Lakes to get there faster. And they're not, you can say it's a collector street and that, it makes it easy for residents to get out, but it also makes it easy for the traffic on the collector street to get into the residential area. And that's exactly what's happening. I gave you another map where you can see the map of the project, and just for clarity, the yellow line and circle is where the intersection is that we're talking about. And the yellow line shows where all the traffic goes right now. One of the options for the mitigation was adding another entrance on Sand Creek. What will that do? That will make people come through the Raley's parking lot and down any other way to get to San Jose and come back. All it does, it diverts all of the traffic right back to San Jose and St. Regis. Left-hand, no right-hand turns, no left-hand turns between, 8 and 10 or whatever. That's not going to do a thing. They already ignore all the traffic signs. The city puts up those timer things. They don't pay any attention to that. You can't have it. There's probably a way where we could have the traffic diverted over towards Deer Creek and have, Deer Valley, sorry, and have them come down that way and come into the school. That would be a piece of cake. But it's going to be far for them. And if you give them a closer option, they're going to take that. So I have.
The speaker's time has expired.
Thank you.
Antonio.
Good evening, Commission. Thank you for your time this evening. Before I get to my prepared remarks, I'd like to continue with what appears to be the theme in this meeting tonight. We as residents are seeing you be denied information you're asking for. It's actually very frustrating to watch this. I also ask you to drill down and get those questions answered. Please turn your agenda packet to page 21. At the bottom of this, you'll see consistency with general plan requirements. All proposed subdivisions must be consistent with the city's general plan in order to be approved. This is part of the vesting tentative map that was discussed. Go to the next page, top of page 22. You'll see that there is no yes for consistency regarding the parks and the changes. I am concerned because this was not in the pre-staff meeting before this started. I was looking for a park discussion and I did not notice it. So please, this is a red flag and I would like to highlight this for your discussion later. This project needs to be denied as presented. Splitting the parks as proposed is not consistent with the general plan or in the public interest. The staff report details how many acres of park are required. The developer is attempting to split the originally planned park into 2 parcels. A court has already weighed in on this specific item. The city won previously. A copy of that court's judgment was provided via email earlier. The city has taken the position that a single larger park on this project site is amenable to a greater variety of uses than would be 2 smaller parks, and a single larger park would not be unduly distant from any home within the proposed project site. I interpret that as saying 1 large park is better. Splitting it into 2 is not to the benefit of the city. The court appeared to agree with this and specifically compared the single park versus split park issue. They expressly said, while there is evidence in the record supporting either decision, there is substantial evidence in the record to support the city's finding that the proposed change to allow 2 smaller parks in different location was not in the public interest. Once again, this issue has already been decided in court. Why are we here again with the same plan? They didn't change it, and they knew this before they submitted the current plan. Their plan cannot go forward unless you agree with the vesting tentative map. It was not highlighted in the staff meeting, so please focus on it in your discussion afterwards. Once again, splitting this park, not in our interest, should be denied based on that alone. And if they can't split the park, they can't get the approved vesting maps, and they cannot continue with this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
At this time, I have no other speaker cards for those here in person. We'll go to Zoom. Our first speaker is MCDC.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's Carolina Villaseca. My Zoom keeps getting renamed. I'm here today to speak about this project. The short and sweet of it is this project should be voted down because it doesn't know what it is, right? So it started out as a mini self-serve pizza with 154 homes. And then it went to an extra large supersized pizza with 452 homes with a possibility of 63 more homes in case the school didn't get built, which it didn't. Now it's back down to a slice, a rather large New York slice of 272 units. The problem with this project is that there was no new traffic study done while the school is in session. I will add to the previous speaker's comment. Adams Junior High has 1,067 students as of right now, and we're still part of the apartment complex possibly go to Adams, going to Adams. So there will be additional traffic going that way. No updated CEQA. And I'm really surprised by that because, you know, Sino sued us because apparently Costco didn't have a proper CEQA, which got thrown out of court. So where is their updated CEQA? Right? We haven't discussed the impact of the grading of the hills, which is also a problem. Another problem would be the sound wall. Now, we just got done paying to update the sound wall right by there. I think it's Rose Court might be the name of the development, because the sound wall was not built correctly. And once the project is done, everybody walked away and said, I am not responsible for paying for the sound wall. And Dash and his family and all the people that lived there were living an absolutely miserable existence. Is the sound wall the right height for this project? I don't know. I didn't see an update on that based on the decibels that come through the freeway. Another problem is the park, which multiple people have spoken about. We desperately need more parks in Brentwood for families to have something to do in the evenings. We really need a nice park. Maybe this park could have a basketball court, right? Something for kids to do, some really nice equipment. You know, it would be great for that to happen. As of right now, in my neighborhood, we have a teeny tiny park and another teeny tiny park, and they don't get used very much because they're too small and the kids don't want to play in them. There's the development next to us, which is across from Pioneer, has an even smaller park. It's there. It's for babies. The only people with strollers use that park, but they are kids in that development that have no place to play. So that's something that you've heard multiple times. It needs to be addressed. And there will be many more students coming to Heritage and coming to Adams. And I guarantee you, because I live over by Target, I will be taking that San Jose up through Presidio down to Country Club, because I don't want to sit for 45 minutes on Balfour. I don't have any other options. Whoever designed that school did a terrible job with one way in, no, two ways in and one way out, right? And so you need to take a look at that as well, because there is no way that that development is not going to lead to overcrowding at those two schools and at Cray. Cray is at capacity. And that is my comment for this. Please vote it down. It is incomplete. It is not in the public's best interest. It is unhealthy. And the traffic mitigations that you showed are not going to do anything to mitigate the traffic that will surely come from that new development. Thank you.
Next, we have Carolyn.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
My question is for Eric, the planning developer. Is that okay?
Ma'am, you can ask the question. Eric or the Planning Commission can answer directly at this time, but
Okay,
we can get your question answered once we close public comment.
Okay, Eric, it was about the condition of approval for that I thought would be in the packet tonight. It was for removing parcel H that's between lot 34 and 35, which we discussed, because it's been replaced. That was a pedestrian access on San Jose, because it's been replaced with a park trail on parcel I, which is at lot 30. 32 on San Jose, that would be a condition of approval of the. Hello?
Ma'am, we can't respond. If you just ask your question, we'll try to get it answered for you.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Carolyn, does that conclude your time?
What?
Is that all you have?
No, I'm getting a lot of echoes.
If you're running the meeting,
On the option,
if you're running in the meeting in the background, you need to mute that additional source.
on option 5 that the staff gave, there was a 5B where it says, therefore, the only potential option to consider would be a new right in, right out, only access onto Sand Creek Road to the east of Bridal Gate Drive. The commission in September was in unity asking for not only the EV, but the second request they had was that they found an option for Bridal Gate to go out Sand Creek. They gave them 2 options, the EV or an access out to Sand Creek. And they did not, for whatever reason, look at this option, even though it's in the report, and that's on page 24. So I think that the staff should look at the EVA option and also this option on Sand Creek Drive. Because the Planning Commission was in total agreement that there was too much traffic on the San Jose Road. And the other, I'm just waiting for a comment back from Eric.
Ma'am, we can't respond during public comment. We've captured the question. We'll try to get it answered for you once we close public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you said we could ask directly to them. Okay.
No. Thank you.
At this time, we have no additional hands raised.
Okay. So Katie, should we close public comment and then move into getting some of these? I have a number of questions that the public asked I'd like to get answered before we move into deliberation. I have a motion to close public comment or public.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-0. All right, so Commission, I'll look for your help to make sure I get what were questions answered from the public before we move into our further questions and deliberation. Katie, can I get clarity on the zoning in the court case? I think it was N22-173A, and how that relates to the old project versus the new project?
Sure. So there have been a number of questions about the zoning for the project, and I believe that the judgment that was referenced by Mr. Antonio Xavier had to do with the judgment from the last iteration of the Bridal Gate project that the City Council denied a few years ago. In the course of that project application, the applicant had sought, among other things, a general plan amendment, a zoning amendment, and a development agreement, all of which were legislative approvals that gave the city the ability to consider subjective factors like whether the number of parks was in the public interest. So when that court case was decided and that judgment was issued that Mr. Xavier spoke to, the legal landscape was different than it is now, because the application before you now does not request a general plan amendment, nor a zoning amendment, nor a development agreement. Rather, it only requests a tentative map and a design review approval. So since the application has been determined to be consistent with the general plan and the zoning ordinance, the city is left with determining whether or not the project meets the objective standards that can be applied that will not drive down the density of the project that would otherwise be allowed. So I know it looks on first glance like that judgment should be applicable to this project, but in fact, they're quite different. And so we are not in the same position that we were when that judgment was handed down. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Before we move on to the other public questions, does anyone have any follow-up questions for Katie regarding that specific topic? Seeing none. I think the comment or question about pocket parks and are they getting used, I think we'll save when we get to the park topic. Alan, I think there was a question around the bioretention area and the low-lying area of the project and whether that bioretention pond is actually going to be big enough to handle the flood. Do you have an opinion on that?
Thank you, Vice Chair Sparling. The bioretention or the flooding that was noted, that exists there out today. With the project, when they come in for designs, there is a significant storm drainage system that they're installing. It'll have to comply with all our current requirements, as well as the flood control district will be looking at it to make sure there's no flooding as well. The project site itself is not within a flood zone, so that's good to note. The flooding that's going on out there today, probably when it rains, it may be due to the soils as the way they are currently. Again, with the project moving forward, there's going to be a significant storm drain system that will be installed. We'll be looking at all the what we call hydraulic calculations to make sure that any existing ponding is not going to be there when the project's built. So as far as the low point and any current ponding issues, if it's within the project site, that will no longer be the case if the project moves forward.
Thank you. Commissioner, any follow-up questions on that specific piece? I know we may get to that later, but.
There was a mention of rainfall and such as well. How does that factor into that discussion as well, as far as the calculations that are done to assume drainage?
Thank you, Commissioner Brandt. Yes, I had mentioned the hydraulic calculations. What that means is we have a significant amount of rain data that we use. We typically design our storm system to accommodate a 10-year storm, so a 10-year frequency storm event. That's our typical storm drain system, and also with the detention basins that you see within the project, and also the flood control district has a future Lower Sand Creek Basin project as well, closer to the Sand Creek Sports Complex. So if you can imagine, a lot of the runoff here actually makes its way there. So with those combination of mitigations, yes, we do look at the storm events and specifically making sure that there's no flooding.
Thank you.
The splitting of the parks, I know we're going to get to parks, so we'll save that question for our discussion. No updated CEQA. There was a question or a comment that there was no updated CEQA for this project. From my recollection, this was submitted May of 2023. Is that the most updated CEQA report?
Yeah, through the chair, that's when the draft EIR was published for public review. I would call on Rod Stinson, who's participating by Zoom at the moment. Again, he works for Rainey Planning and Management, who's the city's CEQA consultant for the project, and he can address any additional analysis that was prepared subsequent to the September meeting. Because when the commission considered this in September, the commission was relying on that draft EIR that was published, as you mentioned, last May.
Okay, thank you.
And Rod's available on Zoom right now if we could go to him.
Yeah, Rod, when was this report completed?
Yeah, thank you. Rod Stinson with Rainey. The draft EIR, the May version that you're referencing is the draft EIR that analyzed the project as proposed. And then a final EIR was also prepared and released in August of 2023 that included responses to all the comments received. So yeah, and a notice of preparation was released for public review that kind of initiated that process in 2022.
Okay. And just a follow-up question, because it's related to this. There's a lot of questions about traffic. When was the last traffic study done for both the EIR, and were there any traffic studies done for the report that was turned in by Abrams for this meeting?
Yeah, and again, through the chair, Rod, if you could answer those questions as well. And I just wanted to make sure you referenced the memorandum that Rainey prepared, and which is the last attachment to the staff report, because there is a little bit of SQL analysis in there, and as far as how the different options relate to VMT.
Sure. Yeah, so the initial traffic analysis that was included in that EIR was prepared in 2020. Then there was a subsequent traffic analysis memo from Abrams in 2022. And then, and that was then peer reviewed by Kimley Horn, who was the original author of the first traffic study in 2023. And subsequent to that, related to the traffic calming options that Eric mentioned, DKS is another consultant that did a VMT analysis on the potential impacts related to those options, as well as Abrams preparing a memo that you've seen as attached. And Kimley Horn did a peer review of both of those for that memo that Eric referenced.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, real quick, through the chair. On the traffic note, I neglected to mention that there is an additional consultant attending via Zoom, and that's Ben Huey. Ben is with Kimley Horn, so to the extent the commission has very technical, detailed questions as to the original traffic study and anything else traffic related, we could probably rely on Ben to answer those as well.
Thank you. Just trying to get some basic public comments and questions answered before we dive in. I know we're going to talk about sound. I guess the last question is really for Caroline. She asked a question regarding the pedestrian access and the removal of parcel 34 and 35. And parcel H, sorry, not parcel H with lot 34, 35.
Yeah, I can take a stab at that, but I might defer to Erin at the end just to clarify anything. So, and it's unfortunate that her connection wasn't great, but I did spend a bit of time the last few days corresponding back and forth with her via email, so I understand her concern. And I think the idea is, if you look at the tentative map, there is a parcel identified as parcel H, which is basically right off of the north side of Lasada Court, directly in between proposed lots 34 and 35. That parcel really isn't needed at this point because the proposed trail would be located within parcel I, which is the large 25-acre permanent open space piece on the west side of the property. So I think that would address her concern, but again, Erin, if you could just clarify that real quick, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Eric, and thank you, Vice Chair and Commission. Eric hit it right on the head. That parcel, from what we could tell, was just developed to primarily pedestrian access for when that school might possibly go there. It's such a small parcel, I think it's just kind of been left there. After talking with engineering, there's no need for utility easement through there, because that was the other potential. Maybe that was for easement for utilities, but there appears to be no need for a utility easement. I believe from a park standpoint that it started getting called a trail there. And even though it's just a little pass through, it's not a trail. The trail is actually in open space area I, like Eric mentioned. So from staff standpoint, absolutely no problem with eliminating that little parcel H.
Yeah, and sorry, just real quick, down the road in terms of this meeting, if the commission is in fact inclined to approve the project and moves to adopt the resolution associated with the tentative map, I would recommend modifying condition 12B, and that would entail removing parcel H with the final map, just for clarity, so that parcel H doesn't show up and no one knows why it's there. So, but we can get to that later.
Thank you. Commission, did I miss any questions versus just statements?
I have one. I just want to clarify about the amount of homes that might be coming up in the future in the parcel north of. I heard a few people talking about there were going to be more homes coming in after Bridal Gate, and just wanted to clarify: is the parcel north commercial north of the Bridal Gate that's commercially zoned?
Yeah, so it's reflected on the tentative map as a designated remainder. So it's essentially a separate parcel at this point, not proposed for development at this time with this tentative map. And it is in fact designated by the general plan for commercial development. The applicant / property owner has submitted some preliminary applications for how that property might develop, and it's been kind of a mixed bag of multifamily versus some commercial. I don't think they've identified exactly what it is that they want to do yet. We don't have a formal application at this point to process anything north of Sand Creek Road.
Commissioner Brown or Commissioner Flohr, did we miss any public comment questions that we need to get answered for the public?
I think, I'll start with Eric. How about that? There was a comment in which the quantity of homes in Shadow Lakes was referenced. I just wanted everyone to, I don't actually know. I think there was a very large 780.
788.
Is that accurate? It seems like a lot for how big that subject.
Well, that's a good question. It's a yes and no. There's a portion of what I consider to be the overall Shadow Lakes on the eastern portion that I believe is not within the HOA. But when you look at the overall tentative map and the various final maps that were recorded for that subdivision, which I think back in the early 90s, it was something about Boulder Ridge at Shadow Lakes or something. The name was different, but it's somewhere more in the neighborhood of 900 plus homes total. I don't have an exact number, but.
So that's everything basically west of Highway 4, south of San Jose, north of Balfour.
Well, there's another subdivision directly south of Bridal Gate where San Jose and St. Regis, the intersection the commission wanted studied, that's known as Brentwood Hills.
I just mean total, that block of homes total, presumably.
Then it's more like 1,100-ish.
1,100.
Everything south of Bridal Gate down to Balfour.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Commissioner Flohr, any questions we missed from the public?
I think we're good.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is, as we did last time, right, we organized our areas of thought and concern and discussion into subject by subject. So what I'd like to, fortunately, I couldn't do what I wanted to do, which was get a list handed to me at the beginning of the meeting, and obviously from a Brown Act standpoint. So I'm going to ask each of you to, if you could highlight the areas that you have more detailed questions or comments around by topic, and then we'll go topic by topic discussion so that we stay on topic and get the required people to the podium to answer the questions. And then once we're done, we move to the next topic. So I'll start with Commissioner Johnson. Do you have specific areas of interest that you want further discussion around?
Yes, traffic on St. Regis and San Jose. Also want to investigate a little bit further on option 5, what the impact of that would be. And then just want to go through any more traffic. Those would be the 2 things on traffic. Do you want to go all of them?
Yeah, all of your topics.
Talking about the oil wells.
Okay.
Sound walls by San Jose. Just a couple things on landscaping. I have some design issues. Flooding. I want to take well, this is back on traffic, but back on that traffic, traffic impact study. I just want to address some things in that traffic impact study from 2020.
Yep.
And the disbursement of the lower and very low and moderate income homes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Brand?
Great coverage. I think all of those, in addition to the discussion of density / zoning that's in the packet, as well as, let's see, the EIR, specifically the areas of significant impact that were commented on. Obviously, I mean, you mentioned traffic, but I think more specifically is the discussion regarding the options presented today and maybe an exploration of alternatives. That's presumably part of that. You said park, right? I would hope so.
He did not.
I did not. Did I?
Parks, please. And then, let's start with that.
Commissioner Flohr?
Sure. I'll be repetitious and just for brevity. Traffic calming, traffic through Shadow Lakes, zoning, the EIR, the noise issue, design review, and parks.
Okay.
Can you asked about questions, and I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm out of order in this particular thing. There was brought up about the defensible space around the homes at the very, very beginning. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Okay.
All right, just wanted to.
Yeah. Okay. So I think what I'd like to start with are what I think will be the shorter topics of discussion. I don't know that they actually will be shorter, but I'm going to assume they're going to be a little bit started. Basically, I want to save parks, traffic, till later so that we can get through some of the easier ones, but I think we can get through some of these pretty quickly. All right, so Commissioner Johnson, you wanted to talk about, let's talk about the Affordable Home Initiative. Before you start, I do want to recognize the applicant. The applicant was not required to provide us with a map, and I just want to point that out for the affordable homes. That's why that came in late this afternoon. I know at least I had asked, I don't know if others had asked for the locations of the affordable homes specifically so that I can make sure that the affordable homes were dispersed appropriately among, away from the sound, so Highway 4 in Sand Creek, specifically away from the oil wells. So I want to thank them for providing it, because while they weren't required to it, it was certainly going to be a major topic of discussion. And it doesn't mean that we're done with this map. I just want to recognize that the applicant did something that they, legally, they were not required to do. Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
So I just wanted to ask, I guess, the applicant. I noticed my right side of the development, it's pretty spread out. We do have two low-income and moderately income homes up against that sound wall towards Sand Creek. But on the left side, we do have some clustering, and I just was curious as to why it was clustered in the upper left, I guess, block of homes and on the lower left block of homes, and they weren't more equally spread out.
Mr. Chen, you can approach the podium.
Keep in mind that the exhibit that we provided today was just strictly preliminary. It's conceptual at this point. We will be required to provide an affordable housing plan with the final map, and that will get submitted to the City Council for approval. So the dispersal pattern of the affordable housing units at that time will be worked out with staff and eventually be considered by the City Council. So if anyone, Planning Commission has any idea how to disperse the affordable units, more so than we have already done, I'm certainly open to ideas.
So this map is, I don't know, I'm trying, this is not exactly accurate, or what?
Correct, because we will be required to submit an affordable housing plan to comply with the city's affordable housing requirement. At that time, that's when the final locations will be determined.
Eric, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So I was actually the one that made contact with Mr. Chen this afternoon and asked if he could provide conceptual plan, knowing that the commission would ask about it tonight. But it's true that the commission doesn't have any authority to review really and/or approve this plan. And in fact, I wanted to point the commission to draft condition of approval number 20, which is part of the draft resolution for the tentative map. It's on, I printed these things out individually, so it's on page 18 of the resolution. But it reads, prior to final map approval, permittee shall enter into an affordable housing agreement with the city of Brentwood in accordance with the requirements, including but not limited to the affordability levels set forth in ordinance number 1014. That's important for a couple reasons, because ordinance number 1014 is not the current affordable housing ordinance, but it's the ordinance that was in effect when this application was deemed complete. It's essentially a 10% requirement. So that's why out of the 272 units proposed, 27 are required to be deed restricted for at affordable levels. And to Mr. Chin's point about process, because I think this is also important for the commission as well as the public to understand, if the project is approved, ultimately, either by the commission or the council, the applicant will be required to go back to the council as a separate item to essentially kind of negotiate this affordable housing agreement. That would all be done in accordance with that ordinance 1014. And part of that discussion is making sure the units are properly dispersed throughout the subdivision. And full disclosure, given the timing of all this afternoon, I didn't even have a chance to look at this. I simply printed it and made sure the commission and the public had copies. So it's just an initial kind of glance, but all that would happen post-approval if the project is indeed approved. Hope that provides some clarity.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Brand or Commissioner Flohr, any questions regarding affordable, the affordable home component of the project? Commissioner Flohr?
I'm just curious. The ordinance 1014 was in effect when you were preparing your application, but yet the affordable homes count wasn't correct and it had to be done as a condition of approval. Is that correct? That you guys had not gone ahead and put them into the application?
I believe we realize that we're subject to the 10% affordable housing requirement that we're required to provide. Whatever the final unit count is, in this case, let's assume it's 272 units, that 10% of that would be 27 units. We do realize that. And in your exhibit, you do see that although the location may not be exact, the count is correct, 27 units.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Brand, any comments, questions?
Just a comment, I'd revise this before if you get a chance to take it to council, I would revise it.
Of course.
As far as the distribution, because it looks like a pistol marksman, not a shotgun.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh. I think we all need to be careful with our analogies, given what happened this. But I get the point. I think the reason why it was important to me that you actually do this is because I have my own challenges with the way our process is for approving. I don't know how I can approve a vesting tentative map if I don't know where the affordable units are, because I don't know if you're complying with our inclusionary housing policy. So this isn't really your issue. It's really the issue of how we do things. And I think we need to maybe take a look at, the objective design standards and how we process the vesting tentative maps. I will say that I do think, can't tell you to do anything, I can just advise you. I don't think this map is going to pass muster for the city council. It's my own opinion, because I think there's too much clustering. I think also there's the ability to spread these out a little bit more, because that's the purpose of the inclusionary housing policy. And I want to make sure that, this is the purpose of all the state laws that I rant about up here, right? Is that this is the good part of it. The bad part of it is things like bonus density and stuff. So I think you're going to have to do more work on this, which I know you will, but this as an example, thank you for that. I think there's more work to be done on this.
Understood.
Yeah. All right. Questions on affordable housing, then we can move to a different topic. Let's go with, let's talk about the EIR, and if we want to delve at the same time into the oil wells, I think we can combine those two. Commissioner Flora, would you like to go first?
Yeah, let me get back into my email for a minute. There just are a lot of significant impacts. Biological resources, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Energy, there's 2. I'm just looking at a chart that was submitted to us by a member of the public, but I believe this is correct. Greenhouse gas emissions, there's 2. Hazardous and hazardous materials, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Noise, there's 3. Transportation, there's 4. Mandatory findings, there's 3. There's just an awful lot in this EIR that's going to require various mitigations. And it's concerning to me to see this much in here. I can't.
I think there's 29 overall.
Yeah, it just seems like an awful lot. It just concerns me. I've been to the site. I've looked at the site several times. It looks pretty sensitive to me. It's got, oil wells. That's habitat over there. There's hillsides that we would be losing. I just want to express a concern that there's just an awful lot on this EIR that has to be mitigated, and that's always a concern to me because mitigations are kind of like promises. They're like conditions of approval. Nobody ever really knows if they get done, I understand that there are procedures and rules and things, but it just seems like a lot. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Any specific comments regarding combining the EIR and the oil wells? Any specific comments or questions regarding the location or with the oil wells, Commissioner Floor?
Oh, you know what? One of the speakers here, I think he's gone, but one of the speakers here was asking about the location. So if somebody could put up the I think it's the second BTSM that has the location of the wells, the first one.
Eric, who's the proper resource for that?
Is it
Is it Rod?
If you give me a minute, I can pull up the map and zoom in a little bit, and we can look at the oil well locations. But as far as how those relate to environmental impacts relative to the EIR, I would call on Rod Stenson with Rainey again to address that. I also wanted to point out one thing real quickly. I think it was Mr. Dorman, and I might have heard him incorrectly, but I think he was potentially concerned when he was looking at the affordable housing distribution map that there may be some well locations within the two, within one or both of the proposed park locations, and that's not true. Both park locations are free of any wells.
Sure, but there's one like right on the edge of the park.
That's true.
It's the second page of the map, by the way.
Yep, thank you.
We're waiting for the map. Any other questions for the Rainey team regarding the EIR in regards to oil wells? Commissioner Floor?
I have not.
Kitty, did you have something to add?
Well, I was hoping to get a clarification from Mr. Stinson while Eric finds the map. Rod, there was a comment submitted to the city that identified the areas that had been marked as potentially significant impacts. And there was concern raised about the number of areas that were so categorized. I was hoping you could clarify whether that potentially significant impact determination was made in the initial study, or if that was the determination after the conclusion of the analysis and what was shown in the draft EIR and final EIR, just so it's clear for the public and our decision makers.
Yes, of course. Yeah, so the those checklists, those charts that were included in the comment letter that came in, those were screenshots from actually our initial study. That was an attachment to the notice of preparation. And the checklists all the way to the left that say potentially significant, those are intended to indicate which subjects and questions had potential to be significant and needed further study. And so that those checklist areas were intended to indicate what subjects and what questions were going to be addressed in the full body of the environmental impact report. So the environmental impact report included as an attachment the initial study that had addressed all topics, and then the content was focused through that initial study to a certain amount of chapters. Ultimately, all potentially significant impacts identified in the EIR and in the initial study were able to be mitigated to a less than significant level with inclusion of appropriate mitigation measures. And the proposed project, as analyzed in the EIR, did not result in any significant and unavoidable impacts. They were all able to be mitigated.
Katie, did you?
Thank you, Rod. I just want a clarification for the public and for the Planning Commission.
Yep. Are we ready for the map, or should I buy you more time?
Buying more time is always advisable, but I think so. I don't know how visible this is for the public on the screen, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. So and actually, Rod, if you wouldn't mind confirming, I believe within the overall project site, there are a total of 7 wells. Can you just verify that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
So this is zoomed in a little bit. So this is basically the southeast portion of the project site. And you'll see, hopefully you can see my cursor moving around the proposed park site here. There's one well just to the south here. There's another well within what's labeled future Millbrook Drive here. Again, hopefully everybody can see that. That's 2. There's another one over here in the rear of lot 118. And there is another one here within kind of the southern portion of the proposed permanent open space parcel. Another one here, kind of straddling lots 133 and 134. And then there are also 2 north of Sand Creek Road in that designated remainder portion. So one north of the creek itself, and then one south of the creek. And I believe I've found them all. Does that help?
I think.
Yeah, it's for the public. And I do have a follow-up question. Has anyone out here ever heard of a capped well leaking? I guess for Mr. Stinson. Does it happen?
I'm sure that it does happen.
I'm quite
not
sure.
Yeah. But as far as the analysis that was done for these wells, I can speak to that.
And you can guarantee us those wells will not leak?
They were abandoned pursuant to the appropriate requirements and signed off by Department of Toxic Substance Control and Regional Water Quality Control Board. A phase 1 consultant went out to the site and did actually identify the historic use of the site as with gas wells, and identified those as potential impacts, and followed up that study with a phase 2 that did soil vapor analysis and tested the soils, and ultimately concluded that there was no potential impact for indoor or outdoor risk. And even so, in the EIR, we still include mitigation measures to ensure that no wells are located underneath any houses.
And how long will those wells?
Requirement.
I'm sorry. How long will those wells remain under observation? Are they going to be inspected periodically?
As far as they're abandoned now, they have passed all of their monitoring thresholds.
Sure. We live in a part of the world where the ground moves. I've seen, entire buildings disappear into sinkholes. I want to know if those wells are going to be monitored, and can you clarify, yes or no, will they be monitored?
The wells are, I mean, should there be any leaks, that would then fall under the purview of DTSC and the Regional Water Quality Control Board for coming in with remediation requirements.
But they would have to be called in.
Right.
So there's no monitoring on those wells.
Monitoring is not warranted based on the analysis conducted by the engineers.
Okay. And again, can they guarantee that those wells will not leak?
They can guarantee as much as their certified PE stamp allows them to, consistent with the standards and regulations of the state.
Thank you. I'll take that as a no. Thanks.
Commissioner Brand, any questions on, I guess Commissioner Flohr touched on some biological as well as oil wells, so.
Yeah, if we're going to stay on topic with oil wells, I think my understanding of the sort of safety here is that the 10-foot proximity is designated as the primary criteria for California standard. Was that an accurate statement?
Yeah, Rod, could you address that one as well, please?
Yeah, it's the standard and requirement as put forth in the phase 1 and phase 2 that was conducted by NGO and pulled forward into the EIR as mitigation and further pulled forward as a condition.
Understood. And there's no relation to the proximity in that radius has nothing to do with anything other than a building site. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand.
I guess what I'm getting at here
is
is
standard buffer is what you're asking?
Yeah, so like if it's within 10 foot of a park, as an example, I can't ballpark that one that's adjacent to that Commissioner Flohr described, but there's no standard right now that prevents a plugged oil well from being within a certain radius of a park?
Right. With the current, with the way that they're abandoned deep underground and capped. But the requirement is the 10-foot buffers related to structures.
Okay, that's all I have for that.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes. How long have the wells been abandoned?
I believe the first one was in the 70s, I want to say, abandoned. And the most recent was in the mid to late 90s, I think 96.
And another question, based on your experience, how often do these, once a capped oil well has been deemed, successfully abandoned, how often are there future problems that you've seen?
As the general CEQA consultant, we're not usually involved at that later date, but again, it would fall under the purview of state agencies to address if at a later date there was any kind of hazardous condition, not just with these wells at this site, but anywhere in the city.
Have you ever heard of something like that happening? No.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so there's a 10-foot circumference. I guess it's 10-foot circular where there won't be a house near one of these abandoned wells. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
And all the abandoned wells meet all the state and local and federal government laws for abandonment of oil wells.
Correct. Yeah, the entire site had a remedial action plan signed off on by DTSC, implemented, and everything was deemed complete, and the appropriate amount of monitoring after completion was conducted. And then subsequent to all of that, as a response to the application for the series of projects, iterations that have come through, there's been additional study by NGO as the hazards consultant to go through the historical records, do site visits, do soil testing to ensure that there isn't a potential impact to future residents from these abandoned wells.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Just to follow up, and Eric, I'll just go right to Rod because it's for Rod on the on the oil wells. So, how would we know a well fails? Right? Would the first sign of the well failing, would that be either a sinkhole, as Commissioner Flohr asked, or potentially someone getting sick? Is that how we would know?
Yeah, it would be something related to if it's a vapor, some sort of vapor leak, it would be through smell. And then soil staining, depending on how catastrophic a potential failure might be. It would be something along those lines.
So the samples last time were taken, I think, if I remember right, from our last meeting, they were taken in 2021. Could be wrong on the date, but have there been any more samples taken since we last met?
Not since we last met.
Okay. I think that's all I have regarding wells. I think I'll start off with just a quick couple comments about the biologicals or questions around the biological resources in the EIR. So as I counted, 29 significant mitigations. I think 10, possibly 11 would fall into biological resources. And so in our pre-meeting, I had this question answered, Rod, but I think my concern is with this and how we view the EIR is that once this habitat is changed to housing, right, it's gone. And I know there was a payment, and I'm going to make a mistake with the agency that the deal was made. Who was the deal with the agency that was made? 3.4 million payout
Well,
to buy additional land.
yeah, I mean, this project is a little bit more complicated than others, but
Yeah.
essentially the city is a participating agency within the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy. And it involves the county as well as the cities of Clayton, Oakley,
Right.
Pittsburgh, and ourselves. So every project has to comply, assuming they meet the criteria, and 99% of the projects on Brentwood do. And essentially, projects pay mitigation fees
Right.
that then go to fund acquisition of lands to establish the preserve.
Right.
That's a real high-level look at it, but
Right, but we know Swanson Hawks and Golden Eagles and Western Boring Owls are in this space today. It delayed the development of Sand Creek Road just this year, right? So my question is I mean, I know this is what we do, right? But I don't know, this is a question or just a comment for you, Rod, but I mean, there seems going to be a significant impact that is, in my opinion, how can you mitigate the impact of erasing hundreds of years of habitation by 6 red-legged frogs, Swanson's hawk, golden eagle, western burrowing owl, white-tailed kite, tricolored blackbird, and other raptors, and the San Joaquin fox, because that area is gone and it's now homes. How do we align that with it's been mitigated? Because if there's animals there today where do they go? And then as a commissioner, how do I say, yeah, that's a mitigation? Because personally, I don't see how that's a mitigation. I know it's what we do, right? We develop land, but it doesn't feel like it's mitigated. And so I find the finding of being, a severe impact to be mitigated to less than significant. If I'm a Western burrowing owl, it's not mitigated. My home is gone. So
No, real quick through the chair, I'd like to take a stab at this, but then defer to Rod for a more kind of detailed analysis of how this stuff reads relative to the EIR. I want to make sure the commission and the public knows that even though these things have been identified and you say payment of the fees, and then what about the wildlife and the different species, there would still be a tremendous amount of pre-work that the applicant would have to do before any other construction takes place, right? With additional surveys and potential relocation of species and whatnot. The fees, as I mentioned earlier, go to the Conservancy, which is the agency that oversees basically administration of this regional plan. And that's simply the way it was developed, and all the cities operate in the same manner. So every site is a little bit different. There's different types of habitat. Some have creeks, some don't. Some have species and some don't. But they all have to comply with the plan. That's the main point. And the fees are established by the Conservancy. They're adopted by the various cities on a periodic basis to make sure that they're adequate to continue funding the plan. And then again, with respect to the various mitigation measures, Rod, if you can add any more detail in terms of how they're written and how they would be implemented, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. And yeah, just to piggyback on what Eric said as well, the purpose and the benefit of a habitat conservation plan such as this is, to your point, if each individual project within the city is trying to mitigate for the loss of the potential habitat that exists on each property, what the habitat conservation plan is intended to do is to really provide a consolidated set of acreage to preserve habitat that would otherwise be developed in the region. So instead of preserving patchwork habitats, it's able to allow development and let them pay into the habitat conservation plan to where they go out and they're consolidating larger patches of habitat that on a whole benefit the covered species that are within the plan. And so that's how the habitat conservation plan is able to address potential loss of habitat as an impact. You also brought up potential impacts to the species themselves, and participation in the plan not only requires payment of fees for habitat purchasing from the Conservancy, but also requires avoidance and minimization measures for each of the covered species. And in the EIR, we've pulled those forward from the HCP. So the mitigation measures are consistent with their requirements for pre-construction surveys to make sure that the species are not there prior to construction. And if they are, it says what to do about avoiding, for example, if it's a nesting bird species, you'd avoid that location until they've fledged, and then you can go in and finish grading in that area. But there are protections and mitigation measures for the species themselves, and then it's payment of fees to address loss of habitat.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have questions regarding biological resources? No? Okay. Let's move on then to the hillsides. That was brought up as a question, not only with, I think, the public last time in September, but I also heard, I think it was Commissioner Floor bring up hillsides. Commissioner Floor?
Sure, this is really getting into zoning. And if we could put up maybe the tentative map again. And
Eric,
going
can we get
back,
the tentative map up on the screen?
yeah,
Thank you.
going back
Sorry about that.
to the original zoning PD 36, there was a significant effort made at that time to preserve the hillside visible from the freeway. So if you want to just go up a little bit. All right, so there was, in the old map, which I have a copy of in front of me, by the way, in the old map, which I don't know where it lives online, so I can't share it with you, but in the old map, the, where it says Heatherwood Drive, that's a court. It's accessed where Chestnut Oak is coming up into it. And it's got houses on either side. But then the houses that are downhill from there are not there. And the reason for that is very specific. The reason for that is that the city council at the time wanted that hillside to be viewable as people came into Brentwood. They spoke about it quite well. I have it in front of me. I think I don't because let me see if I have my quote here. Well, I don't have the quote in front of me, but specifically, I can probably pull it up, but I won't take your time. It's in the agenda, in the minutes for that meeting, where Bob Taylor, at that time, city council member Bob Taylor, actually praised Mr. Sino for helping the city preserve that hillside. It's considered important that people coming into the town see our hills. I know living on a hill in Brentwood that I've spoken to longtime residents that don't appreciate the fact that my neighborhood is on hills. This is a resource that means a lot to the people of Brentwood. It meant a lot to the city council when they did the rezone that created PD 36. As far as I know, PD 36 is the only rezone that's mapped. So what I'm seeing here is, two rows of houses just totally decimating that hill. And so when you come in now, what you're going to see is a row of houses. Just like I don't know about the elevations. I'm not that good at reading maps, but I don't know if they're going to terrace them up there or how they're going to do it. But they're taking our hill away from us. And again, the intent of PD 36 was to preserve that view. And I think that's worth doing. So that's the comment I'm going to make about it right now. When we move into zoning, specifically, I'll talk more about PD 36. But for now, I just wanted to point out that the whole point of the original approval of this project was to preserve that hillside that you see when you come in, and it's just not going to be there anymore if this is approved.
Commissioner Johnson, any comments regarding the hills? No? Commissioner Brand?
Yeah, in watching the old meetings, there were many comments, particularly in the 2006, I think it was the Planning Commission discussion, where even things as simple as having two trees at the top, having trees at the top of the connection of the two knolls, which I believe is on the western parcel here. And just to essentially corroborate what Commissioner Flores described, is there was this appreciation for the hillside and the open space in this region. And I think I, for the most part, wanted to make sure that those wishes were re-aired.
So the only thing I'll ask Eric to ask Rod, or if you want me to ask Rod myself, I will, is that's another one of the things that confused me, is that I think it says a severe impact or cumulatively severe impact, and then it's mitigated to not be an impact. common sense to me is, and that's how I try to approach this, which, again, I've made this comment before, is not always the best thing to do when you're sitting in a government meeting using common sense. But if you put hills on a hillside, and the hillsides are in our general plan, and our general plan says we should protect hillsides, and we put homes on top of hillsides, doesn't that violate the general plan? And how can that be mitigated away in an EIR? Rod, can I get your take on that, please?
Sure. So this impact was analyzed in the initial study section, the alternatives analysis. There was actually a photo simulation prepared, and we're kind of focusing that analysis in on designated scenic vistas, and important viewpoints in the city, but as viewed from public vantage points. So the photo sim that was prepared it's looking from Highway 4 across the site. And when putting the homes in, you lose a little bit of the foreground of the hills, but there you can still see the main hillside ridgeline toward the back, and you can still see Mount Diablo and the rolling hills behind from that vantage point. And then, in analyzing the consistency with general plan policy, it's kind of looking at whether the proposed project would, result in unnecessary leveling or grading. And we're kind of looking at what the proposed project is and the level of grading that would be required to implement the proposed project. And so they went to balance the site. So you lose a little bit at the top of the hill and you bring up some of the valleys to balance the site, but you're not hauling any soil in. And ultimately in the analysis and conclusion, concluded less than significant for impacts to vantage points from state scenic highways, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. I mean, so analogy is this is what is a full ocean view becomes a partial ocean view room in a hotel. That was what I heard you say. So.
Chair Sparling?
Yep.
If I may, I found the quote. I'd like to read it.
Thank you.
It's this is from the meeting, the minutes of the meeting. So it's fairly brief. I know, Bob, this was probably a longer quote, but Councilmember Taylor commented that a lot of people were watching the Hill, and he wanted to make this a gateway to the city. The project had to be correct and right and would impact a project located across the street. He thanked the builder and said it was good for both the developer and the city. And the one comment I want to make about this, as I've been talking to people in this community for several years, and I talk to people that have been here for a long time, and I think we heard a comment tonight that what's happening is that a lot of promises get made and forgotten. The quality of life is eroding. The things that people agreed to when they agreed to expand this city, the bargain has not been kept. And I think that as a planning commission and as a city council, we owe it to our citizens and our businesses to keep the promise to make Brentwood the jewel of East County. And that's not just rhetoric. That's the fact is we just keep making these little decisions. Oh, it's not going to hurt if we make this change. It's not going to hurt if we make that change. But pretty soon, you're doubling. And that's really unfortunate. I think that we should honor our heritage in Brentwood, and I think we should stick with the vision that Mayor Bob, Mayor Swisher, Annette Beckstrand, the people that designed this and many more aspects of the city originally intended for it, and not turn it into, just another commercial suburb.
I don't disagree with the sentiment. You've heard me often say that I don't live in a vacuum, right? And the cumulative impact of projects have to be evaluated. And we learned in our training from earlier this year that we could use that as a point of discussion when we're discussing projects. So with that said, I'm just checking the clock. It's 9:15. We have some meaty topics ahead. And I think what would be prudent right now is to take a 10-minute break, and 10-minute break only. Let's keep it tight, so for the commission. And just for the public's awareness, I think the next topic I want to dive into is what was brought up by almost everybody, which is traffic. And then we will go to the parks and noise. And then we'll pick up after those three topics with anything else that we missed, and we'll go from there. Okay? Thank you. So we'll take a 10-minute break. By my time, it'll be 9:25 is when we will begin again. Thank you. All right, by my clock, it's 9:25. Thank you for everyone being back on time. And before we dive into traffic, I did want to take a moment. I forgot to mention at the top of the meeting, I wanted to thank all the staff members that are here and all the additional prep time for this project, because I know it's a large project and there's a lot of material that you helped walk us through, both in pre-meetings and prep meetings, as well as individual questions throughout. So thank you to all the staff that are here and all the staff that helped us prepare. With that said, one of the major concerns from the public and one of the major concerns from the September meeting and the continuance was traffic. So I will look to maybe start with Commissioner Johnson on traffic and his questions and concerns around the traffic. And I'm sure Mr. Kersavan and Captain Shore will end up answering some questions for us.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate you. I guess, may I ask Steve? Yeah. Oh, you? Me?
Oh, I'm sorry, through the chair.
Yep.
If we could just get sort of the initial set of questions.
Sure.
I'll probably direct them to Alan as the city engineer initially.
Okay.
And then, depending on the nature of the question, he may ask for assistance from either Steve and or Captain Shore.
Sure. Commissioner Johnson.
Okay. My first question goes back to that traffic impact study of 2020. There were several issues. I'm just trying to find it on these tabs. Okay. So there were several issues brought up, and they had mitigations. They analyzed in that traffic study various intersections throughout that would be impacted by that development. And so I just wanted to understand better, based on what you know, can you explain to me the various improvements on any of those intersections that were identified in that traffic study, and what would be performed and what would actually happen based on what they identified in that traffic impact study where they looked at the various intersections. And I realize it was LOS versus VMT, but I'm just asking, is anything being done with any one of those things that they identified?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. With regards to the various studies, intersections that were looked at, as you had mentioned, there were some mitigations that were identified. A number of them were outside of the city's jurisdiction within Caltrans right-of-way. And for those, we are not able to require those mitigations. Some of those are being addressed through fees collected through ACRAFA and other means. So there are contributions made by the developer towards future improvements. I don't have the list in front of me right now. I'm not sure if this is something that we could actually ask the traffic consultant that prepared the study, and kind of running through the list of mitigations as I pulled them up in front of me. But would that be okay, Eric, if we could ask the consultant to chime in?
That would, and Ben Huey with Kimley Horn is actually on the screen right now, so I think that's a great approach.
Hi, yes, my name is Ben Huey. I work with Kimley Horn. I prepared the traffic study dated April 2020. At that time, intersection level service was used to identify impacts and mitigations. However, since then, VMT is the criteria for VMT impacts. However, we still did recommend roadway improvements to hopefully improve the level of service operations. So for example, that study identified a level of service deficiency at intersection 14, which was Fairview Avenue at San Jose Avenue. And for the improvement recommended, it was to change the signal timing, to increase the cycle length, to give more time to northbound and southbound through movements, to improve the intersection to acceptable level of service standards. So that one is essentially a signal timing improvement. Happy to also provide other examples. There's quite a few recommendations, but if there's any specific intersections that you're curious about, I can pull those up.
So like for the signal timing, is that gonna, like, since he just mentioned that that's a simple improvement, is that gonna happen?
Correct, Commissioner Johnson. With a number of intersections, there were recommendations for adjustments to signal timing. That's something that we'll work in-house and preferably. It is something that we hold that near and dear. We hear a lot about Balfour and Fairview and kind of delays that happen there. So we want to keep that flexibility with us. It's something that we adjust as needed as well. So those were identified as mitigations as well as some restriping. So with our future projects for PMP, I think that's something we can incorporate as well. But I want to say of the mitigations identified there, among those, the other one, want to also note is in 2021, I believe, the city actually modified the Median Island and Balfour Road to provide more capacity for left turn movements onto American Avenue. We have noticed that provided more additional queuing for vehicles preparing to make a left onto American Avenue to drop their kids off to school and pick them up. We believe that addressed one of the other mitigations, which Steve may be able to talk about it. There is one mitigation talking about adding a third westbound left turn kind of lane. But again, we did an improvement through our city PMP project to modify the median island to provide that additional queuing instead.
Now, this is maybe for the chair here. So now that I'm addressing traffic, should I be talking? I don't know what you want doing and talk about the options, or are we going to do the options together? I'm just curious.
Let's wait on the options. Let's get the questions first, if you don't mind.
Yep, no problem.
But any other questions regarding traffic, BMT, LOS, and the impact of traffic through?
So I'm talking about, that's it for right now.
Okay, Commissioner Brand? Traffic?
As far as traffic is concerned, I know there is a pretty great demand on emergency services, and I think in the last mayor's address we had a very quick response time, like 3.5 minutes or something. Don't quote me on that, but I guess I'm wondering how this project would fall into that as far as these types of response times, and was that measured separately from, let's just call it residential commercial traffic?
Thank you, Commissioner Brand. The project itself was reviewed by the Contra Costa Fire District. So they took a look at it, as well as our police department with regards to emergency vehicle and emergency response. I don't recall any concerns being raised or any concerns about not being able to respond to emergencies in a timely manner. We go back to the general plan circulation diagram and the effective movement of people and goods. That also includes emergency vehicles. So the project as proposed, I believe, was looked at and it was found to be in compliance. I don't think there's going to be any decrease in response times as a result. Captain Schroeder is here as well, if you may want to chime in, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, I don't see any reason that response times will change based on the location of this project to that area. No different than we're already responding.
And then, thank you, by the way. And then as far as the through traffic, so was there any, my mind is kind of failing me right now, was there any studies done, so between peak versus off-peak time? I know that when we've talked VMT, it sometimes ignores that point. So how would you characterize the difference between peak versus off-peak in terms of the options presented here today? I guess I'm primarily focusing on school traffic, right?
Right. I may have to defer to the consultant on this one initially and potentially Steve to chime in.
Yeah, this has been, again, I can speak to the traffic analysis. So we did analyze for level of service, the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour. I think to align with school peaks, the AM peak hour is both typically the commute peak and the school peak. So it's typically worse than, say, the PM peak or, say, the school PM peak, the pickup time period. We analyzed those two peak hours typically because those are the worst traffic conditions that will be seen, specifically to school traffic in the AM. That's typically, a small window of time. It's not for the entire day. So A lot often, we're just analyzing that peak period for level of service and delay. For vehicle miles traveled, that's a daily value that's being evaluated. And with regards to the different options, those were not included in the TIA, the original TIA analysis. Is there a specific question regarding the options and peak hour traffic?
Not particularly. I guess my main discussion point here is by increasing the effective total number of homes by approximately 25%, would you say in general they have a negative impact on traffic in this region?
Yes, I mean, we're shown that the traffic will increase at these study intersections we analyzed because of the increase of homes. However, we did identify roadway improvements to offset those increases in the delay and level of service.
Just to add, Commissioner Brand, the analysis that was done in 2020, it analyzed actually a larger project as detailed in the staff report. The project before you today is approximately, I believe, going off memory, 50 somewhat homes less than one of the scenarios. So please keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, the analysis that was in TIA evaluated two different options, and actually the second option, which I'll speak to, is the more conservative, the larger project. But that included 258 apartment units, 199.9 KSF or 100,000 square feet of shopping center or commercial, 265 units of single family housing, and a 900 student elementary school. And so that generated in the AM peak hour, 950 AM peak hour trips. The project with the 270 homes generates far fewer trips. On average, about 195 trips, so much fewer trips.
And just for the residents, do you have an approximation, maybe some back of the napkin math that would demonstrate what that could translate to in an increased travel time to a more popular destination within our city? Particularly, maybe let's call it south of Balfour, maybe east of Fairview, that sort of thing?
Are you speaking with the more recent project, you mean? The reduced project?
Correct.
It's hard to say. It's not equivalent. It's not like a 25% reduction, or sorry, 75% reduction in trips is not equal to like a 75% reduction in delay. It should be significantly less though than what was identified in the previous traffic study.
So if we were referencing the original traffic study, it would have been considerably more, therefore a greater time impact effectively to a typical
Correct.
resident driving in, well, presumably a south or a southeast direction?
Correct, in all directions.
In all directions.
Because they're also trying to get to, it's not just school traffic that we're looking at, it's all traffic, folks trying to get to SR4 to commute to work. And so the roadway improvements that were identified in that traffic study were based on that much higher, much more intense project, which if those improvements are still implemented, they would significantly improve the traffic operations of a much smaller project.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Floor?
Thank you. First off, what is the rationale for VMTs? Why is this a standard? What is the state looking for when they look at VMTs? What are they trying to improve?
Typically, VMT is meant to give an advantage for infill development. Say in an urban community like a downtown San Francisco area, intersection level service is pretty bad. If you were to build more development, it would only make it worse. However, for VMT, it likely would not increase VMT or may even reduce VMT if you build a project within an urban area, because that includes or accounts for the trip distances. And in urban areas, you typically have much shorter trip distances.
And why are shorter trip distances considered desirable?
Because and those are vehicle trip distances. So
sure.
A shorter vehicle trip distance would result in less gas used, lower greenhouse gas.
So it's an emissions thing.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So miles traveled is one thing. Miles sitting at idle is quite another. these are gas cars for the most part still. And cars that are just sitting out in front of the school, sitting out in front of people's houses, backed up for a mile through a neighborhood. They're not traveling very far, but they're putting out a lot of emissions. Is that not correct? So
That's
really, the advantage that you gain is not that much. I have another question for you. When we were looking at this before, there was a note that to lower the VMT was that there was going to be an intersection that was going to lower the VMT. And I'm thinking that's the intersection there at San Jose and St. Regis. Is that the intersection that's supposed to lower the VMT? And is that for Allen or for the consult? I don't know.
I think I can answer. I don't believe that was so. I think there was an internal intersection that was added, but I think that project, since the project has since changed, to mitigate that impact, it just requires an intersection density of at least 61.5 intersections per square mile. So however you achieve that intersection density would result in that 10% VMT decrease.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure that we weren't putting an intersection at the back of this to run cars straight through Shadow Lakes to lower their mileage.
No.
All right. Because that would be cruel. And as far as traffic studies, I don't really need a traffic study to understand what's happening in Shadow Lakes. I've been in Shadow Lakes during school time. I have many friends who live in Shadow Lakes, many of whom I met through Measure L opposition. These are some of the best people I know, and they are suffering. And it's terrible what goes on over there. And the reason that they oppose Measure L is because what SPA 2, if the circulation plan is followed, Hillcrest should come down through Antioch, connect up to Balfour, and American Avenue should wrap around and connect to Hillcrest. And then San Jose, or maybe St. Regis, was supposed to carry traffic over to Hillcrest, and that could go down to the high school. Now, the people that were doing Measure L didn't want that traffic through their neighborhood. And that's why 70% of the city ended up voting against it, is because people work very hard. I am very mindful of the traffic impact in Shadow Lakes. And so I want to know exactly what kind of counts were done. And what were we calling these streets, Alan, that connect you to the arteries?
Collector streets.
These collector streets in Shadow Lakes, how many of those were monitored during school hours to understand exactly how much traffic goes through there and at what speed it flows, and how far it backs up? I'd like to know all those numbers.
Yeah, so our traffic study evaluated, let's see, 21 intersections. This includes in I think the area that you're concerned with, Balfour Road, and
Ben, do you have a list of those intersections that you can put on your screen, or Eric can put on his screen?
yeah, can I share my screen? Is that possible?
April's nodding her head yes, that you can.
All right. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, so this is a map of the intersections that we evaluated. Try and zoom in for everyone. Oops, sorry, apologize.
I think the map is probably more helpful than the, yeah, if you just zoom in on the map.
Yeah, I'm trying to zoom in on that. Yeah, so these are intersections we evaluated, which are south of San Jose Avenue, north of Balfour Road, that general area, and including the interchanges with SR4. Yeah, any questions on that? The counts were collected in September of 2017 when schools were in session during the AM peak period, typically 7 to 9 a.m., and PM peak period, which is 4 to 6 p.m. Schools should have been in session when those were completed. And if I remember correctly from a previous meeting, I think more recent counts were also collected by the city, but those were not used in this traffic study.
Ben, can I
Small
get,
for comparison.
sorry, Commissioner, Ben, can I get a clarification? Did you say 4 to 6 in the afternoon?
4 to 6 p.m. Correct. So that's not aligned with the school PM pickup period, which is typically say 2 to 4 p.m. But it aligns with the commute PM period 4 to 6. Now I noted before that the AM period typically is the worst case scenario because it includes both commute traffic and school traffic, whereas the PM pickup period is only school traffic and the commute PM period is just commute period. So AM is typically the worst. That's what I'm trying to say.
So do we have the AM numbers for 20 and 21?
As well as 12.
And
Sorry.
12 looks like it's the intersection of St. Regis and San Jose.
So just saying, you said intersection 12?
12, 20, and 21, if I remember right.
Yes, 20 and
St.
21.
Regis, San Jose. This is the westbound left turn movement. Right now, it's not really an intersection; it's kind of a curve. It's westbound left, northbound right. These, I believe, are not controlled. And then you said 20 and 21. Is that right?
Yes.
West Country Club and Presidio, right here. Sorry, the first number is the AM peak hour number volume, and the second number is the PM peak hour volume.
I'm sorry, what's the 270 there on Presidio?
Yeah, so this is the southbound right turn movement. So if you're going southbound on Presidio, making a right turn onto West Country Club Drive in the AM peak hour. This is AM, this is PM.
Forgive me, I'm probably just not looking at this right, but if you're turning off of Presidio onto West Country Club and you've got 270 cars turning, how can there only be, 29 on West Country Club?
There's another intersection, 21.
Yes. So what was the question?
I'm just trying to match up the numbers between people turning off of Presidio onto Country Club and the numbers that are actually on Country Club. So these are people coming straight through, so it's additive maybe. So the 270 plus the 29 would be the people coming down, so it'd be like 299.
Plus the northbound left, which is 3 in this case, minor, but still, yes. It'd be the northbound left, westbound through, southbound right.
And what's the rate of speed on these cars?
That we did not collect.
I see.
Ben, can you go back to intersection 12, San Jose and St. Regis?
Yes.
If you don't mind, can I ask a follow-up question, Commissioner Floor? 432 cars enter, take a left during the morning hours. There's 1,100 homes between that left-hand turn, potentially, and Balfour Road. If you go back to 20 and 21.
Yes.
270, and then go to 21.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get there. 135.
I could be looking at this wrong or thinking about this wrong, but you don't even have 432 cars. So how I'm thinking about this, Ben, is if you have 432 cars entering through San Jose, St. Regis between 7 and 9, minimum 432 cars should exit. Maybe a few less because maybe people are coming home. But on top of that, right, so as traffic, as people who live in the 1,100 homes, 900 to 1,100 homes in the area, of course not everybody has a child that goes to school, right, in that area. But it seems to me like there should be something more than what's entering on 18 and 19. And maybe that'll show up in 18 and 19. We haven't looked at 18 and 19 and 15. That may add up. But that, to me, I'm just trying to rationalize the count.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So the number you're referencing before was the westbound left at 12. That's kind of the entering the system, right? I think it was 432, if I remember correctly. And then I just summed up the southbound traffic at intersection 21, so kind of who's arriving at 21, and same thing at 20, and I get 437. So if there was nothing, say, in between those intersections, it balances. We call it volume balancing. It balances about approximately the same amount. Now, you're arguing, well, what about the 1,100 homes in between? That I cannot explain in terms of why the volumes don't include those, but in terms of folks,
Can you go to
ahead.
18 and 19?
Yeah. 18, you're looking at, what's that? 542, 548 at 18.
I'm specifically interested in the right turns, right? Well, I guess, I don't know how you would think about it,
18
right?
is
You got to take a
the
right
road.
on Balfour to get to school. You could go straight to get to Cray, right? Depends on what school you're going to.
Mm-hmm. At least
Am I,
based on
commissioners,
this,
am I
it
thinking
looks
about
like
that
the-
right? Who know the area? Yeah.
Isn't 18
through?
Isn't 18 the one that's down by Heritage, and then 19 is the one that's
East, if you can go back to the map view, just slide to the, yeah. So 18 is, I believe, East Country Club.
Correct. West Country
19,
Club and
19
American.
is West Country Club.
right.
Alan, is that, we have that right?
Thank you, Vice Chair. The intersection 18 is West Country Club Drive, and that's where American Avenue is. And then
Correct.
19 is East Country Club Drive, so that's the one where you're interested in the right turns, because that would take you to school.
Yeah. So right turns at 19, and it looks like through at 18. That's why it's 471.
It's a lot of cars. I mean, it's a lot of cars.
Correct. I mean, and this westbound left is, which is coming from Balfour making left, which is the one that we had initially proposed, that triple westbound left, is 791, and that's yes, that's a high volume vehicle.
That's pretty intense. And then looking back up at the left turn off, or the left bend off of San Jose to Regis, this is where we're contemplating adding even more traffic to flow down through Shadow Lakes on top of those 430 cars coming in.
Max 272, right? Because there's 272 homes. But that's not entirely accurate either, because the, again, not everyone's going to have children, and the elementary school is zoned for Loma Vista. So to be fair to the analysis, it's some people who would go to school are not going to go there. Now, at some point, someone may have a child at Loma Vista and Adams, and then that's a whole other thought process that is too complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated because some people have, more than one kid in middle and high school at the same time. It's just hard to count, but it's a lot.
I did, can you go back to number 18? I did make a quick observation and check my math here, is that the flow through West Country Club Drive south is less than the westbound traffic on Balfour. Is that right? And so Balfour is a arterial road, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Yeah.
And so now we have a residential slash, collector road, right? I think that's right, is receiving more traffic than a, predominantly arterial road. And now we're talking about adding presumably traffic from 272 homes in that direction as well. So, we're definitely compounding the problem here based on what I can observe.
Well, right. And you have to remember, so I know that we're looking at the map for Shadow Lakes and the impact of Shadow Lakes, right? But when we discussed this in September and the staff has come back with 5 alternatives for us to look at, some people are going to be forced into Sand Creek and then go to Highway 4, right? But additionally, you have developments coming on the east side of Highway 4, and as well as the homes that are in the Deer Ridge development, right, for Balfour. So the challenge for us to solve is can we get comfortable with the amount of traffic in these spaces? Because it's going to be additive, and specifically, and I think it was Sue Harper who gave us this, so thank you. This was helpful just to visualize. I'm a visual person. I think that our challenge is try to figure out, are we going to be comfortable with any of these 5 solutions for the traffic, or is there something else that we need to be comfortable with? Because the impact, as we talked about in September, and I know Commissioner Johnson, you were not on the commission this time, but we spent 2 hours talking about traffic. It was not a surprise that traffic in Shadow Lakes has been impacted by the design of Heritage and Adams. And the problem we have to solve is how does it, we have, I think there's two challenges. We have to put the traffic in the perspective of how does the applicant's project impact this? But there's a secondary option that has to be solved as well, and that is the left turn at St. Regis and San Jose Avenue, because the 5 options do not solve that option at all. Today, people can go down and cut through Rayleigh's or go around the elementary school there and then up, right? So that has to be solved as well, because we have 432 cars in addition to the homeowners during that peak time that are trying to get down onto Balfour. And we've heard many callers and public speakers say it takes them, an hour to drop their kids off at school and then off to work. So I think when we're looking at these numbers and we get into our own discussion, I think that's when we start talking about the options, we have to keep in mind that left turn is also a challenge that is not addressed in this. And for my pre-meeting, there's a reason why, and we can certainly get into that topic when we get there. Any other thoughts on the traffic impact? I think this part was helpful just from a number standpoint. We didn't have this last time to see the actual impact from people entering who do not live in Shadow Lakes, Brentwood Hills, to see so it's basically a problem of 432 cars and what we do with them, plus potentially 272 cars with one of the solutions, right? That's the max problem. Any other questions regarding traffic at the moment? Certainly we can revisit it, but just... Commissioner Brand, are you good? Okay. One final question, Ben, because and VMT miles. Why do we use VMT instead of the local impact of level of service? Because level of service is how I see, and the other commissioners and the residents of Brentwood. Why does the state use VMT versus level of service to determine CEQA impact?
I think this might be just in my opinion, but VMT, I think, would help approve infill development as opposed to, say, projects that are further away. And that's all to reduce greenhouse gases.
So
if you're using level of service, it was harder.
Right. So if we use VMT, though, in a town like Brentwood, here's my challenge with VMT, and if I've said something, I'll be talking about VMT, because I really, my head explodes sometimes when I listen to these traffic analysis, is because they don't solve anything. VMT, what's the average VMT expected for this development?
Sorry,
I have it somewhere, but I've got so many different notes on what we're talking about.
I believe it's 27 VMT per resident.
That's 27 miles per resident, right?
Yeah, daily.
Daily.
Yeah.
So Ben, this may be rhetorical. It may not be. It's not a fair question to ask or a fair statement to make. But if Brentwood doesn't, so the cost of these homes are going to be $800,000 minimum, right? I looked at the sell price for these homes that any builder. This is not specific to Sino, right? A 2,000 square foot home, right? 1,800 square foot home, similar plan. That's the lowest plan is $800,000. The minimum family household income in Brentwood is $134,000. The job centers in Brentwood are, let's say they start in Walnut Creek and Livermore, right? How far, the VMT miles, this is where I just don't get why VMT is used as all. Livermore is 27 miles one way. Walnut Creek is 18. Stockton is 25 if we go out there. That's where the jobs are located. How would we come up with, and I know it's a binder, I know it's it's what you guys, there's a standard, I get it, right? But why is it not more? Because the jobs for people who live in Brentwood who can afford to buy these homes are not located in Brentwood, at least not until the Innovation Center is built and we bring in those high-paying jobs, which the city is working hard on. Why isn't the VMT higher? Because these numbers don't make sense to anyone who lives in Brentwood and has to commute. The remote work is limited, certainly after COVID. More companies are pulling employees back. why is it so low in comparison to just real life of Livermore being 27 miles away, Walnut Creek being 18 miles away, and Stockton being 25 miles away?
Yeah.
And that's
My
one way.
opinion, yeah. My opinion again is so it's vehicle miles traveled per resident. So for example, if I think the average household residency is like 3 people per
3.2,
household.
3.2 for Brentwood.
3.2. Yeah, correct. And so, say that, 2 parents and 1 child. Well, that
Sure.
1 child counts towards the average. However, it doesn't generate any vehicle miles traveled. So that can heavily skew that number, right? And then also typically accounts for trips to like say the supermarket and or school if it's a single income household. Again, you're only having that 1 commute trip, but then 2 other folks that aren't doing that 27 plus mile
Okay.
trip, and so
Yeah. Thanks, Ben. I mean, it's not a question that you and I can solve tonight, but I think you answered my question of the evaluation, so thank you.
Yep.
Are we done with traffic for right now, commissioners? Do you want to move on to parks? We do that later. Yeah, I don't want to get into solutions until we get through parks and sound. Does that make sense? Okay, so we'll go to parks. Commissioner Brand, parks.
I know there were a number of comments from the residents regarding the division of parks, and there's a lot to do with that. I think what I'll start with that I'm finding the largest dilemma digesting here is the Northwest Park. This park seems to appear at the end of this hill, which is extremely tall. We saw pictures of it thanks to city staff today. And I don't really have a great idea as far as how that is acceptable as a park at that level of elevation and then transitioning into effectively an open space. The only one that I can find that I could find personally that was similar was Alta, which backs up against the hills there. And, if you go there and you can see there's a very steep hill and you have a larger fence in front of it, but then you get to the top of the hill and then there's a wire fence at the top because there's cows that graze up there. And so I'm just wondering, is there anything in conditions of approval or anything with respect to this park designation that would give a level of, because I'm frankly worried about safety there. Because if my 3-year-old is waltzing around the park and he goes tumbling down the hill, it's a little disconcerting personally, but I don't know if we, maybe our Parks representative or Eric or so.
Yeah, so a couple things. When just off the bat, the large park in the northwest portion of the project site that butts up to the Sand Creek Road extension as well as the city limit line is located there in that configuration based on the general plan land use designation. As to the specifics of what it might mean for programming and such, I'll defer to Aaron, and then he may call on Janice as well for more details.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Commissioner Brand. Excellent question. The developer's required to construct 4.3 acres of park. That's per the 5 acres per 1,000 residents, excuse me. So this particular park, 1.94 acres, is actually graded less than 3%. So there's almost 2 acres of that park is going to be less than 3% slope, meaning completely ADA, mostly level for that 1.94. The parcel itself is 6 acres, but they're not getting development fee credit for that additional acreage. So that acreage will be the undeveloped open space / park open space, probably weed abatement type area. But the 1.94 will be the actual developed park acreage. If a fence is desired, a 2-rail fencing to keep that 1.94 separate from the slope, that can certainly be accomplished. But just for clarity, yeah, that 1.94 is a typical less than 3% slope grade.
Yeah, no, I understand that, it has to be below 3% slope. And that's articulated very well in the map and so on and so forth, the 1.94 versus the 2.5 something, whatever. Fair enough. I guess my main discussion point here was to have, as you described, some type of barrier there as a means to insulate the usable park space. Well, I'll use that term loosely, but usable park space, or at least the declared park space that differentiates from the open space. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, and we have those requirements when we design these parks, whether it's a slope upward or a swell downward, typically next to like a detention basin. Sometimes the park, like this one, one side of it's going to have the detention basin. That'll be required to have a fencing, whether that's the 2-rail concrete or a split rail. That'll be determined at the Park and Recreation Commission.
Understood. Okay. And then as far as usability speaking, we're talking gross acreage effectively, assuming that is below a 3% grade. What type of use is this kind of acreage? Is there another park in Brentwood that's reflective of this type of size? What can we do with something like this?
I'm absolutely glad you asked that question, because I kind of wanted to bring into context the size of a 4.3 acre park. A 4.3 acre park is still pretty much a neighborhood park. We do not put large amenities. We don't put ball fields or soccer fields. Then it becomes a community park or a destination park. Those are typically 7.2 is our average acre, and that's only because some of our trail connectors, our little smaller parking lots, are considered in that addition when you do the average. But typically a 7.2 is like just a minimum size for a community park. Our neighborhood parks average 2.09 acres. So this is right at one of our typical neighborhood parks. In comparison, and kind of to add what the resident mentioned earlier, how they went to Balfour Guthrie, that's a 6.5 acre park. That's over 2.5 acres larger than the 4.3 required for this. Balfour Guthrie has 2 soccer fields, a tennis court, and a picnic area, and a parking lot. So you still can't put a whole lot of recreational activity on a 6 acre park. Regardless, so 4.3, we divided up, you have the 1.94. In comparison, you did mention, well, I'll mention Kestrel Park, which also has a full-size basketball court in it. It's 1.26 acres. That's a lot smaller, but it still has 2 full play structures, a full picnic area, and a full court basketball court on that 1.26 acres. So we can certainly put a lot of amenities on a 1.94 acre park that is definitely under the 3% slope. Egret Park is 1.54, same thing, a full court basketball, a big shade picnic area, and play structures. The Alto that you mentioned is actually 2.76, so that's about the size of the central located park. You've obviously know Alta Park then. It's got a couple beautiful play structures, shaded, and still a big turf area. So just there's some comparisons on what that size will get you. I certainly have other if you would like to hear them.
So in comparison to the larger style park that you had described, like, I don't know if you have it offhand, I don't know personally, but like Veterans, for example, do you have a ballpark of what the acreage of that one is? Because you probably have a term for it. I'm not familiar with it, but how to describe the larger parks that we have.
That would be our community. Basically through our master plan, when park planning works with any of these developers, we have 3 criteria. A pocket park, which I've heard the terminology, we don't exactly like it because it's a half acre or less, is literally by definition in our development impact fee, our master plan. I don't think the general plan identifies it as, but regardless, even the general plan has pocket park, neighborhood park, and community park. So our larger parks are the community parks. They have restrooms, parking lots, rentable play fields, et cetera. Veterans Park is a community park, but that's 10.5 acres for veterans.
Understood. And so based off of those tiers of park types, let's call it, approximately how many residents are those intended to serve within the Brentwood community, or, well, in some of our more popular parks, some of the surrounding cities as well?
So in addition to the 5 acre per 1,000 residents identified in the general plan also identifies that we need to require 3 acres per 1,000 residents for neighborhood parks, 2 acres per 1,000 residents for community parks. Currently, we have 126 acres of community parks. So we're almost at that 120 or 144, I'm sorry. We need to be at 144. We have 126. In neighborhood parks, we only have 90 acres of neighborhood parks. Per the general plan, we need to be at 189 acres of neighborhood parks. So I can't break down individual, but that's at least in addition to our general plan, we still need to provide more of these neighborhood parks, not pocket parks. And per master plan, we don't define neighborhood or community by the acres of that park. It's by the amenities that are actually in that park. They just tend to be the bigger, Sunset's 38 acres.
Right. I thought I heard you say something to the effect of a community park being somewhere in the neighborhood of 7 acres.
That's when you do the average of, because we have them all on a spreadsheet, you identify it. Our average is 7.2. Some are 10, 38 for Sunset. The Sand Creek Sports Complex is going to be 14. But then we'd also have our, if it's like a parking lot at the Marsh Creek Trail, the Creekside entrance, they're still identified as a community because it's a destination. People come from over 3 miles away to those parks. So they're a smaller footprint, but we have to identify them as a community because they draw more people into it.
But I would say, it's not unrealistic to believe the idea that both parks combined would be representative of a single community park within the city of Brentwood.
No, absolutely. To become a community park, we're going to put more amenities in it, possibly a parking lot. You're going to be a destination park. Traffic's going to increase, and the population's going to increase at that park. But again, just facts and figures for you there.
Yeah, understood. Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Johnson?
But was there what was the reason, and I think I heard this before, but I just need clarification, of splitting the parks into two? Or that there, at one point in time there was one big park, or what made them split? What's the reason for splitting the parks into two?
That would be a question for the developer. Okay. We just work with the plan that they provided us and comment on that. I will note that 1.94 acre park, it's not on that tentative map, but it's in the conditions of approval that there's a trail connector through that park to get to Sand Creek through the open space that connects to our existing Black Hills Gold Trail that's actually dead. It has dead-ended for many years. So it'll be nice to get that trail, if possible, connected to that Antioch-Brentwood corner up on Sand Creek Road. And that's what this condition of approval attempts to do.
What kind of amenities, you mentioned when you were talking about the amenities that you have that you can receive based on the size of the, you mentioned basketball courts, for example, that could maybe fit in that 1.9 acre lot. What kind of amenities do you anticipate going into the two parks?
We go right out of the master plan when we start working with the Park and Rec Commission. Ad hoc committee gets together, starts looking at shade has always been one of our number one. We get a lot of requests for basketball, like we had a caller earlier tonight. We could certainly facilitate a basketball courts in either of these parks. Bocce ball is still very popular and requested. Smaller sport courts type things, and certainly play structures and picnic areas of that nature. Small. We try to facilitate the teenage youth with turf areas for baseball, football, tennis, or frisbee, and those type of items I would anticipate.
And even with the slope, the flat with less than a 3% grade, those types of amenities that you mentioned are feasible in the smaller park, and definitely, I guess, with the larger one.
Exactly. On that one, on the 3% slope or less, we could certainly utilize any and all of those types of activities.
Okay, and then the last one is just following up on Commissioner Brand about the safety. I think you said there was going to be a fence, or there was going to be some kind of delineation that stops people so that you can't go past into the the woodlands for, not
Yeah,
woodlands,
right.
but the grasslands, I should
The
say.
open space.
The open space.
Yes, absolutely would be one of our requirements.
And that
which
would be
is-
like a chain link? What kind of?
Well, so we have a standard of, which is a split rail concrete fence, which is aesthetically, but yet it still delineates. There's also the black tube steel, and then also the black chain link fence as well. So there's a few options there. We'd certainly have to look into the design of the park to see which fits aesthetically for the situation, but certainly any of those three types of fencing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Floor?
So looking at the park up in the northwest corner, if I understand this right, it's going to be accessible. It's like at the end of the court at Heatherwood and then the larger area, Park Parcel A, is actually the hill, the part that's too steep.
It's too steep and too marshy, for lack of a better term, in that area along the creek there. So it's yeah, a little not so conducive for park.
Why is that designated as park and not a continuation of the permanent open space? Just out of curiosity.
I don't have
Eric,
that answer.
can you answer that question? Why is the park located where it is in the upper right-hand corner?
Oh, I mean, why is the part that's not usable as a park not just open space? Is it zoning?
Yeah, again, the general plan land use map designates that as a park site, and that's basically, that was basically put into place through a prior general plan amendment from a prior version of the project dating back to like 2006. And it's continued that way since.
So it is. I have no idea what they were thinking in 2006. All right. So, I mean, just hypothetically, up there around the end of Heatherwood Court, could you take some of the houses out of Millbrook and put them up there and make the other park bigger? Just as a thought experiment.
Katie?
Are we allowed to?
No, you can certainly ask. The issue, I think, is that since that area is designated parkland in the general plan, you can't put housing there.
I see.
But Commissioner Floor, to build on that, because I asked this question in the pre-meeting is, should the commission choose to work with the applicant, we could ask them to move. If in Park and Recs, I think from my perspective, if Park and Recs wants one larger park, the park in the middle, draw a blank on the designation, theoretically can be moved that way and housing moved down. But then we would have to balance that with the park master plan in terms of distance from parks. So that I believe we could, if the commission was interested in doing that, that could be something that explored if you're interested in that. The challenge with that, though, to keep in mind for the commission, and this is not to try to influence anyone's decision, right, is this is an SB 330 project. We can only have 5 meetings. This is meeting number 2. And while we are the deciding body, Katie, if I'm using the correct language, we are the deciding body. Therefore, it does not go directly to City Council. It has to be either appealed, should the project be denied, or pulled by City Council if one of the council members so chooses. So, and if we hit the 5 meeting limit, I'll turn it over to Katie to tell us, just remind folks what could happen theoretically if we hit the 5 meeting limit for this project.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So if the city takes all 5 meetings, that would be in keeping with the law and there would be no penalty. If the city takes more than 5 meetings to consider this item, then theoretically there could be an allegation of a violation of the Housing Accountability Act or other state housing laws that could subject the city to scrutiny and perhaps action by either the Attorney General's office and or HCD. So that's what we're trying to be mindful of so that you have ample time to make your decision, but we observe that 5 meeting limit.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm looking over at Commissioner Brand's happens to have the general plan zoning up, and it looks like we've got park parcel, is that D down there, the 2.49 acre one? That seems to not be zoned as a park. It seems to be in RLD. I'm just trying to understand all the moving parts.
If I could, Eric, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, neighborhood parks are allowed in residential designations. You don't have to specifically designate it park. You would reserve that for more community-type parks. But residences are not allowed in a land designated park.
Fair enough. So any kind of change that we would make would require a general plan amendment, and that would have to go to City Council if the applicant was agreeable.
If you wanted to move the general plan land use designation for park somewhere else, that would have to go to council. If you wanted to ask the applicant about their willingness to move that interior park, which is shown on parcel G, to be contiguous to the park on parcel A, you could discuss their willingness here.
All right. Not sure what I'm going to do there, but I just wanted to know what the options are. Thank you, Kate.
Commissioner Brand?
Yeah, quick follow-up. You described I think it was community park, was that right? Or residential park?
Community park.
Community park. What's the objective standard to define a community park, just so I'm aware?
The community park meets the recreational needs of several neighborhoods and may also preserve unique landscapes and open spaces. These parks serve multiple uses and provide recreational facilities and accommodate group of activities not provided in neighborhood parks. Community park sites should be accessible by arterial and/or collector streets. Geographical range of users is up to 3 miles or citywide if park contains a recreational facility. Average size of Brentwood Community Park is 7.2 acres. That's right out of the master plan definition.
Right, so a park up to, like, just to clarify, excuse me, is up to 7.2 acres would still be considered a community park? Am I hearing that right?
It possibly could, yes.
Well, all
yes.
those
That's why
things-
the acres is not the criteria. It's the amenities in the park and the use of the park.
Understood. But I mean, from what I heard there, it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination to have those types of amenities provided within the bounds of the, central, oh God, I can't read what sub area that is. What is it? Yeah. G, sub area, sorry, the park G, the parcel G. It seems as though that enlarging the park in that region, let's just call it, outwards, ignore the sort of the way that the homes are laid out. But if you enlarged it from that center, that it would still effectively become a community park. If you integrated the acreage listed in parcel, oh gosh, what is that? Other one? 8? But no, H.
But you can't because of, if I understood Katie right, that we'd have to have a general plan amendment and you can't put homes the other way. So to take land to enlarge G, where would you take it from?
Yeah, you require.
Yeah, because you can't put homes in the area where it's designated for a park, right? So you can't enlarge. If the commission is interested in trying to make one larger park, how I think about this in terms of the discussion, and I could be wrong, but I'll look to Katie, our only option, if we want to ask the applicant if they're interested in making one large park, is we have to move parcel G up towards the one in the corner that is part of the general plan. Is that a correct statement, Eric and Katie? And the applicant still has to agree.
I would say in general, yes, and if Katie wants to add some detail to that, that's fine. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is that it's not just as simple as, moving a park around, because then there's a domino effect of other aspects of the subdivision. So those would all have to be
Sure.
study
No,
it
but that,
over again.
if we're going to do that, we only have one direct, my point of bringing that up is there's only one way to move the park. If the commission would like to ask the applicant to move the park. That also would require them to go back and redesign the whole plotting map, which would then mean meeting number 3.
That's correct.
And we're off and running on that topic if that's what the commission decides.
I'm concerned about unintended consequences. So I think you mentioned that a community park or a larger park is a draw from other areas, and we're concerned about traffic, and that might pull traffic from other areas through St. Regis and San Jose to it might clutter or further congest, I should say, the area.
It certainly could. Let me ask the Park and Rec this question, right? I know we heard from residents who were concerned about, it sounded like some people would like a larger park, right? But they also were looking at an older map and a different project when they asked this question. A larger park is better, right? I think we all can agree, just generally speaking, it's better. But what does Park and Rec want? Our purview is not programming. So I think this is where I personally would like some direction from Park and Rec on what you want, because you are the experts in park planning and what we need. Do you want 1 or 2 parks?
I think for this application, this makes sense to Park and Recreation staff based on our general plan and our master plan that we designed these parks on. A 4.3 acre park isn't going to give you much more scope of amenities than a 2.7 acre park. It's just not until we get into the realm of adding ball fields and recreation, then it makes a difference. But when you're talking 4.3 acres, like I mentioned, we have parks in the 2-point range that are absolutely huge and have a lot of amenities in them, sport courts, basketball, even our tennis court. But regardless, I think, plus this gives the opportunity of extending that trail. So we're looking at trails here and parks here, and still giving this entire subdivision access to a park or playground when it's most likely family's going to be moving in here. I can't imagine moving a stroller up and down a hill to go a quarter of a mile because these parks are over a quarter mile away. So to answer your question, parks would fully support this 2 parks as opposed to 1 large park.
Okay, thank you.
Or larger park.
Thank you, yeah. Any more questions on parks? Comments, thoughts? Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Let's move to sound and noise as the topic. And I'm sure we'll end up needing to talk to one of the consultants that's here on Zoom for that. I'll start with Commissioner Floor.
Thank you, Chair Sparling. About the noise. These are actually my notes from last time. I haven't really changed much. We're looking at condition of approval number 17 and 18 for the design review. It notes that open windows will result in unacceptable noise levels. Not being able to open windows, not acceptable for residents in a home. And by the way, we have extensive experience with the Sienna neighborhood when it comes to dealing with noise and what it's like to live with excess noise. The city council has gotten quite an earful of that, and a lot has been done and talked about. So none of this is theoretical to us. We have heard from residents who were in this situation, not being able to open their windows means they can't even take advantage of the breeze when it cools off at night. Like right now, it's according to my watch, it's 62 degrees out. Be nice to throw open the windows. Can't do it. You got going by. It's not a good way to live. There's a condition of approval that's on the same page, requires noise-resistant glass just to maintain an acceptable interior noise levels. And again, having dealt with residents who are trying to deal with their noise levels by installing noise-resistant glass, it's not that helpful. And this is Highway 4. I mean, it's just down the highway from where we had all this trouble, and it's it's really, we put up a sound wall, it's still not fixed. And also, you're kind of assuming people are going to stay inside and not use their yard for anything. Can't have a barbecue, you know? I mean, this idea that it's going to be so much noisier at the second floor than it is at the first floor. You're going to be able to walk out your back door and you're not going to hear anything, but you can't even open the window upstairs. It's madness.
And Rod, Commissioner Floor, 1 second. I'm having Eric put up the map. I think it's page 38 on the agenda, so so that the public can see the decibels.
Thank you. And I think in my old note, it says on page 237 in the revised EIR, also notes the potential impacts, and after proposing sound walls, still notes the need for additional soundproofing in individual houses. So it's going to be a very noisy place. And I'm not sure how to fix it. And we're going to have some discussions here, I'm sure, about decibels. And I know a thing or two about sound. And it's not just about the decibels, it's about the quality of the sound. 65 decibels of constant, white noise or brown noise is not the same thing as traffic that's floating up to 80 decibels and back down. 80 decibels, by the way, is pretty ear-shattering. I mean, it's constant irritating noise. It's not like you're listening to a background sound that you're going to tune out. It's going to be coming at you and going away, and coming at you and going away, coming at you and going away. Well, I mean, anybody here has stood next to a highway and you know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to hope I hear some really honest discussion about real life, actual noise and not just decibel levels, because decibel levels, you can say an average decibel and not to exceed a certain decibel. The not to exceeds, I think, are in the 70s sometimes, which is wild. It's how much louder that is. I really think that it's problematic, and I don't see a good solution when you're building a housing development right next to a freeway. So I do have concerns. I'm not asking a specific question. I just want to know if anybody can say anything to me that's going to make me believe that living right next to a freeway, there's going to be anything you can do about the noise. That's my question.
Commissioner Wren?
I mean, I have to echo Commissioner Floor's comments. My only reservation is if I'm a consumer and I opt to buy a home that's clearly adjacent to a large stretch of road, I'm exercising a level of discretion as long as I am informed to a degree to what that sound level would be. And I know there's been a number of projects that have come across the dais here in which there has been that back and forth of, developer responsibility, homeowner responsibility. And this is one of them where I kind of teeter in between, because I think it's more or less assumed that that type of, you're going to be more sensitive to it. And they should also be well-informed enough. And so the studies that we should see here should be sufficient enough to sort of define what that overall risk would be to a future homeowner in a means that they would be able to, effectively digest. And I don't know what that looks like as of right now. And I could really honestly be swayed either way with respect to noise. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
So I have a slightly different question about the noise. I think this is page 20. So on page 20 of the Saxby Acoustics report, it says that a 3 decibel change is barely perceptible, 5 decibel change is clearly perceptible, and a 10 decibel change is perceived as being twice or half as loud. So my question, I just wanted to state that, is about the fencing along the Sand Creek and Route 4. So I guess this is that doesn't have a page, 23. It's on page 23. the yellow fencing is a 10-foot wall, and it's got 61 decibels on the first floor and 73 on the second. And then the red fencing is 62 and 74. It's like a 1 decibel change. And my question is the difference in the height in the sound wall or sound barrier, is that because of grading of the property, or is that because of the decibels?
Eric, who should answer that? Paul?
Well, yeah, but before we do that, does that cover the extent of the commission's questions about noise? No, not
No,
yet.
I'm just,
Let's actually just maybe keep going,
Okay,
and then
Paul can
we'll
answer.
turn it
now.
over. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Commissioner Duffy.
okay. And then I guess my second question would be, I got to get to a different form here, around the houses around the park. Oh, hold on one second. No, this is the wrong one. The homes that are in the park in the middle, I think they have a 7-foot wall. What, and I didn't see any, hold on, I'm looking for this. I didn't see the sound, what it would be like for those homes in particular.
So you want to know the decibel levels
Yeah,
for
for
the
those,
homes
the
that are around
homes
the park?
that are around the park, they got a 7-foot wall.
Yep.
Just want to know what the thought was about what's the noise level in the parks,
Okay.
for people at night and that type of thing.
All right. Any other questions that you want to get answered?
Those are my two.
Okay.
The levels, well, let me just rephrase it just to be real concise, because the fencing, the walls around the eastern side of the development that's changing heights, the decibel levels are only going up by 1 or 2 decibels, but the height of the barrier is going up dramatically. Is that gradient? And then second part to that question, will it be staggered on the top? And I think Erica told me that it probably be staggered on the top. And can that be uniformed? And so that's my question.
So my question's really more around the STC rating for the windows, right? So in our plan, we have, I think it's 34 ST rated windows. And why wouldn't we use, for the home specifically fronting or backing into Highway 4 and then Sand Creek, why wouldn't we not use something more to bring the decibel level down when the windows are closed, specifically on the second floor? Is the areas of interest. I know sound can be mitigated to a great deal. We build research space, and when you build research space, you have to keep in mind vibration and sound for certain types of research and things that you're doing. So it can be mitigated to a great degree, certainly not for home construction. It's going to be different. But I think that I'm less, and this is probably going to sound bad, but I'm going to say this anyway. I'm less concerned about someone opening a window, because unlike the Sienna neighborhood where Highway 4 changed after they built the homes, this is my opinion, right? If you buy a home in this development, if this development is approved, you know what you're getting. You know Highway 4 is there, and you know Sand Creek is there. So what I'm more interested in is, when the windows are closed, how can we improve by lowering the decibel levels on the second story specifically, because the first story is lower, and I think more of the impact of the sound is going to be mitigated by the sound wall than the second floor. So with that, I think that's all the questions I have for now. But we reserve the right to ask Paul more questions based on his answers.
I was just going to say, are you sure that's it? So a couple things off the bat. Number one, I am not qualified to answer those questions. Those are beyond my scope, very technical in nature. Number two, there was a project-specific noise study prepared by Saxelby Acoustics via the applicant, and then that got folded into the analysis to prepare the EIR. The city, through Rainey, hired Paul Bollard, president of Bollard Acoustical Consultants, to essentially peer review that work. And Paul is in attendance tonight via Zoom. You can see him on the screen here. So I will now, at this point, turn it over to him to hopefully answer the commission's various questions, understanding there will be some back and forth as we go.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so for the record, I'm Paul Ballard. I'm the president of Ballard Acoustical Consultants, and our office is in Auburn, California. And although I didn't personally prepare the noise analysis for this project, I am intimately familiar with noise issues in the city of Brentwood, having contracted directly with the city to do an extensive Highway 4 corridor noise study about 3 years ago. So there are many questions that just came up, and I think the probably the best place to start is with your noise standards. We as acoustical consultants, we don't, well, basically we're numbers people. You have very, very specific interior and exterior, interior in your upstairs bedrooms, living spaces, downstairs living spaces, and exterior standards for your backyard spaces. You have very specific noise standards, as does every city and county in the state of California. And your noise standards for projects that are developed adjacent to Highway 4 are identical within reason to the standards that you have elsewhere in your city. So our job, and Luke Saxelby's job, who prepared the noise analysis for this project, is really to assess what is the noise environment at the project site, what is it likely to be in the future, and what mitigation would be required in order to reduce noise levels to a state of compliance with your noise standards. And that's the crux of it. There's no interpretation or subjective analysis of this. It's what does it take to get to your noise standards? Now, understanding that your noise standards, like every city and county in the state's noise standards, are a line that's been drawn in the sand that says this is what we're going to consider acceptable. We're not saying it's pristine or it's quiet or it's commensurate with noise levels you would expect at Lake Tahoe, for example, but this is a level that is consistent with what a lot of other jurisdictions are doing, and it's reasonable, and it's going to prevent us from having 18-foot sound walls surrounding our entire city. So in the case of this project, both interior and exterior backyard levels were analyzed extensively by Saxelby by using state-of-the-art noise prediction methodologies and software. And we peer reviewed that, and we found it to be consistent with industry standards. And so at the end of the day, there is an exterior noise level that's different at first floors than second floors. And at second floors, it's always going to be higher because maybe you don't have shielding by that barrier that's required, and you have less ground absorption and other effects that are taking place. So you need better windows at second floor levels. And so the job of the acoustical consultant is to say, these are the window requirements that you have in order to comply with this city's noise standards. Now, would better windows make it quieter inside? Yes, of course. But what windows are technically required for satisfaction of the city's laws? And that's the same for the backyard standards. You're barbecuing in your backyard. We're not saying it's going to be pristine quiet, but what height of noise barrier is required in order to achieve compliance with your city's noise standards? So that's really what it comes down to. There's not any room for interpretation or subjective evaluation here. There are standards, there is scientific analysis that determines what those windows and what those wall heights are required for a particular project. And that's the process that was implemented for this project by Saxelby. It's the same process that we've used on other studies that we've prepared in the city of Brentwood. And we peer reviewed it, and it's consistent with industry standards. So we understand that there has been a whole lot of concern about traffic noise levels, particularly from Highway 4 in the city of Brentwood. And we appreciate the sensitivity, particularly of residential uses, to those noise levels. At the end of the day, the question really is, what level of mitigation is required to achieve your standards? So I have no idea if that answered your question, but by way of a start, I wanted to just hit on that point. So I will pause there to catch my breath.
Commissioner Floor.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. So I just want to clarify that I understand. You're only able to tell us about sound levels in terms of decibels and whether or not they're compliant with some numbers that we have in our regulations. Is there anything else that you can tell us?
Well, absolutely. You mentioned earlier about the frequency content of sound, and traffic noise is actually fairly broadband. Yes, it does ebb and flow with different periods of the day when traffic volumes are heavier or lighter. The busiest times of the day do not necessarily correspond with the noisiest times of the day because the traffic speeds are decreased during those busier times of the day. So it's a complex combination of noise generated by vehicle volume, speed, truck percentages, distance to the road, pavement type. There are a whole lot of factors that go into this, but by and large, traffic noise is broadband in nature and not tonal in content like a hum or a shriek or a squeal. It tends to be more broadband, in fact, in that it covers a wide range of frequency content from the tire pavement noise interaction to the engine noise to the exhaust noise. So in terms of what I can tell you about traffic noise, when you look at barriers, it's important that the barrier intercept line of sight between the residential receptor and the traffic noise source. And so that is a very integral component of the traffic noise analysis and the barrier analysis that was performed for this project. Once a barrier intercepts line of sight between the traffic and the receiver, you get a 5 decibel noise reduction. In this case, we need a 10 decibel noise reduction. So in this case, SACS will be recommended at the worst case locations, a barrier height of 12 feet in order to achieve that 10 decibel noise attenuation. As you move to different locations on the site and there's different topography, all of these things affect the noise exposure of the site. These were factored into this very complex 3-dimensional model, and the varying degrees of noise barrier heights and window upgrades were developed based on that.
So it's your contention that traffic noise is pretty steady broadband noise, and I'm not sure that I entirely agree with it. Have you ever heard a semi go by in the middle of the night? It's quite loud. Different vehicles make different levels of noises, ranging anywhere from 60 to 80 decibels, depending on what kind of vehicle, how heavy it is, what kind of engine it has. I don't know if taking averages, and I'm not sure that it's really descriptive enough to say, well, it's just kind of a broadband noise because different cars make different sounds. Motorcycles really loud, some cars really quiet, some cars you only hear the tires, some cars you hear the exhaust. I just don't get it. And in terms of health effects, I can actually read you something. If a person feels they cannot control the amount of noise in their environment, its impact on their mental health intensifies. Can you tell me, does anybody that's going to be living in these houses have any control over how loud the traffic is outside their house?
I can, but before I get to that, I'd like to respond to your prior question about the individual noise generation of various vehicles. And you have to understand that we're talking about approximately, on the order of 100 plus or minus 1,000 vehicles per day. So there are all of these vehicles being mixed in terms of tonal content and frequency content and sound level at the same time. But above all of that, it's important to note that your city's noise standards are in fact based on that 24-hour average noise level. Now, if the issue is with the noise standard, that's one thing. But in terms of compliance with your noise standard, we recognize that some vehicles are louder than others. But in terms of the averages, which is the way this is evaluated, that average is based on your city's average noise level standard, which is the only apples to apples way of conducting the comparison. In respect to your question about people's ability to understand how much noise they're going to be exposed to when they purchase that property, I think that's a great question. It depends on whether when they were considering purchasing that property, whether they visited the exact lot that they were going to be purchasing. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Did they have an opportunity to experience the levels from the second floor where the levels are going to be more elevated? Did they have an opportunity to experience those levels with windows closed? So there are just a whole lot of variables, which makes it a difficult question to answer. So I don't know that every person that purchases a property near the freeway has a clear understanding of what they're getting into. But what they hopefully could fall back on is that analyses have been completed which indicate that the city's legal noise standards are being complied with. And so that when they purchase that property, they have an understanding that even though the levels may vary over time or by vehicle type, they're compliant with the city's noise standards.
Well, thank you for that. I'm sure that a concerned parent whose child is sick and can't sleep is comforted by the fact that standards are met. Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions regarding sound at the moment? Commissioner Brand? No? Commissioner Johnson? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Paul. Okay, just checking our list to see what we have to go through. I think we've covered all main ones. I'd like to get to the design issues and landscaping a little bit in a little bit. I think I'd like to now go back to close up on the traffic options, the 5 options. Does anyone have specific questions on the 5 options that were put in front of us to choose from? Not that we have to choose from them, but those are the 5 options that the staff prepared. And Eric, I believe, sorry, I know you're, can we put up on the screen the option that the staff recommended? Let's start there.
Just to clarify through the chair, you mean if the commission was inclined to make a change, because staff's recommendation continues to be full access?
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. I'm just gonna go to the staff report here. While April can share for me.
Let me just check with the commissioners. It sounded from everyone's conversations that we are looking at evaluating the options, correct? Get some basic head nods that we're looking at yeah. Okay.
Okay, and just to clarify, this is within the staff report, option 2, and it's labeled as turn restrictions alternative B.
Correct.
So figure 5, a lot of stuff there, but this is the figure that's embedded in the staff report, and I will zoom in a little bit on the actual intersection, so hopefully it's a little easier to see. I will say at this point, my work is probably done on this question. We do have Steve Abrams attending via Zoom. Now he worked directly with the applicant, but we also at the staff level coordinated with him to an extent to develop some of these options. His memo that he ultimately prepared is attached to the staff report, so the commission read through that. I also defer to Alan for some more explanation about this one, and then he may want to bring Mr. Kursvan up as well, but I'll leave that to Alan. So Alan, do you want to maybe start, and then if the commission's interested in hearing from Mr. Abrams, we can promote him as well via Zoom.
Sure.
Thank you, Eric. So here before you is option 2, what we're calling option 2 anyways. Just to recap from our last meeting, Planning Commission gave direction to look at options to basically restrict traffic from the project to go southward on St. Regis. And these were the options that we had discussed with Abrams and Associates. Of the options presented, option 2, which is before you right now, is the one that we were most agreeable with. And sorry, Eric, we're seeing your.
I'm
screen.
so sorry. I've done that a couple times. There we go. My bad.
So to start with, this would be a 4-way stop controlled intersection. As you can see, eastbound San Jose Avenue from the project would not be allowed per signage to turn right onto St. Regis. In addition, there's a modification to the existing curb return there on this, I would say, the westerly corner, where it bulbs out a little bit to, quite a bit actually, to additionally physically put in a barrier to make it really uncomfortable for vehicles to make that right turn down to St. Regis. So we have sign control as well as a physical impediment there. With regards to Chest Oak Drive, that would be restricted to just a right turn onto San Jose Avenue. Vehicles would not be able to turn left or go through to St. Regis. That hefty median island in the middle there, that's the difference between option 1 and option 2. That similarly provides a physical barrier, making it very difficult for vehicles to continue down St. Regis Avenue. Staff likes this option among the others because it provides access to San Jose Avenue, east and westbound. Let's see. The other thing with regards to enforcement, I think this, again, we would definitely still have police as needed to monitor the situation here. But for the most part, I think this was the most agreeable solution.
Captain Shore, enforcement question. So I guess I probably should have asked this earlier, but how often, or I don't know what way to word this, is the St. Regis Avenue area or street, right, where people take the left and been a topic of discussion tonight, is that an area where there are frequent accidents and ticketing activities for speeding or other infractions?
The accidents, no, not generally. We don't. I mean, that's a pretty easy turn there from San Jose. The speed, I'm not 100% sure. I don't think our folks are up there often monitoring. Now, other parts of, we get a lot of complaints in the Shadow Lakes neighborhood coming down that from St. Regis going up Capilano and then down Presidio. I know we've monitored that, but that specific roadway, not too much.
Okay, thank you. Eric, should I go to Alan or you? I'm kind of, as the master of ceremonies.
That's a very loose term. I appreciate that. Alan, you're fine to stick with Alan for now.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Alan, so this doesn't solve, in fact, none of the options solve the primary area that we discussed in September and that were brought up by residents and by the commission tonight of the left turn from San Jose onto St. Regis, correct? And it's true, isn't it true that the residents of Bridlegate, if it's approved, could then just go onto Sand Creek, do what most other people are doing and go cut through the Raley's parking lot as an example, and then come up San Jose through St. Regis by taking a left?
Thank you, Vice Chair. That is correct. This would still allow San Jose Avenue, if you're headed westbound, to turn down to St. Regis. So as we looked over the traffic counts from 2017, you're looking at 400 or over 400 vehicles in the AM making that movement. So that's an existing condition. With regards to the project itself, the traffic, if folks are not able to make that right turn down to St. Regis, they, as our traffic engineer likes to say, traffic's like water. They'll find their way to get here. And that is the most logical route, is to head down Sand Creek Road and go go through the Raleigh Shopping Center back to San Jose and get here and make a left onto St. Regis. The Abrams' memo had mentioned, of the vehicles, we would see approximately 75% of the vehicles that are headed that way anyways find their way back here. So we're looking at really, per their estimations, a 10%, 25% reduction in the traffic. So I think we were expecting 40 vehicles to come from Bridal Gate down to here. So now with this roundabout way, we'll only see 30. So the idea is 10 vehicles would find their way back, using State Route 4 to get to Balfour, or maybe another means to get to the school. But that is the kind of the gist of the report.
So can you walk me through that again? So you said it will reduce 40 trips from Bridal Gate to this intersection and go down to 30.
Correct.
So that's assuming that only 40 cars from Bridal Gate are going to have school-aged children, or are you also saying that because of this or another mitigation that we come up with as one of the 5 options, they're just going to go Sand Creek to Highway 4?
I would say we could stick with percentages, because that was just an estimate that 40 vehicles from the project would be going down this way. So what I recall from the memo is that it said 75% of the vehicles would still find their way back to this intersection. So
by taking through Rayleigh's and taking the left.
Yes,
So this doesn't solve our main concern.
that is correct.
Okay. Commissioner Floor?
Yeah, this is an interesting point. Why is it, do you suppose, that we have a highway connected to a 4-lane arterial that people would rather avoid by going through a parking lot past Safeway? I mean, that's not a fun parking lot to drive through. You've got to go past Safeway, and then you've got to go over those little bumps and little roundy and down past, the Party Store or whatever is there now. And why is that preferable to simply going down the freeway and turning on the arterial? What's the advantage?
Thank you, Commissioner Floor. Good question. I don't live here. I don't know the history, so I can't personally speak to it. I'm not sure if Abrams would be willing to chime in, or we have Steve as well. So let's start with Abrams and Associates. Perhaps they could chime in first.
Hi, this is Steve Abrams from Abrams Associates. Ultimately, the congestion down on Balfour for the folks who would be, going around through the shopping center to take this route, they're trying to get to the school, and it's it'd be almost like, if you look it up on your phone and ask which way is quicker, it's going to tell you, nope, going through the shopping center is quicker. And it all balances out, as if it gets worse on Balfour, they start heading this way. And if Balfour is, not as congested, maybe more folks go that way. But there's significant congestion on Balfour, and that is the reason for that 400 cars, because a good portion of them are going to the high school and trying to avoid the congestion that they hit on Balfour. And I just wanted to mention that, some of the traffic, that 400 is actually traffic coming back from folks dropping off kids at the elementary school probably, and or going to the shopping center for coffee and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, it just strikes me. It almost seems like it's a consequence of this policy that we have, where we just evaluate traffic neighborhood by neighborhood as we build them. It's just a failure in design. That the arterial should be the fast way. I mean, it's the 4-lane, right? It has all the lanes. It's only got a couple lights. It just blows my mind that it's easier to drive through a 25-mile-an-hour neighborhood than it is to drive down a 45-mile-an-hour road. So I hear Chair Sparling and I have heard people in the community, and we heard somebody tonight say this, we can close this back door and people will just go through the Rayleighs and come back around and still clog it up. I don't know any other way to fix it other than to make St. Regis one way at a certain time of day. It's the only thing I could even think of. Nonetheless, I do want to look at these options, at least to get people having to knowingly make that move if they're going to. And I will say that options 1 and 2 are not sufficient. The feedback I've gotten from the community, okay, the number one solution is to close it and have the second entrance off of Sand Creek. That would be the favorite solution that I've heard from people communicating to me. So the least that I would even consider acceptable is option 3, where we don't have any traffic going on to San Jose. You can come into the neighborhood from San Jose, but you can't go out of the neighborhood on San Jose. And I think that's kind of reasonable, other than the school down there. I don't know any reason why people need to go down there. And people living on San Jose have actually complained, as well as all the people in Shadow Lakes. And realistically, 4, which is not even really illustrated, actually closing Chestnut Oak. I don't know that you need to do that. If those people want to come back around onto San Jose Bridal Gate Drive thing, it's the same. They're still not going anywhere. And it's just an easier turn for them. Like if they want to go to the park or they want to get out, they're down on the back half of Chestnut Oak and they want to get quickly to Bridal Gate Drive to get out of their neighborhood. But the only other thing is where you have the second driveway for option 5 may be suboptimal. You might be able to do a better job if you connected up by the park to the cul-de-sac. I forget the name of that road right now. What was it? It's not labeled on this.
There was a problem with the grades on that side where it wouldn't be possible to connect it. That was of course, that would be the best spot, just looking at the aerial, but there's a pretty good hill from there to Sand Creek Road.
I see. All right. Yeah, so I would say option 3 and closing the inlet at St. Regis during school hours would be the only way that we could have any kind of hope of giving some relief to Shadow Lakes, short of, improving our road system. It's a shame that, we spend on this money building big roads and people just want to take the little roads through the neighborhood. And you can see how windy it is. It's not a straightforward route at all. And yet somehow it's faster, and that's a shame. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that maybe option 3 might be acceptable to the neighborhood, but really option 5 is the preferred option for that neighborhood. Thanks.
Commissioner Brand?
So we're saying option 5 isn't even feasible as a result of the grade? Did I hear that right?
No, it wasn't feasible to move it to the far end of the subdivision where, it might make sense to have it over there, but it doesn't work at that west end.
I see. And so I guess what I'm hearing, and I think the vice chair commented on this, was that none of these solutions really do much to mitigate the traffic that is not only current, but potentially future.
Well, they're more,
Yeah, how I think about this is there's certainly viable options, right? But so option, because we have to think about it from two perspectives, right? You have to think about it from, okay, obviously we know from 7 to 9 and from 2 to 4, right? Those are the hours of concern. Outside that, fine, right? But we have to also make sure that we're thinking about this from, the residents, both in Bridlegate and Brentwood Hills, having a viable path to what's coming, right? And a good pathway to Sand Creek directly rather than going down and taking a right on San Jose, right? Because Costco's has already been approved and will be built by end of Q1 according to public reports. We have the Innovation Center location where that's coming, right? So there's value in not having it closed off because then there's an impact, right, to the residents leaving Brentwood Hills, right? And we talked about, if there was an emergency, well, that goes two ways, right? If you close it off, that becomes challenging, right, to that. I would also say that there is a simpler solution if we just simply add, and I've said this before, and I know Mr. Kursavan and I have had this conversation before, and I'm sure we're about to have it again, about left-hand turn, no left-hand turns, no right-hand turns during school hours. My primary concern for me, and I think from the commission, sounds like it's the 7 to 9. I'm just picking out, I don't know if that's the exact time, right? But 7 to 9 in the morning, that you can't take a left on San Jose into St. Regis, and from 3 to 5, or whatever the appropriate hours, right? Basically, you can't take a right onto San Jose, because if you can't take a right on San Jose, right, then you're going to mitigate people cutting back through the neighborhood, right? Now, some of this project causes. Some of it is existing, right? So we have to come up with a solution that balances those two things, but we definitely need to solve the problem. And I really don't want to have to come back with a future agenda item request like we did for Orchard Grove and the impact of that small community having, that's now advancing to the city council. Who knows how it'll turn out. This is something that we should be able to solve with people we have here tonight. And to me, a simple additive solution is the no left-hand turn during school hours. And yes, it's an enforcement issue, but everything's an enforcement issue, right? Because I saw driving home last night on Foothill, I saw someone take a U-turn in the middle of the street, right? I mean, that's not allowed, but people do it, right? So, but it has to be an enforcement issue, and we have to create an appropriate level chilling effect for people to stop cutting through Shadow Lakes and Brentwood Hills and use the appropriate roads. And if we do that, at least from that perspective, right, then we've solved an issue that is existing today, and we've avoided an issue that's going to get worse with this development if it's approved tonight or sometime in the future. That's what we need to come out of here tonight with is a thought exercise in terms of how we're going to solve that. If not, then none of these things work. Closing off the lane or making an EV lane is a desperation move on our part to try to solve the problem, which I think there's an easier solution to it. Commissioner Johnson.
So I happen to live in Shadow Lakes, and I've spoken to a few of my neighbors as well about this issue. One of the things about first of all, two things. People can go around the Raleigh Shopping Center. There's a block. You can go one block to the east and come back onto San Jose. So you don't even need to go through the Raleigh Shopping Center to get back there. But for the people who live in Shadow Lakes now, like myself, I do come back that way myself right now. And if you block me off from going back in, I'm going to have to go around now. When I say my neighbors as well are going to have to go around all the way around to get back into the neighborhood. So I don't think that's a desirable outcome either. I kind of want to know or get a better understanding of why the staff said that the original recommendation is to leave it as is versus doing, let's say, option 2. That would be, I just want to kind of understand what you're thinking, what the thinking is behind leaving it as is, versus option 2. The second one I want to understand a little bit better of is, can we do 2, meaning option 2 and option 5, or would a combination of the 2 help? Or I'm not even sure I understand what having option 5, how much that adds to alleviating the pressure to going down, how much that actually alleviates. But I just kind of want to understand that. And I think that we need to make sure as commissioners that not only do we kind of protect Shadow Lakes from the additional traffic, but we also don't hinder the additional homeowners by doing something drastic and preventing them now from getting back to their house the way they used to get back, or accessing Costco, or accessing anything else. So, I mean, I know that this is a complicated issue, but I don't want to block off. I'm telling you, I do not want to block off my way that I normally come back home. And then I have to go all the way around just to get back into my house. Don't want to do that. So I'm just speaking for myself, and I'm probably speaking for a lot of folks who live in Shadow Lakes. You're going to cause havoc. So that's that.
Commissioner Flohr.
Option 3 wouldn't prevent you from making that turn.
Talking about making a what was it? A
one-way street.
One-way street, and not making a left-hand turn onto St. Regis, because you're trying to
Off
stop
San Jose?
off of San Jose, because I heard somebody say, hey, we want to protect people coming back around through the Raleigh Shopping Center and then making a left onto St. Regis to go down into the school. So if you stop that, that stops the people in Shadow Lakes who are also trying to come back.
That's true. I think the idea was just to block that turn during school hours only.
Like I said, it's not like the people in Shadow Lakes are not coming back to their home during. So people who live at the northern part, like Brentwood Hills, and their kids go to Loma Vista. What are they now? They got to go all the way out to Fairview and go down and come around to get back into Shadow Lakes. If I block that off, I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Eric, I see your mic.
Well, I was making sure the commission didn't have any additional questions before we tried to answer those. Because I do think it's a combo of Alan and Steve Kursavan questions.
Okay. Any additional questions before we ask Alan and Mr. Kursavan to speak? Okay.
Thank you, Planning Commission. So I guess to start with, Commissioner Johnson had asked about why staff recommends to stay with the original proposal. The reason being, as we had discussed, option 2 is looked at, and we still see the problem not being properly mitigated or completely mitigated. As we had mentioned, a majority of the vehicles would still find their way to that intersection. So it is, if anything, it's a little bit more of an inconvenience, but it doesn't, in staff's perspective, provide a proper solution. Again, the reason why staff recommends the original proposal is because it is consistent with the general plan. It is the most efficient way to get people and goods moving throughout the city, understanding the concerns and the issues that happens through Shadow Lakes and Brentwood Hills. But that is the reasons why the idea of closing off completely San Jose Avenue to Bridal Gate, again, it's not consistent with general plan. I think if any were to change that configuration, Katie may correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that might require a general plan amendment to change the circulation diagram. Other questions, as Commissioner Johnson mentioned, with the left turn restriction during the AM peak or even the PM, that could be detrimental and there could be consequences as mentioned, with people having to drop off their kids at Loma Vista from Shadow Lakes or Brentwood Hills and not being able to get back home in the most efficient manner. On top of that, the enforcement issue, we would get continued calls and complaints about this intersection if we had that signage up. And as you know, we don't have many instances of time-restricted movements throughout the city. Steve may be able to provide some background as to the ones we do have and whether it's working or not. But from my understanding from Steve, those were installed with different, in different situations, not particularly the same as this. So with the additional connection onto Sand Creek Road, that was looked at. Again, I think that was a part of if we turned the connection here at San Jose and Regis to an EVA only, that to meet the minimum two roadway connections for a subdivision of 25 or more homes, that additional connection at Sand Creek Road was looked at. So I believe that was the impetus behind that evaluation. It wasn't necessarily a standalone solution, but again, we could always entertain that. But to the point of reducing traffic here at St. Regis and San Jose, that second connection, again, does not by itself alleviate that issue, I believe.
Ellen, let me ask a follow-up question, right? I've heard, and I don't know if, it sounds like Commissioner Brand and Commissioner Floor and I are somewhat aligned with the challenge of the left-hand turn on San Jose Avenue, right? So how can you make option B better to reduce traffic? Because I would say I disagree with the staff report 100% that what is recommended violates policy CIR-3-4. Provides an interconnected street network that provides multiple points of access, discouraging cut-through traffic while maintaining neighborhood connectivity. We are 100% encouraging cut-through traffic with the original design. So the original design, we have to come up with an alternative to the original design. Maybe I think the left-hand turn, my opinion, is that it's the easiest solution. It's not, I'm not by any means saying it's a great solution because I get the Loma Vista equation. But option B as it works today doesn't solve it, right? So that's the question that has to be solved. And it wasn't answered. You know, I listened to the meeting back. This was a point of conversation. And I get it. You guys came up with 5 options that are all some way are all viable, because they are. Just because I don't like them doesn't mean they're not viable, right? But it doesn't solve the initial question. If you can't do an EVA because of, you know, different reasons, okay, fine. But there was a 2-hour conversation mostly related to how do we calm, I guess that's the proper term, traffic on the San Jose and St. Regis intersection. Because at that point, we didn't have the numbers. So it's great that we have the numbers now, 434 cars during the morning school hours and some, I forget the number, going out. But the solutions you presented us with so far are not. And what my concern is, and again, maybe I'm overemphasizing this point, is I don't want to have us reschedule another meeting to talk about the issue that we already talked about in September. So what's a different solution that we can talk about tonight that's going to work? And obviously then the commissioners have to, you know, there needs to be 3 votes that would work, right? And then obviously we're not even done with the design review and all that. But listening to the concerns of the commission, I'm concerned that we keep talking about the same point over and over again. We need a solution that works for that left-hand turn to calm traffic through there, because we heard it from the public in September. We heard it tonight. We've heard it in emails. I've seen it in social media. We cannot continue to have Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes be a speedway during school hours. That's what the residents don't want. And when we do a great job designing for future residents, but we have to make sure that we're doing a good job designing for current residents first. Because most people who buy these homes do not currently live in Brentwood. So I'm open to hearing from either yourself or the other consultants or Mr. Kursavan on some ideas. You've heard the conversation. What are some additional options that you can think of that can present us with a solution that we can further discuss? Because from what I'm hearing from the commission, it doesn't sound like we're going to have consensus so far on any of the items including the staff recommended option. So I don't know what the next steps are in terms of trying to figure this out, which is why I wanted to save traffic for last, because I had a feeling we were going to end up here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sparling. I'll ask Steve to come up, see if he has any ideas. As he comes up, I would say to start with, the ultimate idea is what's the most efficient way from a resident's perspective to get to American Avenue? That's the ultimate question, which is the most efficient, which one is the path of least resistance. So I will lead off with that. And Steve, based on his experience, could probably chime in a little bit more.
I guess the best way I can put it is anything you do isn't necessarily solving a problem. You're diverting the problem to someplace else in the city. So if we go with your idea of the left turn, those cars are now going to go on Balfour Road. So you're going to take a street that's backed up for 4 blocks and you're going to add 500 more cars to it. If I have a kid at Loma Vista and I live in Brentwood Hills or Shadow Lakes and I drop him off, I now have to go San Jose, Fairview, Balfour to get back home. Left turn restrictions during certain hours are very difficult to enforce. The captain would basically have to have a police officer every day. We used to have such a restriction at San Jose and Meadowgate, which is the street that Mr. Johnson was referring to. If they don't go through the Raleigh Shopping Center, and we're focusing on Adams and Heritage, let's not forget that some of the people in Bridlegate are going to have a kid at Loma Vista. They would come down San Jose, drop off, and go home. If we restrict it, they're going to drive up Highland and Meadowgate. So you're going to send them through someone else's neighborhood. So you've diverted the traffic problem from San Jose, where there are no homes, onto 2 public streets that do have homes and a park. At the end of the day, the options were put together because we've heard the message that we don't want Bridlegate traffic to use Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes to get to American Avenue. And I agree. But it's almost impossible to stop. They're gonna drive through the Raleigh Shopping Center. And you're not gonna find this in a traffic manual. This is my opinion. Traffic would rather be moving because there's a sense of accomplishment as opposed to being stuck behind the same guy for the last 10 minutes. So if it takes me 3 minutes longer, 5 minutes longer, 6 minutes longer, but I'm moving, I'm doing it. That's just how the traffic world works. When you put 3,500 kids on a dead-end street that the city had absolutely nothing to do with because it was built by the school districts, you're going to have problems. And we're focusing on American because of the proximity of Bridlegate. That problem exists at pretty much every school we've got. It is, we talked about it at Orchard Grove. It's congested. The good news is congestion is typically safe because you're not moving at a high rate of speed. I have traffic counts on San Jose, St. Regis, Presidio, East Country Club, West Country Club, and Round Hill. I've got all of that stuff. We've looked at it all. It's really easy, and people call me all the time, so you need to fix it. Yeah, I do. I don't know how to fix it. I have to send these vehicles someplace else. Vehicles don't necessarily want to go someplace else. They want to move. So your idea of the left turn restriction, and let me go back to my previous stop. And I don't know if any of you remember this. There used to be a no left turn from San Jose onto Meadowgate years ago during certain hours. PD enforced it on a regular basis. The judge finally threw out the tickets and said, this is not legal, you can't do it, so we had to take the sign down. We'll have the same problem here. If we put that sign up and someone fights the ticket, they might win, and probably will, because the judge, and I believe it was the court commissioner in Pittsburgh, threw the tickets out. So I get what you're trying to accomplish, and I applaud you. It's my job. I would love to have a solution. As I stand here in front of you with 30 years of experience as a traffic engineer, I don't have that solution. Maybe Mr. Abrams does, and if he does, I'd love to hear it.
Mr. Abrams, do you have a solution to the puzzle that we're trying to solve?
For the what?
The puzzle that we're trying to solve, because we're trying to solve this,
Right.
right? We're trying to come
Here's-
up with a solution that's going to work and meet the commission's goal, what the public's goal has said, right?
Right.
And so, and it's been clear, and you had, and again, I'm not beating anybody up, right? But this was clearly brought up in September, and we're here now, and we have the same question again, which is I'll speak for me, my perspective, extremely frustrating.
Absolutely. And it's not a Bridlegate thing. This has been coming up as long as I've been here.
I understand
the first
that.
day I got here, the first
Mr.
word out
Kirschman,
of the
but
city
what
engineer's mouth was American Avenue.
I understand that, but
And I get
what
that.
I'm mentioning is
Well-
solutions from either you or Mr. Abrams or Alan, right? On
Right.
what is different than what was proposed, because I'm not getting a sense that other than completely closing down the street, which has other problems, right?
Correct.
Is something that people, and that still doesn't solve the left-hand turn on St. Regis. So how do we solve that? Is there anything we can do tonight? I guess this is the way to put it. Is there anything we can do tonight to come up with a way to solve that problem?
If you could indulge me for just 3 minutes on, let's go back to the original question, which I believe was, why is staff recommending a full 4-way open intersection? And the reason is this: I'm looking more global. Here's one thing that happens if you leave the new intersection open. Everybody in Brentwood Hills who currently, to get to Highway 4, drive through Shadow Lakes, Round Hill and East Country Club, in the future won't. So you'll lessen the traffic on Round Hill, and you'll allow those people to get in and out of Costco, Kaiser, and Highway 4 quicker. So you will, in fact, improve traffic through Shadow Lakes. That's my thinking. And I know Mr. Dorman won't agree with it, fine. So I'm looking at a bigger picture. And by the way, I think I've told you before, I live in Shadow Lakes. I know what's going on, I get it. If I could come up with a solution, I would have. My kid went to Adams and Heritage. I would have fixed it just for my own personal reasons so I didn't get stuck. I can't give you an answer today as to how we fix the intersection of San Jose and St. Regis. My good friend, Mr. Abrams, might be able to. I don't know. Steve? Traffic engineer's name's Steve, come on.
Well, I just want to take a different route to the same conclusion, which is, if you can throw enough money at something, you can fix anything. But, sometimes that's just not possible. And in this case, probably the best way to actually reduce that left turn from San Jose would be to widen Balfour or widen the turn lanes going into making them a triple left turn lane doesn't really help unless you also widen the road in advance of it. And ideally, maybe create another entrance into the high school and middle school area so that then people would take Balfour Road instead of going through the neighborhood. But the cost of that, given all the existing constraints around it, would probably be prohibitive.
And it's a valid solution. So now we make Balfour Road 6 lanes wide instead of 4 lanes wide. And if you look at it, we started that. We did it between Eagle Rock and Highway 4. We took it upon ourselves to add a 3rd lane, and it helped. So yes, that's a solution. Is it feasible? Probably not. We don't own the right-of-way. We certainly don't have the money. And at the end of the day, and I know people don't like to hear this, but we're talking about an issue that exists for about an hour in the morning, an hour in the afternoon, and the rest of the day it runs fine. And now it runs great because school's out of session. So I get your frustration. I get this citywide. My responsibility is to try and fix traffic citywide. Unlike other engineering disciplines, traffic is at the mercy of the driver, and you can try and do whatever you want. I mean, you've all been at signals where red doesn't necessarily mean stop. It's just a suggestion. Stop signs are kind of, if you feel like it. So if your ultimate goal is, I don't want people coming up San Jose and taking a left onto St. Regis, then we're making San Jose a cul-de-sac and you don't go up there anymore. and we're sending you down Fairview to Balfour. There's your option. With all due respect to Mr. Abrams, come on, who's widening Balfour Road to 6 lanes? That's just not going to happen. So that would be, if you wanted a good, quick solution,
Yeah.
it's cul-de-sac it and nobody goes through anymore.
Okay. Thank you. You may want to stay there. I think my other commissioners may have further questions for you because I've been kind of dominating the last few minutes. So, Commissioner Johnson.
So I have a question on Balfour Road. So the signal timing, it seems to me that it causes some of the congestion because of the way the lights are timed. Would that help alleviate that and force more people to come down Balfour Road?
The city has tried on 3 occasions to synchronize the signals along Balfour Road. Here's why synchronization is difficult. You have such a heavy side street movement that sooner or later, something has to give. So when you synchronize a corridor, you're giving preference to, and let's use Balfour, you're giving preference to the east and west movement, right? At what cost? At the cost of the side streets. So that you're going to have Foothill and East Country Club wait a little longer. You're going to have Cortona wait a little longer. On all 3 occasions, after we initiated the synchronization, we had to turn it off because what was happening is the drivers on the side street were getting frustrated because they had to wait so long, they just started running the red lights. You had a tremendous problem at Cortona because you happen to have a McDonald's on the corner, and at 7 a.m. they tend to sell a lot of breakfast. So you had 12 cars waiting to get out of there. Only 5 made it. 6, 7, and 8 ran the red light. So we ended up causing a safety issue. One. Second thing, if you've ever driven down Balfour at 7:30, synchronize what? It's stop and go traffic. There's nowhere to go. And so I don't have anywhere to put these cars. And again, if I could have done it, I would have. I've tried on 3 separate occasions. I received grant funding to do it. And it's not as easy as flipping a switch. There's some work involved. It just did not work.
Commissioner Brand or Commissioner Flohr, any further questions on traffic or a solutions-based approach?
Yeah, I'm totally at a loss.
Excuse me, Steve. I'm sorry. Were you? Just one more question. The option 5, adding that option to what do you think that would do in terms of would that cause more people to leave out of the north side of the development and maybe go on Route 4 or no? What do you think?
My idea on option 5 was it was a way to provide 2 access points to the subdivision because it needs 2 access points for emergency vehicles. There's your 2 access points. They're going to do the same thing. They're going to go through the Raleigh Shopping Center. I mean, they have 4 options. Take Sand Creek to Deer Valley to Balfour, which, unless somebody tries it and times and says, oh my God, it actually is faster, they'll try it once or twice, not a valid option. So you got 3 valid options. Get on Highway 4 and get off at Balfour Road. Go through the Raleigh Shopping Center, go up San Jose to St. Regis, or go through Highland and Meadowgate because you don't want to go through the speed bumps in the Raleigh Shopping Center. So ultimately you've got, and this is what happens today, you have 2 options to get to American Avenue, through Shadow Lakes, or down Balfour Road. That's where you're going to divert this traffic. And like I began my whole statement, you're pushing the problem someplace else. And I agree it's a problem. Don't get me wrong. I fully agree. I know that Presidio has 2,600 cars a day on it. San Jose has 5,500. St. Regis has 2,900. I know that. But knowing it and then being able to come up with a solution to fix it is 2 way different things. And like I said, 5,500 cars in San Jose. Now we cul-de-sac it, so now I'm sending them up Fairview to Balfour. It's a ripple effect. It's like throwing a pebble in a pond. You're going to throw it, and it's...
Commissioner Brand.
I know we'd like to solve this simply and clearly. Even simple or complicated solutions seem to not only make it more cumbersome, but I mean, I'm looking at these pictures of plausible solutions at San Jose to St. Regis, and I've never seen intersections this complicated at all, let alone in Brentwood. I don't know of anyone with the pork chop in the middle and this, indent into the, it's like, how's a bicycle supposed to get through there? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And yet, as you've described, there's no magic solution available here. These are all just kind of, kicking the can down the road in a different direction, and hopefully, playing, we're moving the ball around, but not actually scoring any points, right?
Or you sell homes, and one of the stipulations is you can't have kids.
Yeah, well, I mean, is there any, as far as traffic solutions, alternatives to vehicular transit, right? Are there any other solutions as far as bike trails and sidewalks and things of that nature? I know Shadow Lakes is extremely hilly, right? No one wants to walk up a hill at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when it's 105 outside, right? But at the same time, I don't know how that fits into the solutions that you may have talked about with staff and such. But
well, and years ago we formed the American Avenue Task Force, and we looked at all these things, and we did a number of improvements. American Avenue going uphill went from 2 lanes to 3. We built a new traffic signal at the parking lot. We added a 10-foot wide asphalt pathway along the east side of American. So yeah, there are answers. Busing. You go convince the parent to put his kid on the bus, because I see the buses. There's the driver and maybe another guy in there. And so it's an option. Parents just don't like that option. What you'll find with bicyclists and pedestrians is the higher up you go in the grade, the less bicycles you see in the bike lockers. The elementary schools are full. The middle schools have a couple. High schools, very few. This isn't traffic engineering anymore. This is human engineering. I don't have a degree in that. And trust me, find me a solution. I'd love to fix this problem. I was the traffic engineer in Pleasant Hill, where I had a street that had a middle school, a high school, and a college on it. And they fixed that. I left and came here. I can't fix that. Don't build a college and a high school across the DVC, College Park, and a middle school. You fix it. So no,
I know the area you're talking. I'm very familiar with the area you're talking about.
Yeah, okay.
So
anyway, trust me, I don't like sitting here saying no to you guys all the time. Trust me, I would love to say, absolutely fantastic idea, I'll go work on it tomorrow. I just don't have those solutions. The movement of traffic through any corridor is difficult because at the end of the day, it relies on the human.
Right.
I can't control them.
So in your opinion, then, the options that you put before us, the 5 options, are the best options. So as an example, one of our options could be tonight to say, we're going to continue this again, and we want specific solutions to the left-hand turn of St. Regis and San Jose. Don't know if I have votes for that, but I'm just saying that's a potential motion that we could make. In your opinion, would a continuance to study that specific problem and come up with different options that you've presented us tonight, is that even a feasible?
Let me answer it this way. This isn't Bridal Gate's issue. You want to fix the left turn from San Jose onto St. Regis. That exists today. So this shouldn't be something that's on Bridal Gate. They're not causing the problem. They may add a few cars, but so I get what you're saying, and we've kind of had this discussion on Lone Oak, so maybe this is something we need to look at in the future to say, what can be done here? But I don't think it's right to put it on Bridal Gate.
Well, I think that's, I don't know that that's an accurate statement either, because they're adding 272 homes, which means potentially 272 cars using the same cut through, with option B as an example, which is the staff's preferred
It's not
solution.
272 cars going through here. because they're not all going to school. It's about 40 or 50.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But you and I don't know that today, right? Could be zero.
Yes, it
Could be zero,
yes.
right? But we don't know the impact. What we do know is we have a problem of 473 cars using that intersection today.
Correct.
Option B, which is the staff's preferred option, if we don't go with the actual preferred option, which is just leave it wide open, is we still just add to that problem, right? So it's probably going to be somewhere in between 0 and 272, obviously.
Okay.
So in your opinion, these are our best 5 options.
My opinion is that this isn't Bridlegate's issue. So let's take care of Bridlegate tonight, and I'm not telling you how to vote or what to do, but you shouldn't put the intersection from your specific 473 existing vehicles on them. They're not going to fix that. That's not their job to fix it. That's my job to fix it. Or the next port, Shampoo gets the job.
But wouldn't you agree that, I'm not saying it's their problem, period, but wouldn't you agree that adding 272 homes with people going to schools would increase the traffic on San Jose and St. Regis?
Yes, because we've made the statement that they're going to go through the Raleigh Shopping Center. But here how that works. If you're adding, I'm just going to use numbers. They're not specific to Bridlegate, but let's say a developer does a project and they add 10% traffic to an intersection. What's their responsibility? 10%. You can't, so if you have 4 corners undeveloped and each developer builds something, they each pay a quarter of the traffic signal.
So
you don't stick it on one guy. So they would have to pay their fair share.
So are you saying that so their fair share might be to do option 2, or are you saying that the 272 homes, you said 10%? I don't exactly know where we got the 40. I don't know if this is where we got the 40 cars.
That's out of Mr. Abrams' report.
So you're saying
10%, 40 out of 473.
So those 40 cars are going to come down here, and option 2 is going to take 10% off of that?
No, my point is that if you if we were going to improve that intersection, this has nothing to do with the options, because none of these options look at the left from San Jose to St. Regis. They don't touch that. That's not what's going on here. If our goal ultimately is we want to fix this 473 cars so they don't go through this intersection anymore, and we come up with a solution, Bridlegate, in my book, would be responsible for 10% of whatever that solution is.
Okay. One more. I'm sorry, one more question.
Yeah.
Of the traffic that's going through San Jose and St. Regis, do we believe that the people coming out of Bridlegate, all of them or most of them are going to go down, of the 40, most of them are going to go through the Raleigh Shopping Center? Is that the deal?
No, I think he said 75%. I think what he said is it's 30 and 10. So Mr. Abrams indicated he thinks 10 will actually get on Highway 4 and go to Balfour. My daughter went there. I tried different things, and I finally stuck with the one that was best for me. But also, let's remember, the 473, they're not all going to St. Regis, to Capilano, to Presidio. Some of them are turning on Montecito, to Round Hill, and down East Country Club to get to Cray. That's why the numbers may not have added up before. They're going in a bunch of different places. You have people who, and I think Mr. Abrams said, you have people dropping off their kids at Loma Vista and then coming home. So my point is that if we're going to fix this intersection, in my book, Bridlegate, just by the numbers we got, would be responsible for 10% of that solution. That's the easy part. Now we have to come up with what the solution is. I don't know what that solution is, other than we basically close San Jose at the Raleigh Shopping Center, and you don't go up the hill anymore, and it's closed. And you close St. Regis until this subdivision connects them again, and San Jose no longer exists, and you send 5,500 cars someplace else.
Are there any other questions on this topic, or questions or comments on this topic while we have Mr. Kurtzman has the mic, as well as Mr. Abrams?
Wondering if we can just make Shadow Lakes less of a raceway. Or if we can do things like set up lighting that only really functions at certain times of day. Like most of the time it's just a flashing yellow, but sometimes it's a red and a green. And put them, here and there in the neighborhood to slow people down and make it less attractive for them to go through. And also, I've heard it referred to as a raceway. Can you put more traffic calming into Shadow Lakes to make it?
We have gone through the traffic calming measures with Shadow Lakes numerous occasions. Anybody who asks, I got a request last week for Round Hill for speed bumps. That's why I have the traffic counts. We will conduct a study, gather the data, compare it against the policy. Ultimately, the speed bump policy is written in such a fashion that if it meets the criteria, a letter will be sent to everybody who lives on that street and they vote on it. The last time we tried on Round Hill, we sent out 36 letters, we got 6 yeses. So the policy is purposely written that the city is not the good guy and we're not the bad guy. We gather the data, you and your neighbors decide. The neighbors on Round Hill did not want it. Another point, Presidio. The section that is being used, there's 2 sections to Presidio. There's the flat part, then you go up the Capilano, and then you come down a rather steep grade. That is not an option for speed bumps. It's too steep. However, I can have PD put out radar trailers. I'll do any study you need if someone wants to request speed bumps. I'll give you an example, and it's not exactly Shadow Lakes, but if you go down to Putter has speed bumps. That's the process we went through. So anybody in that subdivision, I don't need a petition. I don't need signed by hundreds of people. One person calls and says, what do we have to do to get speed bumps? We will go through that process and gather the data and see what they want. And if it meets the criteria, they get to vote on it.
And things like, narrowing the roads.
You kind of have that on Round Hill where we have the parking, the bike lane, and then the center line. At the end of the day, you want a fail-proof method to slow people down. Speed bumps are probably your best option. Every time a speed bump is installed, I do an after study to see if these things actually work. And they do. They get rid of the driver who's decided to go 35, 40, 45 miles per hour. You can't do that anymore because by the time you get home, you won't have a transmission. So they are effective. You also have to think about what we're talking about here. You want to look at a speed bump in front of your house? That's why we asked the question, because the ballot goes out and says 2 things. Speed bump on your street, yes or no? And everybody says yes. In front of your house, nope. I had a street in Arlington, we sent out 24 ballots. Every single one of them said, I just want the speed bump, I don't want it in front of my house. They didn't get them. But my point is that the residents are deciding. And I'll give you another bit. The situation when traffic is proceeding to American, there's no speeding going on. It's stop and go traffic. I've been stuck on it on West Country Club or East Country Club. I see what's going on Presidio. I've been out there with PD parked on the side watching it. You can't go fast. It's not a speeding issue. It's a congestion issue. And I'm not saying it's not a valid issue. It's a valid issue. I don't want 3,000 cars from my house every day. So we're not having a speeding issue there. Round Hill, maybe a little bit different situation. East and West Country Club, a little bit different situation. But Presidio and the school time, we're not seeing a speeding issue. We're seeing a congestion issue.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. I know we have a few more things to discuss and then we have to, someone's going to have to, we'll have to get to the actual discussion and see if we have stuff to look at the vesting tentative map and then design review, which I think would be fairly much more shorter discussion. Just looking at the clock, I don't want to take a break, but I think we need to take a quick break. I would say if we can be back in our seats by 12, right? So that way that gives everyone a quick bio break who needs it. I think we'll adjourn till 12. Thank you. We have one more minute before we begin. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say, the applicants. Locked out. All right. So we've discussed traffic for quite some time. What I'd like to do now, unless there is specific questions that need to be answered about traffic, EIR, oil wells, affordable housing, the parks, I'd like to move into the actual design review of the project. And I will start with Commissioner Johnson, who had some commentary regarding the actual design review.
Excuse me, let me get to my 50 pages of notes here to get to the. So I only had 2 comments, really. I liked most of the articulation of the plans. I think it was Plan 6 and 4 was kind of bland on the sides, and was wondering if we could do some better articulation on the sides of that, on the left and right side. I realized that, depending on what's on the wall, what's on the other side of the wall, it might be a little difficult. But overall, I like the articulation. I was just curious about Plan 6 and 4.
Commissioner Floor? Sorry about that.
Commissioner Floor, if you can please turn your mic on.
I do have my mic on now. Sorry, it's really late. Thank you. I'm curious about the solar aspects and the residential design guidelines, and I'm not sure about where in the new ones, but in the pre-existing ones that we were looking at last September in 215, it talks a little bit about solar orientation. My understanding, and am I wrong here, that new houses in California are going to have some solar panels now? And I'm just wondering if there's been any consideration to making sure that most of the houses have a suitable sloping southward facing roof to stick those solar panels on. Is that something that you could address for us, sir?
Eric?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yep.
I was just going to say it might be good if we can get through the rest of the commissioners' comments on design, and then to the extent the applicant can answer those, I'd prefer to have them do that. Because the way it's set up, with the various conditions of approval, those can all be, modified or tweaked to address, changes to certain plans or whatever the other comments might be, so.
Okay, that was my addition. Other than that, I agree with Commissioner Johnson that we need to look at the designs on the sides. So,
Commissioner Brand?
Yeah, I concur with both commissioners so far. My main concern originally is essentially the rear-facing elevations, because presumably most of San Jose Avenue through the center will be, there'll be no forward elevations facing that, and so it's just a long line of rear elevations. So in looking at the majority of them, they all seem, they've got articulation, they've got different window variations and such. It's actually quite nice to see so many with a broad variation of those types of windows and elevations and such. So, but yeah, I'd like to discuss the left and right elevations as well.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Through the chair,
Sorry.
condition number 9 on the design review resolution requires that they provide all the windows and trim on all sides of the building.
Thank you for that. Yep. Commissioner Johnson, you had a follow-up?
I just, 2, one is for Katie, and one I forgot about making sure that the trees that are planted in this development don't over time buckle up the concrete sidewalks. And so I don't know exactly which trees and the root systems that would do that, but I want to make sure that we take a look at that over years so we can prevent tripping and falling hazards should we decide to approve this in the future. That was one. And then one of the comments were, and goes back to, I think it was the last time we met, about the defensible space around homes. And I know, Katie, we were talking about this in our last meeting, and I just kind of want to get an understanding. I since spoke to some insurance agents and brokers as well, and they expressed the same thing that Vice Chair Sparling had mentioned last meeting, and former Commissioner Dirk Ziegler mentioned tonight. So I think the last time you had mentioned to us that that was kind of in conflict a little bit with, I don't remember which one you said, so you might have to refresh my memory. This is why I'm addressing it to you, that there was a conflict about us making sure that there was a defensible space around these homes. So I just want to get clarification on that and make sure we don't forget it. And those are the two issues.
Did you, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, can I just address Commissioner Johnson's questions?
Sure.
One, as to the street trees, we'll ensure that happens when we review the final landscape plans. And our parks planner, who was here earlier this evening but has since gone, is basically charged with that. She's a landscape architect and very familiar with the kinds of trees that are going to work best. The other thing, to your point about the prior project that was reviewed when this came up, I don't believe Katie was at that meeting. We had Christy Kroll here. It was for the Orchard Grove project, Orchard Grove North. But I did pull up the minutes from that meeting, and the commission ended up modifying, added a particular condition to read as follows. The final landscape plan shall incorporate a minimum 5-foot defensible space around the home, i.e. some form of hardscape, if feasible and not in conflict with any portion of the Brentwood Municipal Code. And I think that's the conflict you were referring to, because what we don't want to do is create front yards that are completely just impervious concrete, right?
Yes.
Because there's other portions of the code that require it to be landscaped in some form. So you could, the commission could implement a similar type of condition if the design review is in fact approved. Does that help?
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the only, the feedback that's in addition to what my fellow commissioners has brought up is, the single-story design, I actually took a look at the applicant's other projects in the surrounding area. So I took a look at, and the designs are, I don't want to use the word recycled, right? They're very similar. I think the Baxter plan is very similar to one of the two-story plans here, and that's totally fine. I will say that the Amber plan, which is a single-story plan for their Oakley development, I preferred over the single-story designs for this plan, but it's more about the roof lines, and it could have just been the one model that I saw for Amber. But I think the other question I had to look up was I'd be curious to get feedback on the Bay Area modern design concept. I had never personally heard of that. I actually asked another architect, tell me what this means, and that didn't help. He didn't really give me a good answer, but I did, did the next best thing, which is I asked ChatGPT, please give me feedback on what the purpose of buried, modern is and what's the look of it. It's an interesting design concept. It talks about using recyclable products. I don't think that's what the applicant's going to use, but when there are some designs that I would say that I understand, like the French cottage, the roof line is not appealing to me. It goes very straight up to me, and I prefer some of the other designs that I saw from the applicant and other ones, it's not enough for me to say, no, this isn't good enough, right? I think it meets all of our design standards, but just more personal preference. So if the applicant can come up and address the plan question, I know we heard from Cindy on the surrounding, talk about solar. We'd also like to talk to you, I think, about defensible space a little bit in terms of the landscape design and see how flexible you are to work with us on that. And then I think any other questions that the commission may come up with while you're here would be helpful. So if the applicant can please come up, and we'll give the opportunity to talk about the commission's questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. I am an engineer, but I'll try to answer your design questions. On the solar, so no matter which way the roof is pitched, southwest, it's going to be designed to carry the load. So the solar panels will have sufficient panels to carry whatever the load is based on the size of the house. Defensible space, we do it very frequently, especially for homes against open space. So that'll be the west side of the project. And I think it may be in your fire code already that there's a wildland fire management plan that you have to maintain a buffer, and then homes against the open space by code has to have non-combustible material on the side facing open space. And that will mean different things, like the eaves will be closed, so that, and the vents will be screened so that you don't get any ashes that can fly into the attic. So there are different things you can do. And the materials that we use on the homes are, nowadays, most of the building materials, like, for example, siding, that's made of fiber cement. So it's non-combustible just by its own material. And of course, if you stone veneer, that's non-combustible. So that's all. A lot of the concerns is already taken care of in the building code, and that's just a ministerial code plan check issue. And of course, all the homes are fire sprinklers now in California. So that's another layer of protection, specifically to the defensible space within the yard. We can easily do that through landscape. There are landscape planting materials you can use that's basically more flame resistant, so it doesn't combust. Let's see. As far as the side elevation is concerned on Plan 6, we got to keep in mind that the side yard, the home side to side, you cannot see the side. Now, on the corner lot, the side elevation can be enhanced because you can see the home side elevation from the street. But as far as the homes, interior lots, that's I think you can see our side elevations is in our design review booklet. It's it may not be as enhanced as the side elevations on a corner lot, but still, I think it meets the city requirements.
Cindy, what was the condition of approval to carry everything around?
All sides.
All sides? So one of the conditions of approval is to carry around the design patterns, right, for all the sides, not just corner lots.
Well, yeah, we reviewed the conditions of approval. We don't have any issues with.
And you're okay with that specific condition since we're talking about that? Okay.
Yes.
In regards to the defensible space is the 5 feet, right? And so this is not, it's not in our design, objective design standards today. It may be in the future, who knows? But it's really to make sure that your customers who purchase these homes actually can get insurance at a reasonable rate, right? So, and we recognize you're only responsible for the front yard, not the backyard, right? So Eric read what we had put in for a project that we approved 2 weeks ago, and we added in language. Would you be amenable to that language if we need to read it again? We certainly can.
No, that's fine. I mean, mostly that's plant material selection.
This actually would be no plant material selected. It would had to be some, what we're running into with this, right? What we're concerned about is we have in the general plan, it can't be more than, the front yard can't be more than 50% hardscape, right? So we can't ignore that, that isn't there, but 5 feet in the front, on the front of the house, right, where the driveway is not, has to be defensible space. This is, again, it's not in our objective design standards that, today. But what we're hearing, and we have people live in Brentwood who have their insurance not renewed or not able to get, is because they don't have 5 feet of defensible space, which means anything that can burn, not low burn, not slow burn, nothing. That's what we put into the last conditions of approval for the last project. And so that's what we're asking is, are you amenable to working with us on that? It's 5 feet from the house. Think about, I'm not saying this is the only solution, but crushed gravel as an example.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're amenable to that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner, do you have any other questions for the applicant regarding either design review or I guess any other topic at this point? Okay. Commissioner Brand, Commissioner Johnson? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so design review, there's no questions or clarifications, and then we haven't directly talked about the vesting tentative map, but we certainly have talked about the map a ton. So unless the commissioner objects and wants to have a specific conversation about the vested tentative map, then we can move into our final discussion. And at the end of that, I will be looking for a motion to either approve or deny. And we have 3 resolutions in front of us, and we'll start with the certification of the EIR, I think is the shortcut of that once we get to that point. We're not there yet, but I think I'd like to start with on just kind of wrapping up your final thoughts on this project from beginning to end with Commissioner Johnson.
I guess I would, my only thought on this is with the options that we're given, for the traffic, is that part of this? Is that part of, how do we incorporate those options if we wanted to?
So I'll look to Katie and Eric to confirm, but we have 6 options in front of us for traffic. One is to accept the staff's recommendation as is within the resolution. And then our other choice is to select one of the 5 options that they presented in the updated traffic flow study. I'm not sure if that's the right term, but and in the motion, we will need to have a motion that selects one of those options. And I'll just, as people are thinking about it, again, I'm not trying to influence votes at all. I'm just trying to give you guys the lay of the land, right? Should we end in a 2-2 tie, then this would come back to us because we're lacking the 5th person. So just, again, not trying to influence anything, but just pointing out that that's the end result of a 2-2 tie on any one of the 3 resolutions that we have in front of us. Okay? With that, I'll let you begin, Commissioner Johnson.
And in beginning, I'm talking about what I've seen and what my feelings are.
What you like, what you don't like.
Okay.
What, specific to the project that we can use, that you can use to get a motion for approval or get a motion for denial, I guess is the best way of thinking.
Okay. So I would say that obviously I'm concerned with the traffic issues. But I'm also concerned that, I looked at some of these previous plans that Bridal Gate was, and one of them had a school, and now we don't have a school. That might have alleviated traffic. And I'm concerned about, I don't know what's coming next, because at some point in time, this probably is going to get developed. And I am concerned that kicking the can down the road might lead to more undesirable consequences than I'm already seeing. I don't think that we should. It's unfortunately, after listening to Steve in the traffic, I don't see a solution to this. The property is zoned what it's zoned. we can't change it. And the owner has, the applicant has a right to develop the property. So I'm just trying to figure out what the least bad option is. That's where I am. What is the least bad option? How can we protect the homeowners in Shadow Lakes as best as we can? And for my 2 cents right now, I don't know that leaving, I heard Commissioner Brand say, "Hey, I never saw a pork chop like this." And I've never seen one, but, you know, I guess I'm not convinced that going with just an open thoroughfare on both sides is the best thing. So that's kind of where I am.
Thank you. Commissioner Floor?
Yeah, I have a lot of difficulty with this project. There's a lot of things not to like about it. And no disrespect to the applicant, the houses look nice, and you know, I'm sure to be a quality project, but the density is alarming to me. The noise level at this location, having seen what happens when they widened this freeway down the way, and it was awful for the people that live there. The traffic through Shadow Lakes just is killing me, and the lack of a single large park. I'm just having a hard time finding my way into this project, so I'm just gonna listen for a while to the rest of the commission.
Okay, Commissioner Brand?
No, we still didn't get around to the zoning aspect of it. I don't know if we're purposefully avoiding that or if we're.
No, I felt we addressed it maybe in the parks conversation, but if we didn't address it enough, I'm happy to listen to your questions and comments, but to make sure that you get, because, you know, the goal tonight is to get to an endpoint where we have a vote. And quite frankly, last September, I couldn't get a motion to be started. And that's okay, but so if you have questions that you need answered to get clarity, whichever way you're thinking, right, then without revealing what you're thinking of your vote, right, then we need to get there.
Yeah, that's fair. As part of this, right, there was a former map that Commissioner Floor had alluded to earlier, well, God, 5 hours ago, probably, in which at the moment we sort of suffice this sub-area C. This was part of the former map you've probably seen at some point. Now, that follows an objective standard to which I believe we're still enforcing, which is the 5,000 square foot lot. And that was considered objective. However, we're at this dilemma point because when the last project was submitted in 2020, it was 286 homes, right? We then applied this, which effectively shrunk the number of homes down to 272 using the 5,000 square foot lot size. Now, my understanding is that we also had this sub-area D in there, right? That was the allotment of the, 42 executive style homes, which had a 10,000 square foot lot. Now, if we were to have that number, double it, because we essentially get to that 4.0 number, right? 272 over 67.97 acres. However, to me at least, I don't understand the consistency in which we're applying an objective standard where if we were to apply 5,000 to shrink it from 286 to 272, why can't we apply the sub-area D standard of 10,000 square foot to then essentially create enough lots to suffice that original number that, you know, to me at least makes more sense, right? We have 4 plots on this whole map that exceed 10,000 square feet, and it was originally designed for 42. Now, this is the kind of conversation I'd like to have as far as the zoning is concerned.
Sure, no problem. Katie, can you, I think, look for you for direction on two things. One is, what impact does past plans have on what's before us tonight, if any? And then the area, sub-area D question.
So we're happy to address this, and I might call on Karen Murphy, even though it's 12:30 at night, to join me in this. But this answer is a little long, so bear with me for just a few minutes. So the PD 36, which is the zoning district for this area, was adopted many years prior to the general plan update that was conducted in 2014. Right, so we had PD 36. It showed the various sub areas that Commissioner Brand alluded to, and that was the zoning. In 2014, the general plan was updated. The general plan update, among other things, redesignated the single-family home portion of the site to be all low-density residential, right? So we have this older zoning, we have this newer general plan update. In 2015, the City Council approved a large-scale document that, among other things, removed the PD 36 sub-area lines from the map, right? So those lines delineating the various sub-areas disappeared from the map. Fast forward to this project. Initially, the city staff tried to impose all of the PD 36 sub-area standards on the different portions of the project. And you'll see that in the record, we have a letter to the applicant saying you have to adhere to all of these various sub-areas. The applicant, under different leadership than they have now, filed a lawsuit against the city saying, no, that map is blank. And as a result, there are no objective standards in the city's zoning ordinance that you can enforce, none at all. And the city fought that lawsuit assiduously and argued that, no, in fact, we still have text in our PD 36 zoning ordinance that talks about the standards that we should be able to impose. And among other things, that text identifies in sub-area C development standards that would be consistent with the 2014 general plan update that redesignated all of the residential area to be low density. I know it's a very long story. The upshot is the court determined that the application of the sub-area C standards would in fact be objective, and they are consistent with the general plan and the densities that are allowed. We don't have any court decision saying that the imposition of other development standards, such as sub-area D, would also pass muster. And I'm going to look to Karen now to see if there's anything that I'm forgetting in this very long story.
Thank you, Katie. I don't think you're forgetting anything. As you noted, it is quite a long story through the litigation.
Commissioner Brand, is that?
I'd like to continue, please.
Yeah, no
If
problem.
that's possible. So my understanding is when the blank map appeared in 2015, I think I got that date right, the intention was to redefine the outer boundary exclusively. And I believe city staff still contests that that was the intention of that map redesign. Is that correct?
So I can't speak to what the intention was at that point. We know that there's a record indicating that the applicant had come in and asked for that to be essentially wiped clean in anticipation of a project that they would be bringing back in for this location. I wasn't employed by the city at that time. I don't have any further information on that right now.
Right, and I believe it was presented to council 3 times, and every time it was presented to council, the reading was waived, as far as I'm aware, meaning that it was never presented and it was just approved ministerially?
No, staff has no ability to ministerially change the zoning. So when you talk about an ordinance's reading being waived, what you're talking about is waiving the requirement that the clerk or secretary read the title of the ordinance and read the entire ordinance. You're not talking about waiving the decision maker's ability to enact it. Staff has no power in that regard.
So still withstanding, I guess, I'm still struggling to understand why we can, if we're talking about an objective standard that's consistent with the general plan, we're talking about how right now we're sitting at 4 dwelling units per acre right now. And even moving to something like a subset of homes that are on a larger required lot, as defined in subarea D, that would only reduce that density to, a little bit, maybe 3.7, 3.8 dwelling units per acre. I don't understand how that still conflicts with objective standards of the RLD zoning that exists as a result of that 2014 general plan revision.
So a couple of things. When this court decision came down, identifying that the use of subarea C standards would in fact be objective and it is consistent with the general plan's density range for this site, it did not separately bless the use of the subarea D standards, right? So I'm not arguing with you that it may or may not be consistent. I'm just saying we don't have approval from the court in that regard. We are also still missing any delineation in a map between subareas D and C. So we don't have something to point to right now to indicate where one set of standards would be applicable as opposed to another set of standards would be. And in so much as trying to make that determination might be characterized by the applicant as, for example, being subjective or not otherwise objective. That's something that the city would seek to avoid, right? Because if our standards are not objective, then we can't apply them, and we want to make sure we have standards we can apply. Karen, do you have anything to add to that?
I just also wanted to note that when the general plan was amended, the original area that was studied included, the open space and included sub areas that were going to be included in the general plan and were studied in the EIR. And at that point, at the applicant's request, the city council, changed the designation of the entire site to low density residential, and that also was consistent with the designation of what would have been subarea C. So the general plan amendments that took place also seem to reflect that subarea C would be an appropriate standard and is consistent with the general plan.
So if I'm understanding this, it means that because a court has not said that subarea D is applicable, the city is unwilling to uphold a standard of zoning in this region here of that designation.
I wouldn't quite put it that way. I would say that if the city were to attempt to impose another sub-area set of standards here, after having heard from the court that subarea C is acceptable, we would have to be able to show how we were delineating where the subarea C standards applied and where the subarea D standards applied. We don't have a graphic depiction of that boundary line anymore because the council did approve a map that's blank and has no boundaries. So the city would be trying to make the argument that we know where subarea D applies and we know where subarea C applies, and we wouldn't have that objective depiction to fall back on. It would potentially leave us vulnerable to a claim by the applicant or others that we're therefore imposing subjective standards. Does that make sense?
It does. And if my understanding also is that the applicant has waited on us to make a determination, whether it be planning or city council, with respect to the actual true map. Like where we see this map as is today, whether it's the blank map or the other map.
I'm not sure how you mean the applicant's waiting on us to make a decision. The applicant has submitted a map that conforms to the sub-area C standards. So help me understand your question.
When the applicant appealed, attempted to appeal that 60-day, in the last case, the N22 dash whatever, they wanted to appeal that decision in which we had stipulated that there was a zoning text amendment required. Is that was like August, when that 60-day period had expired, it was like August, I believe, of 2022.
So are you talking about the litigation as to the former project that was considered? I just want to make sure I'm tracking because I'm having a hard time. It might just be the hour.
It was this project. I can't remember the exact dates, but there was we have that 60-day window in which we have to, the applicant submits and then we have to reply, right? And we said, oh, it's likely going to require a zoning text amendment. And they wanted the Planning Commission to effectively rule on whether that was true or not. That was my understanding of the document.
Now I'm following you. Okay, so when the applicant submitted their application for this iteration of the project and staff initially wrote back a consistency letter saying this project is inconsistent with the PD 36 zoning standards because it does not conform to all the various sub areas. So that's what you're talking about?
Yes, yes.
Now I'm with you. What can I tell you about that?
So based on that, my understanding at least is that because, they submitted a project that was consistent with sub-area C standards, but was that something that the city worked with the applicant to sort of define the murkiness of that map? Or was that a meet in the middle decision? Or how was that reached as far as the sub-area C guidelines as it compares to the RLD general plan zoning, excuse me?
So Karen will jump in if I'm misstating the court record, but after city staff sent the letter saying this project is not consistent with PD 36 because it doesn't meet all of the sub-area standards, the applicant sought a determination from the court saying that the city could not impose those standards because in fact there were no objective standards because there was no identification of the sub-areas on the map, and that the only standard that the applicant could be held to was the general plan. In the course of the court's decision on that question, the court issued an opinion saying, no, the sub-area C standards are in fact consistent with the general plan. They are in fact objective, and they could be, since that was the case, they could be applied here. And that is how staff has thus processed the application. And I really do want to give you answers to these questions. I am mindful that we are still involved in this lawsuit, so I also don't want to put the city in a difficult legal position with respect to an ongoing lawsuit.
Understood. So.
And the only thing that I will add is that after that, then the applicant did revise their application and resubmitted it to comply with the sub-area C standards. Their original application did not, and then they did submit the revision. And I believe that changed the lot number from 286 perhaps to 272, and I apologize if the numbers aren't accurate.
But it also had other changes too that changed the project quite dramatically, correct?
I think if you're thinking of the multifamily units, Eric, am I mistaken? I don't think those were proposed in this iteration of the project. That was the last iteration that was denied. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So
Okay.
that had already been dropped.
Thank you.
My apologies, that was much different than the park zoning question, which is what I had written down. While we're on the topic, before we move on to others, Commissioner Floor, Commissioner Johnson, any questions on the zoning for PD 36?
I'm still not clear on it, but I'm just going to digest that for a little while.
Commissioner Johnson?
No questions at this time.
Okay. I don't think we missed any other topics other than that one. But if someone wants to do a self-check, make sure. Traffic, OOL, sound, landscaping, design, flooding, affordable, park, defensible space, density and zoning, EIR impact. Okay, then we will continue with Commissioner's thoughts on the overall project. And I will look to Commissioner Brand.
Start with the EIR and kind of work my way down. So, as the chair recognized, we had 29 impactful items in the EAR. I think there's still some question with respect to, I think, some of my fellow commissioners as far as the effectiveness of the mitigation measures and whether there may or may not be a great mitigation method and more of just a standard practice to reduce the affected measures, or common practice, as I think was shared. And so I think that unfortunately some of this is business as usual. However, I think we're in kind of a bind with it. With regards to the map, I'm still not convinced here that we have like a significant position. And with, as Katie described, we still have ongoing litigation that exists with regards to that. And to me, if we have what I perceive in reading through all of these documents was that we have this sort of agreement that says that, well, yeah, C is okay until we make a bigger decision. Sub-area C is sufficient until we make a better decision. And I don't think that's good enough, frankly. And I think, we should try and uphold our standards that have been previously defined and currently defined as vehemently as possible with regards to our city's autonomy and its relationship with SB 330 and all the other laws that we deal with at the state level. It's no different than you hear from me typically on this kind of issue. The park, I know we've talked about at length. The park staff has a pretty strong opinions as far as the individual purposing of two different parks versus a singular park. I would love to see a big park in the center of that subdivision because I think it serves a purpose that's bigger than some of its parts in a sense. The reason I say that is I see these types of parks as unifying neighborhoods in ways that are often difficult to find in 2024. And especially with young families, especially with older families, it's a place that we break bread and things of that nature. And I think it's having one big park, it's a center. It's a center that the community can come together and be with one another. What else did we talk about? Oh, the traffic. This is just, we can't do anything about it. I think we're all crying uncle with this because we want Bridlegate to fix a problem that exists now, but we can't leverage any mitigating conditions in order to fix it. Not that I can see. I'm looking at all 6 solutions, excuse me, and I'm seeing some of these that are just going to move the problem around. And I don't see us as, I think, and I'll speak for myself on this, is I think last September, we probably made a mistake in trying to fix a bigger problem that we couldn't fix. And, maybe that's the way it is. But I think in potentially voting in the affirmative on this indicates that we have to swallow a pill that really isn't that tasty with regards to this, because none of these solutions will deal with the problem in a way that I've heard tonight that is sufficient to meet the needs of or our expectations. And what I would hope, and I believe in the 4 of you, or the 3 of you, excuse me, that it is the will of the residents as well. And so beyond that, we have the design. I mean, we've got a lot of really great designs here. I mean, really, these houses are beautiful, and anyone would be really spot on to have an opportunity to live in this house of this nature. I think Brentwood's the best city in California, if not the best city in the country, and I think it would be a privilege to live in any of these houses. They look gorgeous. And I mean, I can picture the neighborhood, and I think it looks beautiful. But yeah, that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Commissioner Floor.
Well, okay. As far as the zoning, I'm just sitting here looking at sub-area D now in the PD, and it is objective to my eyes. It makes the statement, and as Commissioner Brand has pointed out, if some of these go in there, it still fits an RLD, as I understand it. So I think that PD 36 is consistent with RLD. And I'm really disappointed that the project came forward without the hillside that was promised to this community in 2006. Would love to have seen that promise kept. As far as the park, I think objectively the park needs to be a single park. And I don't really see any reason why something can't be worked out there. As far as the traffic calming, if that's if that's a problem that just can't be fixed, that's on me for bringing it up. But I would look at option 3 as the best possible solution, and we need to offer the community something. Again, the location for the noise is not ideal. And I can objectively say that a person living next to a freeway is going to have health issues. I can document that all day long. So I just am having trouble with it. I can't figure out where to go with it. Again, the designs are great. They really look good. And, I feel like it's too dense under PD 36. And I don't know. I'm willing to hear from the rest of the commission.
Thank you. So I think where I'll start is how I think about this project is both the good and the bad, and maybe there's a little bit ugly in there as well. But I think the good, and I think about this. I am the biggest anti-activist against the state demanding us to increase our density because they feel they have a better solution for Brentwood than we do. And I think projects like this, and this is not specific to, this is this project, but this is all projects, right? Increasing density in an area that doesn't have the economic development to support the types of homes that are being built doesn't solve the problem. And when you have state senators and representatives that are coming up with solutions who are from big city districts, what we end up with is Brentwood that is no longer the Brentwood that I moved to, which had schools that were not overcrowded, didn't have traffic problems, and I can get across town in probably 10 minutes, and now it takes me 25 minutes, right? And even the EIR report is, specifically in the VMT, and you've all heard my opinions on VMT, and I think quite frankly, it's the most useless stat. And I look in the specific report, and it mentions LOS, right, as being impacted, right? And LOS really, to me, is more impactful to our residents, which we heard from tonight, we heard from September, and we heard them through the public comments. But the positive of that is that we did get, in this project, there's 27 homes that are quote unquote affordable housing versus houses that are affordable. The problem with, and just for, I know you all are aware of this, but these homes are going to sell for, the 8 that are very low are going to sell, if they were built today, we're going to sell for $120,000, 8 of them. 11 of them are going to sell for roughly $230,000, and 8 of them are going to sell for, the moderate are going to sell at $558,000. That's the good part of what the state is doing. The bad part of what the state is doing, and where when you have people who don't understand who don't pay attention to the market, and what in my opinion, what drives the market is these homes, the other 250 or so homes are going to sell for, basically when you're done paying for upgrades, lot premiums, et cetera, are going to be $900,000 to $1.1 million. That's using this developer's similar projects in both Oakley and Pittsburgh. And when you look at other developers in the area, it's the same price point, right? So what the state is doing by increasing density, yeah, we get some good stuff, but we get a bunch of bad with it, and then we don't have the schools. I contend that I'm not convinced that the fire is actually fixed. I believe I read in a news article that we recently had a long, I think it was over a 10-minute response to a medical emergency. I know our police are different. Police response is great, but fire is something completely different. So when I look at the benefits of the affordable housing and what the state is trying to do with that, they're not solving the problem. They're making it worse for us, because they're not addressing what the developers are doing to sell these homes, right? And if you look at the EBIT of the developers that build in this area that are publicly traded, and you look at their EBITDA and their operating expenses, they're doing better than they were from the pandemic, generally speaking. So it's not a cost. It's not because costs are going up. They figured out a way to manage it. So the challenge is then all the other impact that comes with all these homes. You've heard me talk about traffic. I don't know that we have a great solution, but we have some solutions that we have to figure out with it. I think that from a design standpoint, well, I personally may not like some of the designs. They're nice designs. Okay. And so I think that, the rest of the EIR from, environmental impact in terms of the biological and the hillsides, I'm concerned about the hillsides more than I am the biological, because unfortunately this is what we do, right? We build in an area and then the wildlife goes somewhere else. Noise, I think, while I understand Commissioner Floor's opinion on noise, I don't necessarily disagree with the opinion. I just know that the impact is what you're getting versus some of the other problems we've had with homes where the freeway was built after. So overall in this project, there's some good and there's some bad, and then the traffic is the ugly. And I don't think we have, I fear that we're not going to be able to come up with a solution that we all agree on to pick from one of the 6 tonight. But here we are. So with that, unless there's more discussion needed, I will look for a motion regarding the EIR.
question.
Sure.
So I just don't, I know that there are a lot of issues with this thing. There's tons of issues with it. So my concern, I guess, or, trying to get some clarification from my other commissioners. Oh my gosh. What time? Okay, I'm trying to get some clarification from the other commissioners is, when a project comes through like this and, as Commissioner Brandt brought up about, PD 36 or the subchapter, and the city staff has gone through this whole project, with the applicant, and they come up with something, or the parks, they came up with two, and it goes through this whole process. And then we sit here and go, nope. I just don't, how does that work? How does this go? It's kind of like, and what I've seen is, there's, if you go back in time, one time we had a school, and then we had a school with 199 multi-units, and then, well, we didn't like it, and so it changes, and then we take out the school, which would have probably helped us if we had a school. I would have loved to have a school to help alleviate some of that traffic. But I just don't know what's coming next, and I'm concerned. I am just concerned about what is coming next when we do this.
Well, so what's before us tonight, I don't know that I'm going to answer your question, but what's before us tonight is not past plans.
I understand.
What is before us is this plan. Whether you like certain parts of it, and the question is, it's kind of almost like, in a civil suit, right? The preponderance of evidence. I think we all don't like parts of it. I think that's been made clear, and I think we like most of us, if not all of us, like parts of it as well. But what we need to get to is a resolution on what is in front of us. I understand the conversation about the PD 36 zoning conversation, but we have three choices in front of us. We have a motion to approve, a motion to deny, or a motion for a continuance, and then why, right, for that. Those are the three options we have in front of us. So at least in terms of the past. So Commissioner Flora, Commissioner Brand, do you have anything to add to Commissioner Johnson's questions?
That also exists within the sort of 5-meeting cadence that's described within SB 330.
Correct.
And if there's a
So, yeah, and this is for people who, had Katie describe SB 330. I know we're all aware of what SB 330 does, right? But I think Commissioner Ziegler mentioned this last time, and everyone here in the room is aware of it. The applicant's aware of it as well, right? So to your point of what's next, right? There is worse that can come from this plan. I know a lot of residents want them to build 166 homes because that's what a previous plan said, right? That's not what's in front of us. We can't ask them to build less tonight. I'll just speak for myself. We're all a big believer in property rights, right? They have the right to build something in this area. It's zoned for residential with the way the state laws are written. We can't change it to something else. So the question really becomes, what's acceptable to us? And so we have to stay focused on what's in front of us. And if we want to vote yes, great. If we vote as a group no, great. If we want to continue because we want more information on something else, that's also an option. My preference is to try to get through to a vote so that we give, because again, I said this earlier, we know that we're the body who can make the final decision. However, both city council and the applicant have options depending upon how the vote goes. And I think with the traffic in Shadow Lakes, the options, there's a high likelihood that if we approve it, it'll be pulled And if we deny it, it'll be appealed, right? And so if we believe that, and that's what I believe, if we believe that, then I'd like to give city council 3 meetings to work through whatever they want to work through with the applicant to an endpoint. Because if we get to 5, and if we get to 5, we get to 5, right? That's when, what I've heard SB 330 comes in is not only for this project, but other projects. I've heard it referred to as the nuclear option, right? Which is not good for us. So I think we need to give both the applicant and city council the 3 meetings to work out whatever issues they have, which is why we need to come to a resolution tonight on this. So if you have concerns that are swaying you one way or the other, or you're not sure which way you're going to vote, then let's get those out so we can discuss them and figure out what we can do to get to a decision point tonight. Does anyone have anything that they need to get further clarification on? Have anything they want to ask their fellow commissioners to get greater clarity on what they would like to do from a voting perspective? I've got a meeting tomorrow morning in Foster City at 8 o'clock, and I can go straight from here. I'm fine with that. So I can be here all night.
Are you weighing the strategy that you just shared over your personal beliefs of the packet?
No, I want to make sure that so everything that we do has consequences, right? And what I want to do is make sure that everyone is aware of that. And if you're on the fence of something, that we get your questions answered, right? Or have a group discussion about whatever the topic is that you're unsure of that could sway you one way or the other. I don't care which way it is. As far as we can have 5 meetings with the applicant and that's fine, right? Because this isn't going anywhere until we get to a not 2-2 tie, right? We can continue, or we have all the options. I view my job as kind of the moderator, is to just make sure everyone understands the options. That's it. I'm not trying to sway somebody one way or the other on this. Commissioner Floor.
Question for staff. The park is an issue for what, the map, BTSN? The park would be an issue for which resolution, the BTSN?
Yes.
Will the chair entertain a motion for B?
So, yes, but hold. Are there any other, is everyone okay with a motion at this point, or is there something that you need answered, discussed before we move into the motion so that we don't get out of here and go, well, I wish I would have done that?
At this rate, basically, this is a more clarifying question. No matter what we do, whether we approve it or decline it, it's going to city council, most probably, either through a denial where, even though we're the approving body, they could just say we accept their decision, but it would get appealed if either which way. It might get appealed or pulled.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. I think, what our responsibility is to make sure that we have all the information that we need to make a decision that we're comfortable with, and the chips will fall where they may. And that includes a continuation. But if we have a continuation, we need to give staff what they need to work on. We can't just continue it I don't believe we can continue it because it's 1 o'clock, right? We have to have a reason to continue it. Or we have to end deadlocked in a 2-2 tie, and then it comes up automatically, and then Chairperson Roberts, assuming everyone else can attend, would be here. And then and because we'd have a new commissioner who has not participated in the conversation twice, we're more than likely going to end up going through a lot of the same things again. All of which is fine, but just trying to lay all the options out for folks. And I see Eric has his mic lit. Eric.
I'm trying to remember why I turned it on. No, sorry. No, I was just going to say, from a process standpoint, and this has come up a couple times tonight, and now I'm accurate in saying this morning, that the commission is in fact the decision-making authority on this project as it stands, and the commission should look at it that way.
Correct.
Again, not knowing what happens after a vote is taken either at this meeting or a subsequent meeting. Everyone's aware of those options, but the commission is the decision-making authority for the project.
Correct, 100%, and that's, but we have to get, at this point, I can't get a motion, so that's why I'm trying to get something. And if we can't get a motion because people have questions or not sure, right, then I want to make sure that we get that so that we don't end up here.
We can't get a motion because I'm just going to say, because nobody really, the public is against it and they're hard felt against it. And, we know that's part of the problem why we can't get a motion. But I'm going to speak for myself real quickly. I think this kind of falls into a bigger long-term vision for Brentwood and this PA1 area and Costco and traffic. It's not appealing by any means, There's some things I wish we could do different. We have all of the issues with how many meetings that, with the limit of 5, we have issues of not being able to really fix traffic. We have tons of issues. But I guess, and I also feel that people who buy these homes, personally, I personally, to Commissioner Flores' point, I wouldn't buy lot 164. Now, maybe somebody would, but I wouldn't do it. And if the homeowner thinks he can sell lot 164, I mean, not the homeowner, the applicant thinks they can sell lot 164, maybe there's somebody out there that can buy it. I don't know that it's our responsibility to protect people from themselves in that they go there and they look at it and they decide they want to buy it, even though they see there's a freeway there. But it's perplexing.
Commissioner Floor.
I do want to say that my sense of the commission at this point in time is that a continuance is probably something that we're not going to be wanting to do tonight. So I don't think we're going to have a motion on that unless somebody feels differently.
Well, I think the challenge with that is for what, right? Because I think I don't know what legally we have to have, right? But we'd be, and again, I may be overemphasizing the importance of the 5 meeting requirement, but I think it is an important point. And unfortunately, that's what the state's done to us, right? So, but I think if someone is going to make a motion for continuance, then obviously we'll put it to a vote. But I think there probably needs to be reason and something for the staff to work on.
Again, I'm prepared to make a motion on B.
Okay. If you are prepared to make a motion, I will entertain a motion.
Thank you. I make a motion to reject resolution number 24-033, disapproving the vesting tentative map 9586 on the grounds that the park is not sufficient. It's not sufficient in size. We'd like to see a unified park.
Before someone seconds, just for process question. So you're going straight to the tentative map and not the EIR? Okay, and is that, I'm just looking at the order from staff, so is that acceptable?
So if the Planning Commission ultimately determines that it does not wish to approve the project, then you don't have to take any action on the EIR because there is no CEQA required for a project that's denied. So if Commissioner Floor would like to move forward with a motion to deny the subdivision map approval, then what I would suggest we do is slow down for just a minute so we can talk about the findings that are required for an approval or denial of a subdivision map and get a better sense of what exactly the issue is so that we can correctly document it in your resolution. So if the commissioner would be willing to do that, we're happy to talk through the findings. So if I could ask the commission to turn their attention to the resolution in the packet for the vesting tentative subdivision map. You'll see that it contains a number of findings, starting with number 1.
What page is that, Katie?
Oh, forgive me. I'm on a Word version, so I want to make sure that you're looking at the same thing I'm looking at.
Yep.
So if you're looking at the PDF of the vesting tentative subdivision map, it starts on page 3. So you'll see the italicized language. Those are each of the findings that are required by the municipal code. And if it's Commissioner Floor's motion to deny the requested map, then what staff will need is for you to look at that italicized language, Commissioner, and help us understand which one you believe the project does not meet so we can populate the resolution accordingly. And we're happy to talk about that if there are questions.
Katie?
Yes.
My understanding is that a prior project was rejected on these grounds. Do you have the wording for that I could see?
We have a copy of the.
I mean, I think there was a motion made. at
You're
City
talking
Council.
about the last iteration of the project that the city council denied?
Right, because there wasn't a park. What grounds, which of the findings did they rebut?
Yeah, I don't have the resolution for the former project here because it was.
I do have a PDF version I could pull up.
Oh, do you? Okay, that'd be
Yeah.
great.
I'm just trying to figure out which of these it applies to.
Just for the record, this is a City Council Resolution number 2021-36. And I believe it was officially adopted on March 23rd of 2021, and that followed the March 9th meeting where the council essentially said that.
Can you put that on the screen?
Yeah.
Please.
Could you share for me, April? Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go. So, and this was correct me if I'm wrong, Katie, but this was a singular resolution identifying, you can see the different requested entitlements, but the council didn't adopt multiple resolutions to deny the project. There was just this one.
Right, so we would do the same thing here. I think what may be a little tricky is that in the iteration of the project for which this resolution was prepared, the applicants had requested a general plan amendment to move the location of the park, and that isn't the case here. So I don't know how helpful it might be because it was really analyzed on the basis of its general plan amendment request. Certainly we can look and see if there's anything that seems to comport with your motion here. But it really focused on those legislative approvals.
Yeah, so you can see at the bottom of page 3 here, starts with the requested general plan amendment at the time, goes through those findings. It talks about the circulation diagram from the general plan. Here's the one kind of in the center of the page that talks about the park. I'm trying to see if I can, and then here's the therefore that, okay, rezone. Sorry for the scrolling here, but. Development agreement, I'm just seeing if there was something for the map.
And I think,
Here we go, here's the map.
yeah.
So this
So
is
the
on
map
page
really
9.
points back to the general plan amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And said since we don't approve the general plan amendment, then the proposed map isn't consistent with the general plan. So Commissioner, with respect to the findings for the vesting tentative map, there's 1 through 7 here. You're concerned about the park. I guess the question would be, where do you think that falls here? Do you believe that to be inconsistent with the quote community development plan, which is the general plan? There aren't any applicable specific plans.
LU 6-3 possibly.
Commissioner Flory, you were concerned about also ridge lines. Not saying that that's, you mentioned parks, you haven't mentioned anything else yet. I don't know if.
I do have a concern with the ridgeline being deleted from the project. Are you seeing something in there that we could?
Policy COS 7-1, protect Brentwood's ridgelines, hilltops, steep hillsides from erosion, slope failure, and development.
Okay, so
If that's, if,
so that would fall under A1 here. community development plan, which is the general plan, is that correct?
It is the general plan. Yes,
Yep.
that's right.
It's on
And-
page 52 of the general plan. Goal COS 7. Yep.
COS, what's the number?
7-1.
So COS 7-1 provides protect Brentwood's ridge lines, parens, hilltops, and steep hillsides, and parens, from erosion, slope failure, and development.
Yeah, so that works.
Okay.
So I'll withdraw the prior motion.
Is there any other, for your motion, is there any other considerations that you want us to be voting on? Because I think, want to make sure it's complete documentation of what your concerns are.
I have the one, but I'm certainly interested in entertaining any additional input into the motion.
Potentially, policy CIR dash, or 3-4, which is provide an interconnected street network that provides multiple points of access, discouraging cut-through traffic while maintaining neighborhood connectivity.
Oh, that came up, yeah.
Yep.
What was the number on that again?
Policy CIR 3-4.
CCIR.
CIR, sorry, 3-4. So on page 2-12 of the Brentwood general plan.
Anything else?
Potentially undetermined ruling on zoning related to PD 36? No?
No.
Just a
No,
suggestion.
I don't think I can. Katie, are you working on wording, or are you just doing some research?
I am working on wording. I'm going to need some more input from you, so I'm trying to get it into a spot where
Okay.
it's ready for your direction here.
Anything traffic related?
Well, that was CIR, is discouraging cut-throughs.
Okay. April, could you share my screen for a moment? Commissioner, with your leave, can I show you what I've got? Okay.
Yes, please.
All right, so April's going to call my screen up here in a minute. And I'll just move to the top. I know it's hard to see. So this would be a resolution of the Planning Commission denying the map. I'm getting rid of these extra spaces. And denying a design review and taking no further action on the revised environmental impact report. So that would be all three items. And then these are the just general recitals. When we get down to the business portion, the resolution would be that you're adopting the recitals, that you're taking no further action on CEQA because CEQA is not required for projects that are denied. You didn't actually go into these areas, so we'll cut those real quick. And then with the map, with respect to the findings necessary for the map,
saying finding one cannot be made because the project is inconsistent. And actually, the finding says it is consistent. So we say we cannot make the finding that the project is consistent with the community development plan and any specific plans. And then go on to say the proposed map is inconsistent with the general plan in that the project does not conform to this policy because, and this is where we need you to fill in some explanation for us.
Because they're developing the ridgeline. How can we describe it? It's this ridgeline here that would run along. What's the name of this? This map doesn't have any street names.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Do you want Eric's full-size map?
Oh, thank you. I left mine at home. Thank you. Generally defined by the houses running along Cottonwood Avenue between Bridlegate Drive and Heatherwood Drive. Just these are like, see, these are on the top, but these are kind of on it. Yeah,
I'm sorry, between Bridlegate Drive and?
Heatherwood.
Heatherwood Drive.
Yeah, that ridge.
Okay.
Cool, thank you.
And then for the next general plan policy, or you're proposing to find it inconsistent because?
Because the design of the neighborhood, as was spoken today, is deliberately designed for cut-through traffic between Brentwood Hills and Sand Creek. And also encourages cut-through traffic through Shadow Lakes to American Avenue. How can I phrase that more eloquently? Help, guys?
The project's proposed design.
It doesn't discourage cut-through traffic at all.
I don't think that's what you said. I don't want to put words in your mouth there.
No, that actually sounded pretty good. It would, yeah, because I was talking about cutting through Shadow Lakes, and that is south of the project.
Okay, would rather lead to traffic cutting through Shadow Lakes.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to say the Shadow Lakes residential neighborhood.
Yeah, I see no way that we could, there's no answer to that. So this is what I can do with it, is deny it. All right. I think that's what we have.
Can you give me just one more second before you finish up your motion? April, can you take my screen down for just 1 minute so I can see if there's any other things that we need to add here?
And then
or clarify?
Commissioner Flower, you voiced concerns about the park. I don't know if that's going to be part of your motion as well. I don't know what legal justification we could have for it, but that was part of your primary concerns, and want to make sure that if that's part of your concerns for your motion, that we figure out a way to include it.
I can't say that it's because of the zoning in the general plan, because the general plan doesn't have the park zoned in it. So, I mean, previously, what happened last time that they could say that it wasn't consistent with the zoning, because it's all RLD there anyway.
So last time around, the proposed project asked for a rezone. So they
it
didn't
asked for
say,
a
yeah, but with respect to the park, April, if you want to share my screen for just 1 minute. I know this is hard to see, but this is the last map that was proposed showing the school option, not the additional homes option. And you'll see the park is way down here when the general plan required it to be up here. So that's why they needed a general plan amendment the last time around to move the park, because they wanted to essentially move it down here.
I see.
So we don't have that element this time around.
Yeah, so
April, you
I
can
don't
stop-
think I can
Stop
pursue
sharing my
that,
screen
yeah.
now, if you would. So just going back to your motion, are we capturing your park's concern in some regard?
I don't see a possible way to do it. I would love to, but I don't see a way to do it. But I definitely, the ridge line is kind of a good thing to have there because I like the open space. So, yeah, I think that I can probably move this.
Okay, so let me delete these items. All right, that leaves the design review. Traditionally, we would say that if the superior entitlement hadn't been approved, any subsidiary entitlements would not be approved. But did you have particular findings that you thought could not be made with regard to the design review that you would want us to capture here?
I do not. Does anyone on the commission have anything with the design review? No.
Okay. Give me 1 more minute to take a look at things, and I'll let you know if we need anything else. I guess my only other question would be, April, if you want to put my screen back up. This is one of the findings for the design review. It says the proposed developments would not have an adverse environmental effect on adjacent developments existing or potential by reason of conflicts in land use, topography, or traffic. Given your finding above, is that something you wanted to visit here?
Yeah, on both counts, topography and traffic, I suppose.
Okay, can you help me?
Yeah. Well, the topography is the by removing the ridge line.
Okay.
And traffic, well, obviously, Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes are the adjacent developments. Would let's see, would create additional traffic. Development during school hours when traffic is already unacceptably heavy. Is that look good to you?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is delete the other findings. That was number 7, so thank you for bearing with me, but I think if we can get this done tonight, then you'll be finished.
Oh, I appreciate the effort. Totally.
All right. Commissioner, does that comport with your rationale?
I believe it does. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, so what we have is the commission not taking any further action on CEQA, making a finding as to the vesting map that this finding cannot be made for the reasons listed and thus is denied. With regard to the design review, making the determination that this finding cannot be made and thus is denied. I'm going to ask for Karen Murphy to join us again for a minute. If she's still awake.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Hi.
there we go.
No, that's fine. Do you think we need further findings regarding the Housing Accountability Act or anything else that we haven't had a chance to discuss?
Yes, I do. There was some discussion earlier on about the PD and not fully complying with the PD because it only included sub-area C standards. So under the Housing Accountability Act, the city is limited in denying housing projects that comply with objective standards unless there's a specific adverse impact and it's found that the project either needs to be denied because of that impact or the density limited unless the project doesn't comply with objective standards. And it appeared from the discussion that there may be some concern that the project doesn't fully comply with the PD 36 standards because it only includes sub-area C and does not include sub-area D. So if that is one of the findings of the Planning Commission, then that also should be incorporated in the resolution as well as a concern.
I'm willing to put it in if somebody wants to see it in there.
Commissioner Brent?
Yeah.
All right, we should put it in. We need, okay.
Sorry, give me just 1 minute. Okay, April, if you can share my screen. Oops. And I apologize for the ugly formatting, but we'll fix that. So what Karen was alluding to was this requirement in Government Code Section 65589.5J1. And if you are inclined to deny the project, You need to make 2 additional findings. These are findings 1 and 2. So 1 is that the project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety unless the project's disapproved or approved upon the condition that the project be developed at a lower density. Specific adverse impact has a very particular definition. It's a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. So in this regard, we don't need to keep the definition. I just wanted to have it there for your review.
And I also wanted to note that those specific findings need to be made if the project complies with all objective general plan and zoning standards. So if we feel it does not comply with those standards because of, for example, the concerns with not including the sub-area D standards, then that should be noted as well.
So in that regard, maybe the best description here would be that the Planning Commission does not believe it is necessary to make these findings because the Planning Commission has determined that the project is not consistent with the general plan or, okay. So I'm going to say finds that these findings need not be made as the Planning Commission has determined, as set forth above, that the project does not conform to the general plan or the applicable zoning. So we'll save that. We'll get rid of these. Oops. Gosh, you shouldn't let me type after 1 o'clock.
And then
There we go.
And then I'm not, did we say above that the,
We haven't captured the zoning.
okay.
So that would be with the map resolution. And I don't know that we have a separate call out for conformance with the zoning ordinance in the map reso. So we'll say the proposed vesting tentative subdivision map is inconsistent. Good grief. With
It's chapter 17.486.
uh-huh. Well, we have all of the findings. Sorry, I know I'm skipping around. Okay. So this is PD 36.
Do you want to mention exclusion of D, or does that need to be said explicitly?
Okay, so does not conform to Brentwood
Karen, do you have the BMC section reference for the subarea D standards?
I don't. I will.
That's fine.
Is it 486.005?
Thank you.
5. So I'm saying the development standards applicable to sub-area D of PD 36 in that the project. How would you like me to populate this part? Why is it inconsistent with that?
The project has no units conforming to subarea D. Or
There are a couple of lots that are that minimum lot size.
How do we put this?
Yeah. And that the project. Well, I suppose we could say in that the project is designed to conform to the standards applicable only to subarea C with regard to the residential development. I'm kind of at a loss. Karen, do you have any suggestions here?
And perhaps then say in that it conforms only to subarea C and does not conform to the residential standards in subarea D. Although as you noted, Katie, I think some of the lots are larger. I just don't know if they fully conform to subarea D.
I'm going to say the residential portion, because of course the open space area and the parks are a different story, right?
Sure.
Maybe instead of saying and does not conform, and say is designed only to conform to subarea C, and not, it's designed. Exactly, yeah. I think it should be is designed only to conform to.
Thank you. Commissioner, does that capture your sentiment?
Everybody cool with that? I believe it does. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what we have is,
I believe there's an extraneous sentence at the end of the CEQA section as well.
yep. Thank you. No action on the revised EIR. I'm not going to try to fix the formatting just now, so if the commission would give staff leeway to fix formatting later on, I won't keep everybody here while I try to figure out. Okay. Determines that the following findings cannot be made for the map. General plan consistency because of these two items. And municipal code consistency because of this item. Therefore, the Planning Commission denies the map. With regard to the design review, finds that this finding cannot be met. Therefore,
I
design.
would also incorporate in the design review the fact that the map wasn't approved.
Yes. So if you'll give me leeway to clean up that formatting and numbering, then we'll clean that up, wordsmith that a little. Therefore,
hereby denies design review. And then with regard to the Housing Accountability Act finding, we are declining to make these as you've determined that the project does not conform to the Karen objective standards.
Yes.
All right, and then our typical language about appeals. Does that fully capture your sentiment, Commissioner?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, I know that took a long time. I appreciate you walking me through it.
I appreciate the effort, believe me. Right. So does this have a resolution number? Because it's all on one thing.
April, what's our first resolution number in this series?
24-032.
So you could move for approval. If this is the resolution you'd like to move forward, it would be moving for approval of 2332, which would deny the map, deny the design review, and take no action on CEQA.
This one says 24
Does it?
on the red line.
But in the actual
It is
document-
23.
Oh, it's 23, okay.
Yeah, we just use the same resolution numbers from September.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. You ready for me to move?
Sorry, we were talking about the numbering. Yes, sorry. Ready for a motion.
All right, thank you. Chair Sparling. I make a motion to adopt resolution number 23032, denying the vesting tentative subdivision map number 9586 and design review 21-120 for the subdivision of an approximately 135-acre site, and denying the design review of 13 home plans for the Bridal Gate project located generally west of the Sand Creek Road and the State Route 4 interchange, APN 019-082-007, and taking no further action on the revised environmental impact report prepared for the project.
Do I have a second?
Second.
April, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sparling,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Okay. Information reports from committees and upcoming meeting schedule, transplan.
No meeting.
Okay. Design review, Commissioner Floor and Johnson.
No meeting.
And land use, I know Chair Roberts is not here, but was there a land use meeting since our last meeting?
There was one last night, actually, or 2 nights ago. It's just continued discussion on the focused zoning code update.
Okay. Thank you. Request for future agenda items. Do we have any future agenda item requests? Commissioner Johnson? No? Okay. Seeing none. All right. The next regular Planning Commission meetings is scheduled for August 6th, 2024 at 7 p.m. and will be held here at Council Chambers located at 150 Park Way. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.